ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? All right, stream will be starting in a little bit. Got a few things to set up real quick, and then we'll be good to go. Let me know while I'm getting this together. We're gonna be completely live at 6:45 p.m. Eastern. While I'm getting this together, I want to know how many trades we've seen already. What are y'all's breaking draft predictions? What do you guys think is gonna happen? Because oh boy, this day has been insane so far.
It's only a game.
Oh, thank you, Alhan, for subscribing. Welcome to the Grav Gang. I did see that, Matthew. Bennett is re-signed. $8 million in 8 years. Let me know, is that a contract to WNL for the Florida Panthers? I mean, after this year's playoffs, come on. $8 million. I mean, I'm not even the biggest Sam Bennett guy, but come on. Also, I wanted to shout out as well, Daniel, right before we got going here, gave the $2 donation. Let's get some love in the chat for Daniel. Absolute goat, man. Always supporting the streams. And thank you guys all for coming. We got some amazing folks in here. Hockey Arcade, Matthew, Mike, Nikki, Bumps, David, Tyler, Joseph, Fuzzy Wuzzy, Jasmine, Riker, eLiaminator. Great to see you guys. We're going to be getting going here pretty soon. And hopefully I'll be able to do some predictions, some mock drafts, some different stuff before the draft gets started. But we are going to be going completely live, face and everything, at 6:45 p.m. Eastern. Before then, I'll just be having a nice little chat with you guys as we get this started. Mike! Oh my goodness! Coming in! My team traded our first just to take a guy in the AHL. I'm just here for Garrett Firehines on the team. I mean, I'm not surprised, Mike. Are you surprised? It's the Minnesota Wild, Mike. It's the Minnesota Wild. Thank you so much, though, man. Let's get you as the last donator here. I'm kind of on the Fire Garen train, though, to be honest. Have you guys seen a lot of the reports recently? The Wild are looking for a center while at the same time trying to trade Marco Rossi. Curious. Before we get officially going, y'all, make sure you guys hit that like button to get the stream out there. It really does help quite a bit. We're going to be going through every single pick tonight as they come. Officially starting the stream at 5:45 p.m. Central, 6:45 p.m. Eastern. But thank you guys for coming in here as we get it all together. I appreciate you guys. Today has been a hectic one for me, so I got to this stream late trying to put it all together and everything. So hopefully you guys still are going to stick with us for the next little bit, because this night is going to be wild. I am predicting some massive trades. Also, let me know too. Is the music too loud right now, or guys, can you guys still hear me? I just want to balance it all correctly before we actually get the draft started. But yeah, this is what happens when there's like 1,000 trades on draft day. I have no time to actually put it together. But I appreciate you guys and your patience. Music's good. All right, perfect. Thank you guys. Really appreciate that. You guys, I mean, you guys that have been around for a long time know I have this like 40-minute mix of like video game remix music that is like the stream album. It's the album for whenever we stream, basically. By the way, we almost have 300 people in this chat already. Thank you guys so much for coming in. We are going to have a fantastic night. If you guys are looking for draft coverage, for draft reactions, this is the place to be. I've been watching this class for over 3 years now. I think it was when I first watched like Michael Misa, James Hagens, those guys. And throughout the last year, so many viewings, so much attention I have put into these players. And I'm going to be getting all my research, all my findings over that time to you guys as we go through every single pick. We're going to be making predictions. We're going to be reacting to every single one. It's going to be a blast tonight, so you guys won't want to go anywhere. Where to watch it? It's on Sportsnet in Canada and ESPN, I believe, in the US. Avs went from 1 mil to 9 mil. Yeah, Michael, I am shocked by that trade in general. I adore it for the Avs. I don't know why Columbus did it to that level. I can see why they'd like a player like Coyle specifically. Would bring some speed and some physicality, but that's pretty much it. But a second, a third, and my GOAT, Gavin Brindley, guys. My GOAT. Oh, I'm so sad. I have to watch Gavin Brindley in my division for the next however long he plays. I will say, I think Gavin Brindley as a prospect is severely underrated. I was seeing a lot of the reaction today, a lot of people being like, what's the big deal? And yes, he hasn't scored a bajillion points in the AHL this year. But for one, he was 20 years old, and Columbus had a stacked AHL team. Like, they've been accumulating prospects for a long time. Would it have been better if he was high up in the lineup? Absolutely. But he just didn't really get much ice time. It's like a similar position to, like Shane Doan, who was in the recent trade with JJ Peterka. He got basically no ice time in Utah. Still a good underlying result. You could still see the talent. You could see how it would pop in a better opportunity. That's pretty much the same thing for Gavin Brindley in the AHL level. And again, he's 20 years old, just coming from the NCAA. I get why he's not like the most highly regarded prospect of all time, but I think he's going to prove a lot of people wrong. Especially in that Avs system, man. They have so much space on the wings. Why not? Why not, man? Did I say Shane Doan? Did I say Shane Doan? I'm usually pretty good on that. Oh, no. Oh, no. What happened to me? What happened? TSR reports that Marner is linked to our stars. Yeah, I saw that. I did see that. I don't know how much I believe it, because you'd basically be sending out Jason Robertson immediately. But I'm not personally... It just depends, because there was talk that maybe Robertson is a guy that the Sharks try to trade for that second overall pick. If we land Misa and then go after Mitch Marner, I will not be mad. I will not be mad. You know what? I will take that. But I don't think I would love it if it's just Robertson for Marner, basically. You know what I mean? Hey, Butthole, the $1 donation! Can we get some booty hole love in the chat, guys? Come on. Come on. Now, booty hole, you made a bad mistake. I gotta say this. A bad mistake donating before I was on camera. You should donate in like 10 minutes when I get on camera. So you can clip that forever. But still, you guys do have the audio. So there's that. All right, y'all, almost done. Appreciate you guys' patience. Just about 10 minutes to go until I officially get into my face cam mode and we get off to the races with this NHL draft. I want to know in the comments down below, as you guys can see on the screen. I want to know your draft predictions in the chat down below. What do you think is going to be the crazy thing that happens? We've heard a lot about Frondell potentially being the second overall pick to San Jose. A lot about potentially Utah trading down. The Islanders, of course, with the acquisition of the 2 picks from the Dobson trade, potentially trying to trade up. If you guys don't have any hot takes on me, let me know. If you don't have any hot takes, I just want to ask, who do you think the Islanders will trade up for? Not, of course, we know they'd trade up for James Hagens, but which team do you think they'd trade up with? Do you think it would be Utah? Do you think they'd go up to number 4 to try to definitely secure Hagens? Or do you think it's going to be more of a Philadelphia, Boston potentially, who's been heavily rumored? I mean, that could pretty easily be the case. I would not be surprised by that. Grav, who do you think the Avs will get? I mean, with that open cap space, I don't know. Because I feel like their center situation was a bit of an issue, but of course they went after in the deadline, got Coyle, got Nelson. They keep Nelson long term. I think most of that cap, though, will probably just be spent on keeping Natchez. But love you, Grav. I love you too, Joseph. Good to see you in the chat today. Let's keep it going, though. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. Hit that like button if you haven't already. We are 11 likes away from 69 likes. Please, y'all. We got to get there. We got to make it nice. We got to make it nice. But I think most of that cap will go to just resetting Marty Natchez. We heard that they might be re-signing Charlie Lindgren. I don't know if I would agree with that. He didn't really feel like the greatest fit, but who knows. Who do you think the Pens get? I mean, Joey, it's gonna be a fascinating couple of picks, right? I think it will go forward D. It's just which combination will it be? I think the most likely one still is Victor Eklund and Jackson Smith. You get a bigger defenseman, who I don't think plays that big, but still. And Victor Eklund, who I think has a lot of great projectable traits. Smith is kind of like the big upside swing, right? But it could be a completely different combination. It could be like a Lakovic or a Queen and like a Kashad Aitchison, or maybe even Logan Hensler. I could see Hensler going to the Penguins, honestly, with that last pick. I was about to send a donut, but I'm gonna wait until you're on camera, Grav. Sounds good, Layup. Good to see you in the chat, by the way, man. Good luck. Good luck in this draft. It's gonna be a weird one in that later half of the top 10. McQueen not going to Pittsburgh? No, please no. He'll be forced early to retire due to back issues. Yeah, I don't know how much I love the McQueen fit for the Penguins personally. But at that range, it's pretty easy to see that a lot of the bigger centers, you know, a lot of the Jake O'Briens, the James Hagens, even if he might end up slipping, will probably still be gone by that point. So we'll have to wait and see. I still don't think he gets past Anaheim, though. Duty21, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the Grav Gang. By the way, y'all, we are trying to get to 83K tonight if we can. If this stream goes well, hopefully we can get there. It's been a fantastic, though, last few weeks. Thank you guys so much for all the support. I mean, it's been so fun. This has been, I put it on Twitter. This has been easily the most rewarding draft for me to cover. I've watched like probably twice as much film. I still watched a lot of film for the 2024 draft. This year, I've probably watched like twice the amount of film, going into even more prospects, especially the top end guys, watching as much as I possibly can. It's been a lot of fun, and especially putting those rankings together where I get to be able to actually use the clips. I was kind of scared before in other draft rankings to put out the clips, but now that I have had more time on my hands because of you guys, I've been able to do that and make just the videos a lot better. You know what I mean? I don't think I'd be able to do that for the stream just because that would be a lot of clips to pull up on a moment's notice. But for all the videos, all the draft content we've been doing over the last couple weeks, thank you guys so much from the bottom of my heart. I mean, it's just been so much fun this year. I love these drafts where nobody knows what the heck is going on. You know what I mean? It just makes it so much more entertaining. And it's been a lot of fun to talk about this draft with all you guys, especially for like so much has changed since the beginning of the year, right? Oh, love it. You think the Flyers make their pick or trade it? I think they will keep it ultimately. I still think it's gonna be James Hagens in the end. Unless the Islanders rise up to that 4 or 5 spot, I think the Flyers end up doing it. But I would not be surprised if maybe if a Jake O'Brien is available, or we've heard recently that Porter Martone has been a real candidate for the Flyers. So between those 3 guys, I think that's how it goes. JK, love you, Grav. Love you, Vince. Thank you so much, my man. Good to see you here tonight. It's good to see all you guys. We got It's a Little Willie. We got B for Brogard. We got SRV11. The Hockey Sniper, Blue. Dan Good. Christian Beam. We got the Ultimate Troll. Willie in here. Grav is a Dobson Hudson pairing, the most entertaining pair in the league. In a lot of ways, yes. I would say if you're a casual fan, if they put Hudson and Dobson together, yes, there would be all the activity in the world for better or worse. They shouldn't do that. I don't think that would be a good fit, those two together, just because both of them need the puck so much to really get the best out of them. But again, I talked about it in the video, Hudson, Reinbacher, then Gooley, Dobson. I think those 4 guys would do excellent together. Incredible work. Gravel Operation Schwagens be possible. Oh, Matt, you already know it's possible. We all know it. It's become even more possible due to the Dobson trade. It's not a question about it being possible. It's a question about if it's likely. It's so hard to actually trade up to get top 10 picks in this league. That's why we rarely see it. But this year feels different, man. I know we say that every year. But it just feels so different. Do you think Brian Rust gets traded today? Yeah, he's a pretty big candidate. I saw a lot of rumors about him going to Buffalo. I think that'd be a pretty good fit. It would depend on the price for the Sabres for sure, but would not surprise me. I know there's been a lot of talk about like Pittsburgh potentially like trading up, with Buffalo for like that 9th overall pick and like exchanging one of those 11 for 12th overall selections. That would not surprise me either, since Pittsburgh, from what I've heard a lot, they really want to go for quality over quantity in their prospect pool. So to see them actually do that, I would not be shocked, even if it is just by a couple of spots. I mean, in this year's draft, I think there is a pretty big difference between what's going to be left after the top 10 versus what's going to be in it, especially if you're looking for a center like Pittsburgh is. Like, for instance, if it's 9th overall, there's a chance where a James Hagens is available there, or a Jake O'Brien, or if you really like Roger McQueen, like the Penguins probably do, a Roger McQueen. So I think for the Penguins, if they really want to secure themselves that center, I think getting ahead of Anaheim at the very least, I think it might, at the very least, get them one of them. So we'll see. All right, y'all, we have 20 minutes until the draft starts. Let me know your hot takes in the comments down below, your draft predictions. We'll be going through all of the mock drafts, all the everything as we get started here in just a couple of minutes. Thank you guys so much for joining me. We are going to have an awesome draft stream tonight. Thank you guys all for being here. It's going to be nuts. It's going to be nuts, and I'm so thankful that you guys are joining us and choosing this channel to watch the draft with. I mean, I don't take that lightly. You are going to get the absolute most amount of analysis and reactions to every single one of these picks. So I do not take that lightly, y'all. Yeah, there's been a lot of chatter about the Penguins moving up. Yeah, we're not surprised. I think Buffalo makes the most sense, though, for what the Penguins have to give up and what the Sabres want, right? That's the big thing. Hi, Grav. When will Jackson Smith get drafted? Also, hi. How's it going, Jasmine? Good to see you today. I think Smith is... the big thing that I just see happening is that Pittsburgh ends up taking him. I just see too much there between those two to not have the Penguins taking him eventually, unless the Penguins end up trading one of those picks. But even then, like, if they trade up into the top 10 and they land like a Jake O'Brien at 9 or whatever it ends up being, then I think Jackson Smith even becomes even more likely if they get that top centerman in the draft. So maybe you're rooting, actually, for the Penguins to rise up in the draft if you want to get Jackson Smith. But honestly, at that point, I think Jackson Smith could be a pretty good answer for Detroit. I think Detroit would really like him a lot. After that, though, I will say this. I still have heard so much about Jackson Smith being this polarizing prospect, somebody that a lot of teams can't really depend upon to play defensive minutes and to actually look competent in his own zone. If he gets past Pittsburgh and Detroit, I think you might want to worry a little bit. Because after that, I don't see Columbus taking him. They already have Matejchuk and Werenski on the left side. And Vancouver, I think they're going to take a forward. I think they're going to take a center, especially. You got the Islanders. I think maybe that's a fit, but they're going to be taking Matthew Schaefer first overall. So that's your premier offensive lefty at the 2 picks at 16 and 17. Then after that, Calgary, maybe, but I think they also go for a centerman. So I think if Pittsburgh and Detroit don't take Jackson Smith, I think the earliest he goes is 19 to the St. Louis Blues. That's my prediction. I think he could be a pretty big faller if those two teams don't end up taking the chance on him. We'll have to wait and see. Jackson Smith is one of the most polarizing prospects in this draft for a reason. High-end offensive moments, high-octane skating ability. It's just what he does in the defensive zone with his decision-making and how he actually transitions up the ice sometimes worries me a lot, and I know worries a lot of scouts out there. This is my 3rd draft watching you. Ray, welcome to the stream. It's great to have you today. All right, y'all, we are 1 minute from me putting up my face. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to see this beautiful flow and lettuce, as they say? Does Jake O'Brien get into the top 5? He's so good from what I've seen. Yeah, I would not be surprised, eLiaminator. I think Nashville, again, I think Nashville makes a lot of sense for O'Brien, for what they want, for what they need, that playmaking, that high. I've heard a lot about O'Brien over the last couple weeks about not having like a high-end skating level. I don't really know where people are getting that. I think O'Brien is one of the more agile skaters of this draft. He's not strong on his skates, which is a bit of a problem. He needs to add some more bulk. But I think, especially in a straight line in transition, he is a blissful skater. That combined with the vision, the creativity he has, which I think is maybe the best in the draft. And I have a feeling this might be my hot take. And let's get into it, shall we? How is it going, y'all? Welcome to the 2025 NHL Draft stream. We are here for the next few hours to see the future of the NHL, to see exactly where every single player ends up. And as you can see, the first overall pick is already confirmed, Mustafa Lemieux to the New York Islanders. This is just a template from Elite Prospects. As we actually get the picks going in, though, we will get on the side all the picks right there. So you guys won't have to be refreshing a list to see who goes where or refreshing Twitter. We'll be refreshing it right here so that you don't have to do any of that work. On top of the analysis and the reactions we have today, you guys won't want to go anywhere. But with the $2 donation, my go. Showing some love. Thank you so much. I appreciate that a ton. Let me get, I don't know why your name changed over there. Let me get you right with all the attention in the world, all the light that you deserve, my man. Thank you so much. Appreciate the donation. By the way, right now the total donations are go up to $9.69. That is pretty nice to see. But thank you guys so much for joining us. We have 500 in the chat. We are gonna have an awesome draft stream today. What I was going to say before Butthole generously donated was that Eliminator, I kind of agree. I think if anything crazy happens today, it's with Chicago. Because, okay, here's the thing. I think it has to go, if anything crazy happens with Chicago, it has to be San Jose taking Frondell. Richard with the 5! Let's get some love in the chat for Richard. That's incredible. Thank you so much for the generous donation. My goodness. And you get some love there in the top corner. Let's get you as the last donator. But I think if there's anything crazy that happens today, it's regarding Chicago. I do think if Misa's available, they don't go off the board. But if the Sharks take Misa, I would not be surprised if the Blackhawks look at Desnoyers at 3rd overall, Jake O'Brien at 3rd overall. It hasn't really been talked about a ton, but Nick Lardis and Jake O'Brien, those two were undeniable. Lardis, one of the best goal scoring seasons we've seen in the OHL recently, with of course Jake O'Brien as the center to his wing. So I would not be surprised if Chicago actually really likes that connection, wants to keep it going long term, and ends up connecting them at 3rd overall. We'll just have to wait and see. Oh my goodness! 2 back-to-back donations. Buttle of the 2, and then what the heck, man? Jeez Louise, can we get some W's in the chat for that? My goodness. Buttle with the 2. Let me get to yours first. Do you think the Stars will do anything crazy? I don't think so. I don't really see. They just don't have the cap space, I think, to do anything crazy. And then Daniel with the 5 Canadian. Woo. Thank you guys so much. What a great start to this stream. You guys absolutely killing it. My goodness. Let's get some love to these donators. They're doing better than me. Gosh dang. But no, I don't think the Stars are going to do anything crazy this draft, but I could see a situation where, like, they want to go crazy in free agency. It's a Mitch Marner, but they have to make a lot of moves for that to happen. Hey, Argo, Fleecegerald, with the 6-month membership. Do you see the Devils acquiring over the next week? I mean, for New Jersey, it's going to be a strange one because, I mean, like, I feel like they've been all over the place. We heard, like, Cody Glass wasn't going to resign. Now he maybe could resign. But I think for New Jersey, it's going to be relatively quiet off-season. I don't think it's going to be anything too major. Goaltending is kind of the one where I'm interested in, though, because they're kind of all over the place in that position. We'll have to wait and see. But I could see them going for kind of more of a steady backup. Of course, now Jake Allen likely testing free agency. So that's kind of a position where I'm curious to see what they do. And then let's get into Lamb's $50 donation, shall we, y'all? 50 for the kitty, as Tom Grosson would say. I know you didn't do a video on it, but what are your thoughts on the Stars firing Peter DeBoer? I thought it was the right move, as your inning tree says. You don't win cups with Peter DeBoer. I mean, that's kind of the thing, is that I wasn't really surprised to see it happen after what happened with Ottinger. It's hard because it's a move that felt necessary to make, but how many other coaches are out there that are better than Pete DeBoer? You know what I mean? But again, how many coaches are out there that'll get you farther than Pete DeBoer did, even if it's not where you want it to be? So it's going to be a hard one. It seems like Glenn Gleason might be the next head coach. I'm not so sure about that, but I'm okay with it for now. It just depends on who they hire next. But thank you so much, Leia, for the 50. Unbelievable. My goat. And then Daniel with the 5 Canadian. So will Montreal do something else today? We heard that the Habs aren't done. I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe you guys could see, kind of maybe theorize about that. But it doesn't seem like the Habs are done. I don't know what that means. Maybe they want to. I wouldn't be surprised if the Habs, like, maybe try to jump into the, like, late first round, maybe get like a center like a Milton Gastrine potentially. That's kind of the only thing I could envision, but apparently Ken Hughes isn't done cooking, so we'll just have to wait and see on that. Katsune Tune with the 2. Katsaw Neptune, I think is how it's correctly pronounced. Who do you see the Jets picking? So in my last 2 mock drafts, I had them going after William Moore. I think they go for a center, in all honesty. There was some talk about them taking a goaltender. I don't think that happens. Come on, guys. Yes, Connor Hellebuck isn't, like, sparkly 20 years old, but they're not taking a goaltender to try to make that relationship weird. It's just not going to happen. I think they will go for a center. I could see them going for a D, but it kind of just depends on who's available. I think it's between probably William Moore, Cole McKinney, or if they want to go for a D, Cameron Reed. I think could pretty easily slip to that spot, so maybe that's what happens. But I could see that happening. CD with the membership. Thank you so much, Go. It's an OG on the channel. Good to see you, CD. Hopefully you're doing well. Let me get Cats on Neptune as the last donator real quick, y'all. All right, we are less than 10 minutes to go until the draft has begun. All right. Oh my gosh, I'm getting nervous, y'all. Are you guys getting nervous? Y'all, he's done it again. He's done it again. Who is likely to be the biggest reach and fall? Well, let me get you as the last donator, Goat, before I answer that. So in terms of the biggest riser, or biggest reach, I guess, I guess it's a different question, because reach is kind of dependent on the person. What I see as a reach is like a Brady Martin at like 4th overall. Even though for most people, he's probably within the top 10. He's more so on the outskirts for me. That's probably the most likely reach, in my opinion, is Brady Martin going top 5 in this draft, likely to Utah. But besides that, I could see a player like McQueen going a lot higher than I would take him. Jackson Smith, I think, might be a little bit of a reach, especially these in the early 10s for me. That's who I would say are the most likely. And then the biggest fallers, Colin Potter, absolutely. I have him ranked top 10, 10th overall. I would be shocked to see go in like the top 25 of this year's draft. I would not be shocked if he went in the 2nd round, honestly. So that's who I would pick there. Also, Benjamin Kindle, similar type of player. Smaller guy who is really good at keeping the puck, rushing up the ice, using his transition speed. But I think both of those guys, because of their lack of physicality now, will end up hurting them. And then Mike coming in with the $5. I take DeBoer constantly getting to the conference finals over can't escape the first times. I get the Stars position, but it can always be worse. Yeah, that's kind of the thing for me, is that I really don't think it was necessarily DeBoer's fault completely. But at the same time, one of the biggest problems throughout that Stars playoff run was just how constantly they were getting outscored in the first period, outscored first in games. I think it was like 14 out of 17 in their last like 17 playoff games. They let the first goal go in. And you just can't have that. You can't have a team constantly down like the Stars, especially a team that had struggled to get momentum, struggled to score, especially as the playoffs went on. So that's kind of that to me is really a coaching issue. That's really, to me, a coaching issue, but we'll see. Donation sounds off, please. Oh, are the donations too loud, guys? I can turn it down here. Let me know if that's a bit better. Let me know. Will Cairo get traded? We'll see, Gabe. There's been a lot of talk about Buffalo. I don't know if Buffalo is the one, but Cairo has kind of been all over the place. We've heard good things about him potentially being dealt, and then kind of getting soured on by Andy Strickland, but we'll see. And we got 630 in the chat. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. We are going to be having a ball tonight, so you guys won't want to go anywhere. We're going to be dissecting every single pick, every single trade as it happens throughout this first round, and giving you all the prospect analysis of all the games that I've watched over the last year, which is a concerning amount. So thank you guys so much for joining me. We got Layup with the 5 as well at the $50 donation. This guy just does not stop. Had to donate a 50 bomb tonight as a throwback to the 2022 free agency stream. Throwback to that. Sheesh. Also, how do you think the Kraken should who do you think the Kraken should target in free agency? Mitch Marner? I mean, to me, Layup, you probably know my thoughts about it. Seattle, I just, that team does not part of that team does not make sense to me at all. They are just in a factory of middle 6 forwards, and I don't really understand that. Yes, depth is good to have, and that's a reason why they were pretty interesting in the 2023 playoffs, if I believe. But it's hard to make the playoffs consistently when your team is just so balanced that you don't have the superstars to make up for it. So, I mean, free agency wise, I want to see them go big if they can possibly. Grav, apparently there were rumors Potter impressed in the Sens interview. That would surprise me a lot, considering... that would surprise me a lot, considering that who the Ottawa Senators have drafted over the past few years. They obviously have changed management and everything, but I'd be shocked by that. Oh boy! Okay, we got a recent tweet here. Let me pull this up for you guys, because this was interesting. Somebody said Cam Robinson in the chat. I'm like, okay, we'll see what he's tweeted out. We'll see what happens here. This is pretty fascinating. So he puts out a tweet. Let me put it up so you guys can see. He says, I went 6 for 6 last year in the top 6 picks. Let's see if we can make some magic happen again. These are Cam Robinson's final predictions here, folks. You got Matthew Schaefer at 1, Michael Misa at 2. So there was a lot of talk about, especially from Robinson's end, about Frondell making a case for number 2. He has Misa still going to the Sharks. Frondell at number 3. Desnoyers at 4. McQueen at 5 to the Preds. Don't do it, Nashville. Don't do it. Brady Martin at 6 to the Flyers. And then Martone to the 7. Oh, man. The Hagens fall, man. The Hagens fall. Are the Islanders going to trade for the Sabres pick and get Hagens at 9? I don't think, again, I don't think Seattle even though Seattle has defied me before by going for center, I still don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to be Merca in the end. That would be shocking. I would be shocked from everything I've heard about the Flyers, especially if they went for Martin after all of this. I know that he has had, of course, the big rise and everything. I would just be shocked if they take him over a Martone, a Hagens, even an O'Brien. I mean, you get O'Brien and Hagens, who are my number 2, or yeah, number 2 and number 3 best centers in this class, by the way, in my opinion. And you could have them available out after the top 7. That to me is just, that's a no-brainer. If you're a team like the Islanders, get yourself, you would guarantee, if this is how the draft goes and the Islanders trade for 9th overall, even if the Kraken devastate you and take Hagens at 8, you still have the chance at O'Brien at 9. That to me would be a fantastic fit. O'Brien with Cole Eisman, one of the best goal scorers and one of the best playmaking prospects going forward. I would love those two together. On top of Cam Ritchie, of course, not bad. I would be, I would not mind that. I would not mind that one bit. All right, y'all, it's getting interesting. It's getting interesting. We just have a few minutes to go until the NHL draft is live. We are going to be right here breaking down every single pick as they come. I'm going to be fascinated. This is so fun, y'all. Layup, I feel like Grav. I don't know what Seattle's doing, to be honest. I really don't trust Jason Bartle of how much his moves blew up in his face in Buffalo. I mean, buddy, same thing here. Bartle becoming the GM baffled me. I really don't understand it at all. He has never proven himself in that role. I'll be so sad. Nashville, please take Hagens. Man, Nashville will be such a good fit, eh? Such a good fit. McQueen at 5 is a bit rich for me. I mean, obviously, you guys know my thoughts on McQueen. I am really spooked by the injuries. And here's the thing. I think McQueen has been such a weird player to talk about because when you actually have watched him this season, you take everything out of the equation before this last year. He was okay last year, I guess. But let's just imagine that McQueen popped onto the earth this year with the injuries and the actual play on hand. I don't think many people will be talking about this guy as a top 20 pick. I just don't think so. When he was actually playing in the games he played in the WHL this year, which wasn't many because he was constantly injured, with pretty serious injuries, I don't think he was that good. He had a good physical base to his game, very strong on his skates, great deking ability, of course. But when you actually look at how he was playing with his teammates, how he was actually playing up the ice in transition, the lack of speed, the careless turnovers. I just, for somebody that was one of the oldest players in this draft class, I just don't see it. I don't see it far along enough to gamble with a top 10 pick when there's so many players that I think are demonstrably better now as top 10 selections. That's just how I see it. I know I'm in an island with him being ranked, I think, 21st in my rankings. But it's because when he actually plays the game of hockey, I just haven't been impressed. There's time for him to grow, of course. Still, obviously, a lot of runway. But that's my problem, is that he was already one of the rawest players in this draft class, and he got injured throughout the whole year. Didn't look good. And you're asking a lot of me to risk a franchise-altering pick, a first round, a top 20, top 10 selection on somebody that you can't reliably know is going to play at that level going forward. I don't know. That's just how I see it. And I know I'm on an island for that, but we'll see what happens. All right, y'all, it is time. The NHL draft is about to begin. Smash that like button if you guys haven't already. We're going to be here all throughout tonight breaking down every single pick, and every like is appreciated. It gets the stream out there to new people. We have 770 absolute beauties. You guys are the best. Don't you ever forget it in here right now in the chat. We're going to be reacting to every single pick. I am ready. I am ready, by the way, for Dell to go to San Jose, for like Desnoyers to go to Utah. Just everything to go absolutely nuts. McQueen to go to 5th overall in Nashville. Give it to me. Give me the surprises, because that's what we love about the NHL draft, eh? Give me the Islanders trading if in the top 10. If the Islanders... I'm going to be so pissed off at the Islanders, dude, if they keep those 16th and 17th overall picks. If they don't trade either of them, out of here. Nope. Get out of the draft. You aren't able to participate. No, it's over. Sorry. Can't do it. Nope. Oh, man. We're here. Hi, everyone. Hi, Boylane. Welcome to the stream. Cosmetic Cat, welcome. McNally, good to see you. McDavid traded to Toronto for 3 future first-round picks in Carlo. Yeah, he would never go to the Leafs. I'm about to pop a Delta 9 and watch this year's draft from the center of Jupiter. Good for you, Chris. Pride, Reshny, Coots, or Kindle falls to the Sens. All 3 of those guys I think would be great picks for Ottawa, honestly. All 3 of them. I mean, Kindle and Potter I think will be there. And the Coots, I think there's a chance of that happening. Reshny, I don't think Calgary lets him go, but we'll have to wait and see. Howdy, go draft. Night Rob, welcome to the stream. And howdy, good to see you tonight. I still can't believe that the Islanders got first overall, right? I mean, the thing is, the draft lottery was so ridiculous. Why not have some more fireworks at the actual draft? Come on, GMs. We want to see it. We want to see some fireworks. You know what, everybody? I want to see everybody in all caps say trade in the chat down below. That's all I want to see. Just trade. So we can get some luck, get some actual mojo here for these NHL GMs. Get them some magic. Everything that they need to make a deal. Just let them have it. Send the good vibes their way. We want to see the trades. We want to see them happen now. We want to see them happen soon. Give me them. Give me them now. Give me the fireworks. Give me them. The fireworks, as Profi says. Pens, come on. Yeah, make a deal. Make a deal, Dubas. Make a deal. Come on. You know you want to. Come on. Come on, Darsh. Come on. You want to make another bombshell move as a new GM. Come, you can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you. Buffalo, come on. Make a move. You got to get to the playoffs next year. Make a move. Boston, you're in a weird spot. Come on, man. Come on. Grav, Ottawa won first overall. Who do you think they'd even take? That's actually a really good question because they don't really need center or D. I think they just take Schaefer and trade Shabbat at that point, honestly. But again, Schaefer is so similar to Sanderson. I would take Misa, you know that. I think it would be 50-50. I think they would lean towards Misa, actually, though, just because their center situation, it's solid in the middle six, but they could really use that definitive second-line center who's amazing behind Stützle and had a guy like Cousins, for example. 29 days until I see Ichiro inducted the MLB Hall of Fame. Leia, thank you so much for the $2.90. And then Snowman Dan with the $2, giving us some more love for the trades. Dan, I think you might have done it. You made sure that we are going to see a trade tonight. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Thank you guys so much for the donations. You guys have been killing it before the draft has even started. Thank you guys so much for that. I tried to save money by donating 20,000 Vietnamese currency. Oh, Independent Aquaman, don't worry about that, man. I just appreciate that you're here. Do you think Yossi and Schaefer are similar players? I mean, that's Ezra. That's who I compared Matthew Schaefer to, is Roman Yossi. So yes. Grav, thanks for always doing these live streams. No cable, Matt. I got you, buddy. Don't worry. Don't worry. High chance Miller is going to the Sharks. Keandre, we're probably 5 years away from competing again. Bedard and McKenna pairing next year. I mean, that would be okay. Those two would be all right. I mean, nothing special, but yeah, they'd be okay. Hoping for a good draft for my team, Chicago and Carolina. Go Hawks and Canes. Well, good luck to them, Cat. I mean, Chicago, I'll just say this, San Jose goes Frondell. They could easily become the winners of the draft right after that, just from getting a Michael Misa right in their lap. So we'll have to wait and see. I know Blackhawks fans are stressed AF right now, as they probably should be. I mean, this is gonna get weird. Grav, not to spam, but with being a fan of a pretty boring team, will the Blues do anything? Gabe, I mean, St. Louis gives me some weird vibes. Apparently they were in on Dobson, but the ass was like 19th overall and a Kyrou, so I don't know about that. We'll have to wait and see. Anthony, thank you so much for the one. My man. My man. Thank you so much. Let's get you as the last donator here real quick. Anthony. Okay, so as of right now in the broadcast, Elliot Freeman's just kind of going through like the system for bringing up the players and all that. Nothing yet. Nobody's on the clock yet, but it will be starting here soon, folks. Do you think the Flyers should trade our mid-round picks or keep them? I mean, Flyers have so much draft capital this year. If it's for another Trevor Zegras type of deal, I would not be surprised. I think that would work out quite well. All right, y'all. We are now starting to finally get into it here. The Islanders should be on the clock here in a couple of minutes' time. Do not go anywhere. We're going to be reacting to every single trade. This is going to be so much, every single pick, every single trade. This is going to be, I cannot wait. You guys don't know. This is the best day of the freaking year. I circle this down the calendar every single time. Thank you guys so much for being here. It means the world. This is going to be an awesome one tonight. I'm calling it. Pyotr Andrianov's going to Carolina. He just screams the Canes pick. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to the Canes. I just don't quite see it in the first round. Andrianov, especially since he signed that massive KHL extension, I see him dropping a little bit. Maybe not as much as I was thinking. Like, I don't think he's going to be like a mid-round pick, but probably more in like the late second, like early third range, which could still go to Carolina. Happy Habs fan. Need another trade. Yes, Dan. We need another. Give it to us, Kent. Give it to us. Joseph, my favorite team is the Dallas Stars. Not many draft picks of theirs to talk about today, but that's okay. I'll take no draft picks and competing for a Stanley Cup over rebuilding. Any thoughts on the Penguins maybe trading up? Not be surprised at all, Riley. Especially that 9th overall pick in Buffalo. I do not count that out whatsoever. That's going to be an interesting one. All right. All right. Come on, baby. Give it to me. Put somebody up. Put the Islanders on the clock already. Let's get it going. Come on. Come on. Jeez, Louise. Is Mason good for the Kraken? Mason West? I think he'd be awesome in Seattle. I mean, kind of like a poor Martone light. If you're looking for somebody with some big size, big deking ability in one-on-one situations up the ice, Mason West would be awesome. I would not be surprised if he sneaks into the late first at all. Keep your eyes on Mason West. He's a unicorn for sure. Nice year, though, Sabres fans, so I have no sympathy. True. If the Stars did trade Robertson, what would you want in return? I want a definitive right D who's, well, I don't know if I would say Michael Kesselring, but I would like a Michael Kesselring, somebody on that type of level, maybe, if not better, and like a bunch of picks on top of it, if possible, to potentially trade for somebody else. Canadians getting hard for Cairo. I did hear that. I did hear that that Montreal was looking into him. I don't know how likely it is now with Dobson and training for him, but my goodness, if they want to go for both of them, I would not be mad. I would not be mad at all. What do you think about Ekblad possibly signing with the Sharks? San Jose would be an interesting fit. I don't know if it quite fits with their timeline, but I wouldn't be shocked. San Jose needs to get to the cap floor, eh? So it's got to happen at some point. All right, y'all. We're getting close. We're getting close to the actual pick starting here. I just wanted to go rapid fire. Let's just get this thing going, shall we? Let's get this thing going.
It's only
oh, boy. Gary Bettman is coming out. Gary Bettman is coming out, ladies and gentlemen. Straight dentures. Thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the Grav Gang. Y'all, Gary Bettman is here. He has arrived. Let me see. What is he actually saying? What is happening? He's just... Okay, he's just explaining what the draft is. Who on this earth doesn't know what the draft is? He's saying, oh, it'll be a great night, and the future of the NHL. We already know this, dog. Give me the first overall pick, dang it. SMH, man. SMH. Your mom doesn't know? That's sad. How dare she? You need to start learning some more, Grandma. Come on. Come on. How does Lefshinov compare to Schaefer? Lefshinov, I say Schaefer is like Lefshinov if he went to school. Okay, that's really mean. I think Schaefer is just the same type of talent, same type of skating ability, but so much smarter with where he positions himself, how he rushes up the ice. Not that Lefshinov is a bad player. He has a ton of talent, but kind of unlocking that and using his body like he should is a bit of a problem. Schaefer already knows exactly what he's capable of, and I think that's kind of the difference between the two. All right, come on, come on, Batman, stop the yap, let's just get it. Come on, buddy. Trying to draw this out for ad breaks. SMH, man. Wonder if Bettman and Goodell are friends, both equally. Of course they're friends, Joseph. They share secrets on how to make things worse for the average fan. They always do that. Hi, big chance to trade goes Bear at 13, especially if Ekblad off the board. Oh, absolutely. I think Bear would make a ton of sense for Detroit. 100%. Yeah, exactly, Doe. We're waiting. Well, we're waiting. Come on, Bear. Come on, Gary. It's time. It's 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, Gary. Oh my god. This guy's trying to beg for crowd reactions? Come on, man. Jeez. Lay it with the 2 in Holy Grail voice. Get on with it, Gary. Tell him. Dude, they're making all of the prospects stand and, like, having the crowd cheer for them. This is so corny. Just get on with it, man. We'll cheer for them when they get drafted. Who cares? Oh my god. Dude, what is it? This is like the Adrian Brody Oscar speech, bro. Get on with it, man. He's thanking all the family and friends and siblings. Save that for a different day, buddy. Jeez. Unbelievable. So the NHL is preparing us to put a lot of logos on the NHL player stuff. True. They're waiting for me to get home. Sorry, y'all. Blue, get on with it. My gosh. Unbelievable. You're keeping the rest of us waiting. Did AI write a speech? Partly, Eric. I mean, come on. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Pretty easily. Okay, they're now. I think they're just now. I think they're finally getting to the Islanders pick here. I believe. I don't know. He's asking the GM of the Islanders how he feels right now. I'm sure he feels great, Gary. He has the first overall pick, which you gave him. Yeah, I'm sure he's great. I'm sure he's doing good. Just make the dang pick, man. Gary Bettman just asked Matthew Darsh if there's any extra pressure because he has the first overall pick. No! He's gonna select Matthew Schaefer! We already know what's gonna happen, Gary. Try to draw this out. Are we finally getting on the clock here? Okay, we are finally on the clock in the 2025 NHL Draft. It only took us 13 minutes. You know what? Compared to the NHL playoffs, that's not too bad. Jeez, man. Well, I hope you guys got your popcorn and while that happened. But the first overall pick by the New York Islanders after a huge draft lottery win, they will be going for Matthew Schaefer here. I don't think anybody's really going to be surprised, but we'll see if there's a surprise. Maybe Michael Misa. There's still a chance. You never know. But I think Misa is the only other option that would even come close for the Islanders. I don't think, especially with them knowing that James Hagens will end up slipping, there's really no chance here that it's anyone other than Matthew Schaefer. Of course, I'm going to talk about it like it's basically going to happen already. So in that case, I think Matthew Schaefer, as we talked about on all the mock drafts we've done, all the rankings, is the best defenseman of this draft class. On the left side, brings so much great skating ability, agility with his skating, is such a smart defender and goes up the ice in such a unbelievable pace. I mean, this guy can DQ out of your jock straps, going up against defenders on the other team. He loves to start to transition, finish it off, get that cycle going, and just do the things that are so hard to do in today's league. With how fast it is, with how quick everybody has become, that extra skater, that extra elite skater, somebody that can even have that bigger type of pace. I think Matthew Schaefer has that. And for a team like the Islanders that has been starved, especially from the back end, having those type of guys, now with Noah Dobson gone, there is no chance, in my opinion, the Islanders don't take Matthew Schaefer. I mean, the Dobson trade pretty much locked it in at that rate. So we'll see what happens. Maybe there's some popcorn we need to throw instead, but it's going to be Matthew Schaefer. Let's be honest. Got to go to my birthday supper soon. Well, JBVE, happy birthday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully you have a great dinner, my man. Great that it's only 3 minutes per pick. That is true. Was it 5 minutes before, Dave? Am I going crazy on that? I might be going crazy on that. We'll see. Brad, from what I heard on Dallas Stars, Brad Albert eyeball emoji will be talked about on show during the draft. Ooh, interesting. All right, y'all. I think we're getting the first overall pick here now. The Islanders select. Who will they select here? There it is. Matthew Schaefer is the selection by the New York Islanders at first overall. No surprise there whatsoever. He is going to be an absolute beaut on that Islanders defense, just like I talked about. Just like I talked about the transition ability, the speed, the skating, the maturity in his game as a player on the ice and off it. This guy is going to be a leader for the Islanders in so many critical ways. bringing so much to the game, so much pace, so much skill. I mean, what's not to like here first overall? Wouldn't have been my selection. I think Michael Misa is the best prospect in this draft, personally. But Matthew Schaefer isn't that far behind. So much skill, man. So much to love. He is going to be a fantastic New York Islander. I know, shocker. Yeah, big surprise, big surprise. Islanders going out on a limb here. Making things interesting for all of us, eh? Thank you guys so much for coming in. We have 1,000 people in the stream right now. We're going to be going through every single pick as they come. We will, of course, see the Matthew Schaefer pick at first overall. But what gets interesting is right after this, with the second overall selection and the San Jose Sharks. Do the Sharks take Frondell or Michael Misa? I want to know in the comments in the chat down below right now. Misa or Frondell? Who is it going to be for the Chicago Blackhawks or for the San Jose Sharks? I think it's going to be. It's got to be Misa. Come on. You can't overthink it. You just can't. You just can't. But Frondell, we've heard a lot of steam about, so it could absolutely be him. There's no sure thing. There's no sure bets after this first overall selection. But the Islanders go exactly where they need to and get a fantastic defenseman here. And as he walks to the podium, salutes to the air. Wow. For how much loss Schaefer has gone through, I believe, and this is bad on me for not confirming, I believe it was his mother who passed away. Very disrespectful of me, because I can't remember if it was his father or his mother. Maybe you guys can correct me on that. But Schaefer has been brought through loss, but has been such a player to get past that. I mean, dealing with mono at the start of the year too. I mean, that's not an easy thing to come back from. Yes, mother had cancer. There you go. So what Schaefer has been able to go through, what he's been able to come back from, to still go to first overall. And there you go. There's the Hockey Fights Cancer patch on his jersey as he cries on the podium. Man, oh, that is such an overwhelming moment, I'm sure, for Schaefer. Wow. Hats off to him. Can we get some love in the chat for Misa, or for Matthew Schaefer? That is, wow. I can't even imagine the emotions and everything going through him in that moment. What a player, though. What a player, and he's going to be awesome for this Islanders team.
Thanks, Matty.
Oh, he gets to, like, speak to the GMs and everything. That's cool. Did you hear him? Yes, I did see that. Yeah, that was awesome to see, Mike. I mean, a class. Schaefer, in all respects, seems to be just a high-quality dude, and you love to see that. In terms of all these guys, I'm glad that somebody with that personality, with that maturity and everything is getting rewarded like that. And the thing is, there's been a lot of talk about, you know, the lack of games he played. I'm not really too worried about that. The injury wasn't much of an issue. Yes, it would have been good to see him play more games, but my goodness, the games he did play when he was out there on the ice, spectacular player. And the best defenseman pretty easily of this NHL draft. Congrats, Matthew. Hope you have a great career. Absolutely. Love to see that love in the chat. Thank you guys so much. Sending the good vibes his way. What a transformative bit of luck for this Islanders team. What a transformative type of player to bring on. Wow. That's gonna be awesome. Man, I feel so bad because Schaefer's like tearing up. He can't even believe what's going on right now. I can't even imagine what's going through that guy's head right now. Jeez. Like so much jubilation, so much excitement, but so much just like anxiety through everything, seeing if you even go first overall, having to meet all these people, having to go up on the stage in front of all of us watching him right now, having to deal with the trauma that he's dealt through, the losses that he's gone through, the injuries he's gone through. He hasn't even played since December. I mean, wow. I would not be strong enough at his age to be able to do that. I'll just say that right now. Who's a trade picking? What's needed for the team? I think ultimately it will be Victor Eklund if he does drop to that spot. I think around the wings, you're looking for a middle six wing, somebody that can play a lot of hard minutes, be able to rush up the ice well. Victor Eklund did a lot of good things around the net on top of that, so I think he'll be solid for them. Lay with the 5! Schaefer seems like the guy who I'll like for years. I got Bernard, usually pick my favorite players in sports. He's great players and great people. Absolutely, Layup. I mean, just like that, she just seems like a high quality dude. So I love to see that type of guy go first overall. Don't we all, man? Don't we all? And I'm pretty convinced. Yeah, his mother's pretty proud watching from above. I'm not feeling this remote draft experience though. No. Not at all, Dad. Not at all. It's very strange, like having to have like Schaefer go to like a microphone, look at the GM on the screen, and then like talk to them that way. It's really weird. It's really strange. But now the San Jose Sharks are officially on the clock at 2nd overall. You know what? I'm locking in Misa. I gotta say it right now, there is 95% chance that this pick is going Misa's way. I just have that feeling that all of this smoke about Frondell, it's just that. It's just smoke. It's just smoke and mirrors. It's just fog. It's just kicking the tires. Whatever you want to call it, that's what it is. Okay? I just think ultimately it's going to be a big smoke screen, and that the San Jose Sharks will select Misa because, my goodness, that would be such a good pick. Man, don't mess this up, San Jose. I like Anton Frondell. I like him a lot. I think he's a top 10 prospect in this draft pretty easily. A lot of physicality. I could understand why San Jose would want a player like Frondell. I think he is a pretty good fit for what they need. Misa isn't quite as much of a need with a player like Celebrini, who plays a pretty similar style of game. But come on, man, come on. I mean, especially too, you can't give the Chicago Blackhawks the duo of Bedard and Misa to work with. As much as you might want to take a player that's somebody else, you just got to listen to your gut and not allow the Chicago Blackhawks to get their next dynasty right then and there. Just don't allow it to happen, man. It might be in terms of the pure paper fit, Frondell might be better, but you just can't do it. You just can't do it. Misa is just so good to be the best prospect, best forward of this draft class. It would be such a mistake, in my opinion, but we'll see. And hey, we've heard some chatter about Martone as well being a notable frontrunner for San Jose too, on top of that. So we'll have to wait and see, man. There is nothing guaranteed after this first overall selection. Nothing at all. But thank you guys so much for coming. We got 1,000 people in this stream. Y'all, if you're watching and loving the analysis, loving the reactions, hit that like button. Let's get to 250 right now. We're at 211. Every bit is appreciated. Thank you guys so much for jumping in. You can't pick Victor as second. That's just stupid. Were people saying Eklund at number 2? Yeah, even though the brother connection would be awesome, it's not going to happen. Plus, San Jose doesn't need more on the wing. It'd be okay, but I just don't see it as much of a fit, especially in the left wing. If they're going to take a wing, it's going to be a right winger, which is why Martone is even considered, but I just don't think it's happening. I really don't. Hey, Aquaman, appreciate that like. Thank you so much. Misa at 2 IMO. We'll see, ETN. We'll see. We got a minute left on the clock here for this San Jose pick. I'm kind of surprised that they're taking this long. You've had the opportunity to think about this for like 3 months. Chicago, if it comes to it. Yeah, I could see them taking a little while. San Jose, you knew what was going to happen. You knew what was going to be on the table. Come on. Oh, thank you so much to ETN for subscribing. Welcome to the Grav Gang. Good to see you in the chat. Thank you so much. All right. Y'all, we are here. We are ready to see the San Jose pick. This is where things can get crazy, guys. This is where things get crazy. So get your seatbelts on, folks. I want to see Michael Misa's name, though, man, because I don't want to see Michael Misa in a Chicago Blackhawks uniform. If you guys don't know, I'm a Dallas Stars fan. So to see Bedard and Misa, basically the next coming of Kane and Taves. Let's be honest. I'd be good without that, personally. Just saying. Just saying. All right, looks like San Jose has made their pick. They will be announcing it here soon. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Who's it going to be? Who is it going to be? I'm still locking in Misa. It's got to be Misa, man. It's got to be Misa. Please, San Jose. I love you guys. I love the Sharkies. I love what you guys are building. You guys have been so fun this last year, even if you guys still suck a little bit. Bring in Misa. Complete that roster. Put him behind Celebrini and literally have the 2 best centers in the league probably going forward. Behind McDavid and Draisaitl, probably only. Just don't do it. don't overthink it. Make the right decisions, Sharkies. Make it happen. Greer, don't disappoint me. Have it all be smoke and mirrors, that Frondell to pick. And I will be over the moon. I'll be over the moon tonight. Who does Boston take, or who do they trade? I think if they keep that pick at 7, I think it will be either a Porter Martone or James Hagens. Those 2 guys I see pretty likely to slip back. Martone maybe makes a little bit more sense, but you could also have a Jake O'Brien in that position. Brady Martin also makes a lot of sense. So I think it's between those guys. I don't see Desnoyers being available. I don't see Frondell being available either. Maybe McQueen. We have heard some smoke about the Bruins like McQueen. I think at 7, that's a possibility. We'll just have to wait and see, though. McQueen for San Jose? Oh, dude, that would... They better know more about that injury history than I do, eh? Jeez Louise. That's all I'm going to say if that ends up being the case. I'll say that right now. It was funny when Gary Bettman was announcing that pick, by the way, that first pick, where he was like, the Islanders are proud to select from the ear. Like, as soon as he said E, as soon as he said E, I was like, okay, Schaefer, number 1. There you go. I know too much about these prospects, man. I mean, if Bettman goes on this stage and says the San Jose Sharks are proud to select from the SAT, and that's all I need to know. The SAT, that's it. That's all I need to know. Misa time, baby. I want to hear those Saginaw spirit words, though, man. I want to hear it. Right now. Daniil Prokhorov. I mean, San Jose would have some balls if they did that. I'll say that. Drafting the big boy, 6'6", goal-scoring Russian. Oh, boy. Electric factory right there. Any good Finnish players this year? How do we tell them? No. Nobody that I would draft in the first 3 rounds. All right, y'all, the pick is in. Let's see. Who will it be? Gary Bettman, say those Michael Misa words to me right now. Right now. Okay, San Jose. Gary Bettman is announcing it. Okay, so we have a celebrity. Oh, right. One of the WWE people. I don't watch wrestling. I'm sorry, guys. That's on me. I think they're trying to do like a bunch of like celebrities coming to announce the picks, which is really bad news if you're wanting to have every pick be pronounced correctly. But weird that they didn't have a celebrity doing the first overall pick. Bailey, say the Michael Misa words to me. Yeah, huge honor. Yeah. Yeah, I love the Sharks too. Uh-huh. Oh boy. Come on. Just announce it. Michael Misa, please. Come on, Sharkies. Yes, baby! Let's go, Sharks! Woohoo! Michael Misa is going to San Jose. Oh, baby. That is a fantastic cornerstone piece right there for the San Jose Sharks. You're looking for a perfect second-line center. I would say not even perfect, because this guy is way too good to be a second-line center for the San Jose Sharks going forward. A perfect 1B to a Lachlan Celebrini. Michael Misa is your guy. One of the highest points per game, points marks in the OHL we've seen in a draft year season since Connor McDavid. I think the most since Connor McDavid in their draft years. Michael Misa was furious in the OHL this year. The blend of speed and skill and tenacity with the puck, while also bringing one of the most balanced brains to the game in this draft. I think he's the smartest forward in this draft, personally. He just knows how to cover the ice, knows how to get into position for turnovers, create chaos, and especially in the neutral zone, use his speed against defenders to maximize offense. And my goodness, when he's in the cycle, when he's on the rush, there's so much to like, so much skill, so much burst of potential. The goal scoring, almost a goal per game in the OHL this year, on top of being one of the best playmakers, if not the best playmaker in the entire league. Michael Misa is him, to me, the best prospect in the 2025 NHL draft, and the San Jose Sharks got him at 2nd overall. A fantastic pick by Mike Greer. And all the smoke and mirrors, oh man, all the smoke and mirrors about Anton Frondell being who the Sharks liked, and it goes the other way. I was kind of expecting that after all of it, to see poor Chicago, man. That sucks. That sucks for Blackhawks fans, because Misa was perfect for that team. But Misa is going to be an unbelievable San Jose Shark. Wow. Wow. Guys, Lachlan Celebrini. Those two, Lachlan Celebrini and Michael Misa. Oh boy. Oh boy. I am so excited. I am so excited. As somebody, I'm a Stars fan, but I do like the Sharks quite a bit. I am so excited for that selection. Oh boy, man. Oh boy. All right, so Schaefer goes number 1. Misa goes number 2. I was really hoping for my mock draft purposes that that would be the case, because if that didn't happen, then we would be in a world of trouble. So here's the thing, is that we started to learn a lot about the top 3 in this draft over the last few days. It seems like, even if there was the case that Misa was passed up on by San Jose, that Anton Frondell would go 2nd overall, that Misa would be the 3rd overall pick. But if it was the case where Misa did in fact go 2nd overall, it feels like an all but surety that Anton Frondell will be the pick by the Chicago Blackhawks, coming here at number 3. But I want to know in the chat down below, I think Chicago is a sneaky one. I don't guarantee by any means, especially now that Misa is the pick by San Jose. For me, I think James Higgins is the better player. I don't think Chicago will take him. But if you're looking for guys that could upset, I don't think Killer Desnoyers is that far behind Anton Frondell. I think Jake O'Brien is a better prospect in my opinion, at least in my rankings. So for Chicago to go with a different player here, a different center, would not surprise me. Jake O'Brien, of course, the connection to Nick Lourdes, that's not nothing. Just like Misa, of course, I didn't even mention it, but it's one of my favorite talking points. Misa, Igor Chernyshov, 2nd rounded by the Sharks in last year's draft. Those two were the brightest duo in the OHL by far this year. Chernyshov, points was putting up like 2 points per game in the OHL alongside Misa. Those two are unbelievable. So to see those two together in San Jose would be huge. For Chicago, if it were to be O'Brien, you get basically another version of that. O'Brien being more of the playmaker in that case, but my goodness, I mean, you basically be drafting back-to-back the 2 best duos in the OHL this last year to keep those duos together. And I don't know, even though it wouldn't be my pick personally if I'm the Blackhawks, I think Porter Martone would be, who is also a candidate here, of course. That duo together for the foreseeable future would be a ton of fun. I gotta say that. Which pick will Viggo Bjork be in next year's draft? I think he'll go probably in the later bit of the top 10. As of right now, it's hard to predict because it's a year out, Mike, but I think he's one of those smaller players that because he's smaller will probably get passed up on a little bit, but just because of that, I think he'll likely go around the 8 to 10 range. Do you think Misa is an NHL-ready prospect? I would say he's absolutely the closest in this class to being NHL-ready, for sure. I think there's a strong case to have him in the NHL next year. He to me though is probably the prospect I would say the most that would benefit from going to the NCAA instead. He's obviously going to work to get to the NHL, and I think there's a spot open for him in San Jose. But if I was him, I would take like a year, play for like BU or something, whatever ends up happening. Play with Hagens maybe at BC. I would take that route if I were him. I don't think he should be in the OHL next year in any situation at all. I think he's absolutely learned as much as he possibly could there. He's played the best he possibly can there too. You have everybody leaving. Saginaw as well. Christian Epperson has left. Zane Parekh has left. Chernyshov has already signed on. So there's not really a good supporting cast. So I think it's either NCAA or NHL or bust. Martone, he's my aunt's friend. Aye, that's pretty cool to see. Thank you for the 2 Canadian. I think Martone will be a great fit in Chicago, but we'll see where he goes. Good luck to him though tonight. He's one of my favorites in this class. Like him quite a bit. All right, y'all. Chicago is on the clock here. We're about to get their pick. They got a minute to go. They gotta make this selection. It's a big one for the Blackhawks. It's a big one. I am gonna be really fascinated by this one, guys. I think my prediction is still Frondell. Let me know, Luck, your predictions down below. I'm still gonna go Frondell here, but again, I would not be surprised if it's an O'Brien, if it's Martone. A little bit early for McQueen or Martin. Maybe Desnoyers, though. You never know. You never know. I don't think Hagens is on the radar here for Chicago at all. I think they want to get bigger for the middle, but we'll have to wait and see. Wow. Good on you, San Jose, though. Good on you, guys. You made the right decision. You made the right decision. It's going to be It's gonna be Graviteh? Bro, I just got drafted to the NHL. You guys know what club I'm talking about? The little Sasquatch getting drafted to the NFL. All right, the pick is in. The Blackhawks have made their selection. All right, Vaclav Nestrasil time. Let's go. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. All right, Gary, give it to me. Oh? Oh, Duncan Keith? Oh, Jeremy Roenick. Okay. Gary Bettman was like saying we have somebody to come up and announce it and said he was a recent inductee to the Hall of Fame. I thought that was going to be Duncan Keith, but I guess not. Duncan Keith would have been cool, but let's see here. All right, announce it. Just announce it. Give me the bombshell here. I like the draft caps, by the way. Do you guys? They're pretty slick. I like the shoulder, the patch on the side. All right, we got to thank everybody that works for the NHL. I mean, yeah, that's true. Shout out to the first responders. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Oh my God. Roenick, I don't care about the 100 years of Blackhawks history. I just don't. I'm sorry. I don't care. All right, come on. Who will they select? Hey, there we go. Anton Frondell is the official pick going to the Chicago Blackhawks. That is no surprise whatsoever. That is how we have seen the top three really fit out so far. Anton Frondell, I think, is going to be a solid pick and a solid fit in Chicago. They needed more size. They need more strength in that top six, and Frondell certainly gives you that. I am a little bit concerned about where he plays long-term because I don't think he's a true centerman, but I think that versatility maybe gives Chicago actually more reasons to draft him. He played wing mostly this year with Victor Eklund in your garden in the Allsvenskan, but he was brilliant. As you guys can see, 25 points in 29 games, playing against men, had one of the best Allsvenskan seasons we've seen in recent memory, especially in that second half. Once he started to get actually healthy, once he started to get the flow of the game back in him, he was awesome. The goal scoring in the power play, the strength on his skates when he's rushing up the ice, and especially in the offensive zone, finding that extra little bit of space to get that shot off is Anton Frondell's best trait. That little extra bit of space, he makes you pay for it. And especially on the man advantage, especially with how many playmakers Chicago has in the lineup and in the prospect pool going forward, I think Frondell's going to do quite well in that system and be a great scorer. My concerns, again, are kind of about the upside. I don't quite see a pace pusher there. I think you're going to need to add a great playmaker on his center, potentially, if he plays wing, or on the wing if he ends up playing center, to really make those dirty things happen, get the offense into the offensive zone, get the puck there in a good position for him to score. But once that happens, there's not many players in this draft that have a better shot, that have better goal-scoring instincts, and that usually translates pretty well. So, especially in Chicago's system, I think he's going to do just fine. Wouldn't have been my pick at number 3. I ranked him 8th in this draft class, but when you get him in the right system, when you get him in the right situation, I think he'll do just fine, which Chicago, I think, is. All right. So far, no surprises yet. You got Schaefer 1, Misa 2, and, of course, at number 3, Anton Frondell. This is where we get interesting here, folks, because it seemed like the top 3 was practically locked in, but 4th overall and the Utah Hockey Club, this is where things get interesting. I would look at the Islanders right now to be calling up the Utah Mammoth and to see what's available, because this is where the James Hagens watch starts for the Islanders especially. I don't think Utah would take him, but this is where the teams that are likely to trade down start to get available. So, we'll see. We'll see. Very, very interesting these next few minutes, as the Islanders, I'm sure, are very busy people right now. Let me know, though, if Utah does keep the pick, who will it end up being? I still think Caleb Noye is going to be the pick here by Utah, but, of course, Brady Martin has been in the mix for a while now. Porter Martone wouldn't surprise me, though. With the JJ Peterka ad, I would be a lot more surprised than I would be before. It'll be a center, I think, most likely. Probably between a McQueen, a Martin, a Desnoyers. That's what I see most likely. I hope Utah drafts a bust. Whoa! What did they do to you, Shamoomble? My goodness. Jeez Louise. Shiny forehead. Yeah, that is me. My lighting doesn't really help me too much. I need to get a better lighting rig. Martone should go to Boston. Now, he'd be a great fit there for the Bruins. This draft sucks. The commentary table from ESPN is awful. It's just boring. Well, Knicks, you know who to go to, eh? You know who to go to. You know we don't make things boring here. You know we don't. Never. Impossible. Frondell is a very high floor pick, but limited upside for a top 3 pick. Absolutely, Willie. I think he'll be a good player for Chicago in the right role with the right players around him. Can do quite well. That's one of the bigger reasons, though, why I didn't have him in my top 5, didn't have him in my top 7, had him ranked 8th overall. You need the perfect situation for Frondell to succeed. He's not somebody that drives his own line, not somebody that carries his own line by himself. You're always going to need somebody else to carry the load, and that's what I'm kind of worried about. You know what I mean? It makes things different from players I have ranked below, like Jake O'Brien, for example. If Jake O'Brien pops, I think he's a first-line center, or at least that type of level in the NHL. James Hagens the same way, Porter Martone the same way, Victor Eklund. I don't think that dude needs anybody. Victor Eklund could be the only forward on the ice, and I think still could get some okay results here and there. That guy just absolutely works like a dog on the bone. In Frondell's case, I think there are times where you might just want more out of him, but he's going to outscore those problems most of the time. That's, I think, just what it comes down to. Frank to take down the center with Bedsy and Frondell on the wing, elite line. Frank does, oh, that would be fun. I like that line quite a bit, actually. Having Bedard on the wing with Nazar and Frondell. That'd be a lot of fun. I'd like that a lot. As a Nashville fan, I'm sweating bullets right now, Dan. I think you should. Absolutely. Utah is on the clock, by the way. 150 to go in their selection. We will see what happens here. Utah is, again, the disruptor. They can make a massive trade here, potentially. Or just a draft pick that completely changes up the entire selection. So they're the wild card. And I gotta say this too: if they draft McQueen, there is no part of me that would be surprised either. Zero. But I gotta say, Dan, for the Preds fans in the chat right now, this is where things get interesting, because you want to secure yourself the type of talent of a O'Brien or a James Hagens or a Martone. This, of course, is the pick that really gives them the room to be able to do that. Where can I get the video of the Islanders pick? I'm sure it's on Twitter somewhere, like Sportsdom already probably posted about it, Worm Farmer. Frondell will be the new Taves. I'd be shocked. Well, for one, Taves played center in his draft year. Frondell has not at all. But I also just think Frondell isn't... I think Frondell is a decent defensive player. Obviously, physically is extremely mature. But I don't think is quite as smart in implementing that physical play as a Taves is. I mean, you're comparing probably the, if not the number 1, then the number 2 or the number 3 best defensive center in the entire league throughout like an entire decade in a Jonathan Taves. I think that's a pretty lofty expectation for a Frondell who I don't think has been on that level yet, but of course is still time to grow that type of game. But I just think he's more of a winger long-term personally. We'll see. So funny, Frondell mentioned figure skates. A friend of mine started the exact same way. Dave, I think people will laugh at that, but it's a great way to learn skating. It's fantastic. All right, y'all. Utah, the pick is officially in. I'm locking in Desnoyers still. I'm locking in Desnoyers. Let me know down in the chat down below, though. Who do you think it will end up being? I think this is Caleb's time, though. It's Caleb's time. Okay, Utah doesn't trade it. Okay, Utah is keeping the selection. We know that for sure. Very interesting, guys. The Islanders haven't traded up yet. They haven't traded up for Hagens. All right. They have some PGA Tour player. I don't watch golf either. Sorry. Who are you going to select, Utah? Who is it going to be? Yeah, inaugural season. Very good. Yeah, for sure. Very cool. Yeah. Okay. Some yapping about the name. Okay. What? What? Are you... What is happening right now? Okay, who are they selecting? Oh, there you you go. Caleb Desnoyers, boys and girls. I am 4 for 4 in my mock draft so far. Caleb Desnoyers is your selection going to the Utah Mammoth, and that makes a ton of sense. I would have been a lot more concerned if this was Brady Martin trying to overdraft for size and physicality. But I think Caleb Desnoyers gives you a good balance of skill. Not who I would have taken in terms of the best players available, but a great balance of skill, smarts, and pedigree. I think Desnoyers is going to be a very solid middle six center in the NHL. It'll depend how much that offense is able to grow and that two-way game to actually see him as a second-line center, but I think there is the potential for that. The biggest thing to me with Desnoyers is just how good that playmaking is. He is so good on the rush, so good in transition, finding those open lanes for his teammates, and really inviting the pressure to be able to maximize the space. He's so good at inviting that pressure to get that pass off and create an opening for his line mate. He's so good in transition and feeding his teammates and just making it all so simple. Those high execution plays, Desnoyers is so good at making. I have some concerns when the game gets tougher, when the game really tests him physically, because I do think he's pretty light on his skates, and I don't think he's quite the two-way center that his reputation has really given him. But I think Desnoyers is just a very solid player, and when the puck is on his stick, is one of the most enticing prospects of this draft class. And I mean, even though I ranked him 9th overall, I don't think it's the hugest reach in the world. I think for a team like Utah, he's somebody that fits pretty well within their system and brings some size, 6'2", which isn't demonstrably bigger than a player like a Jake O'Brien, but is still noteworthy. So I think for Utah, decent pick, not what I would have gone for, but I think what they were going to go for no matter what. Liv, thank you so much for the member. Oh, wow, gifting the memberships. My goodness, thank you so much, King. And then we got Shea Andres Oak receiving the membership. Can we get some layup love in the chat? My man. You know, this guy is the kindest soul in the world, man. The kindest soul, giving out those memberships. My goat. My absolute goat. All right, now we're finally starting to get somewhere in the draft. By the way, did you guys, like, if you guys were watching the broadcast, why was that guy, like, shrieking? I have a lot of family from Utah, and I've gone to Utah, like, probably, like, 10 times in my life. I have never even heard that in my life. He was like, everybody, if you're from, all my people from Utah, if you're from Utah, you'll know what I'm talking about. And I'm like, no? Why are you shrieking? I don't know. I mean, it was definitely interesting. I'm sure I like that they're going into the Mammoth brand. You know what I'm talking about? But yeah, that's very cool for Desnoyers. I think for Desnoyers especially, Utah's a good spot for sure. The picks so far make absolute sense. Yeah, I mean, right now, I don't think this has happened very often. I'm actually 4 for 4 in my mock draft picks from my mock draft a few days back. I had, of course, I mean, who didn't have Schaefer at number 1? I had Misa going to San Jose, Frondell, Chicago, Desnoyers to Utah. That was a last minute change. I was debating between Martin and Desnoyers. Desnoyers is the pick. So we'll see. Number 5, my mock draft prediction was Jake O'Brien. So this is where things get interesting. Jasmine, I could take a nap and would wake up being draft pick 10 with how this... Right? We're almost an hour in and we've only gone through 4 picks. This is despicable. Jeez, man.
Why do you have to be mad?
I am shocked. Like, I was kind of expecting something like that to happen like this. I was kind of expecting something like this to happen because of all these teams being out of the draft and not even being here. The draft already takes so long, way longer than it needs to. But this is insane. This is insane. We are not even 5 picks in, and it's about to be 8 p.m. Eastern. Like, man, Nashville, make your pick in like 10 seconds and make this better for the rest of us, eh? Yeah, exactly, Wayne. Like, this format was already dead. Like, GMs already hated it, and now it's gonna be it's not even good for the fans. You can't even that's what I hate about this, is that I remember going to the draft in 2018 when it was in Dallas. It was so cool to see, like, everybody in the hockey world all in one place. You can see every GM, every phone call being made, and maybe GMs don't like to see when they have to make a phone call. Who the heck cares? I get to see Peter Chiarelli walking down the street next to Keandre Miller. That's cool. And I know the players and the agents are still there, but it's just not the same, man. And it's obviously not working. It's obviously not efficient at all. Like, so who does it serve? It costs the owners a little bit less money to travel. Really? We're serving the owners now, eh? Like we haven't done for years now. Anyways. Incoming Sweeney Masterclass. We'll have to wait and see. Mike. They're looking to have some pretty good options on the board. I'll just say that. We need a huge upside player like Hagens. Hagens would absolutely be my pick if I'm Nashville here. But I'm locking this in. Nashville is on the clock. They have 1 minute and 30 to go. Master, thank you so much for subscribing. I am locking in Jake O'Brien as my selection of the Nashville Predators. Let me know in the chat down below. Lock in your picks for Nashville with this 5th overall pick. I think it will be O'Brien in the end, though. I just have that feeling Nashville's really going to like him. I would not be surprised if Cam Robinson did say to look out for Roger McQueen at this spot, too. So there's options. It's 2 a.m. Hurry up. Exactly, Crollo. I mean, I'm okay at 6:51 right now, but this is ridiculous, man. I'm just like, this decentralized draft, it was already one of the worst ideas you could possibly make. But this is laughable, guys. We are 52 minutes in, and the 5th pick hasn't even been made. They're still on the clock. We're 52 minutes into this thing. Not technically, since I guess it started at like 6:13, but that's because they took too long to start the dang thing in the first place. So I don't want to hear any BS about that. They should have started earlier if they really cared about that, eh? No. They should have started at 6. Pick is on the dang clock at 7 p.m. Eastern sharp. Now the pick is in for Nashville. Pick should be on the clock at 7 p.m. Eastern. And then we go from there. But no, we can't have that. Can't have that. All right, Nashville is on the clock. They made their pick. Let's see here. See, this is the problem. We have a celebrity going up and making every single pick. So they have to come out, or they're on Zoom like Shea Weber is right now. They have to do that. Like, then everybody has to thank everybody in the crowd and the city of LA and the Nashville Predators organization. And then the player has to go make an interview with the GM and talk to them for like 2 minutes. By the way, Shea Weber's on the golf course right now. All right, who are they going to select? Whoa! Brady Martin! No! Oh, Nashville, no! Oh, wow. That is going to be a weird one, folks. All right. The draft is opened up, and the Nashville Predators have selected from the Sault Ste. Marie Brady Martin. So, you guys know what I feel about Brady Martin up to this point, if you've been watching the rankings. As a person, dude, top tier of this draft. Easily. And there's no doubt in my mind, this guy's going to be a hard worker. This guy is going to make the NHL. He's going to play a ton of games, bring you a lot of physicality, and do a lot for you.
Congratulations and welcome.
Okay, Gary Bim is just saying how Brady Martin couldn't be here for the draft. He's at his family farm. That's great. The big problem to me with Brady Martin is I love the physicality. I love what he's able to do. I love when he's on the rush, how violent he can get. But I gotta tell you, man, there has been some massive concerns to me as we've heard the Brady Martin hype, top 10, top 5 in this draft. That scares me a bit because when you're trying to draft Sam Bennett, it's hard to get those type of archetype of players. I understand that, but it kind of makes you, if you're trying to draft a certain archetype, it kind of makes you pigeonholed into one specific section. I look at the Nashville Predators. Here's the thing. I think this would have been a way better selection if Utah made it. Utah already has a bunch of dynamic, smaller players, less physical guys. They just traded for JJ Peterka, for goodness sake. More offense on that team. And then I look at the Nashville Predators. Who is driving play on that team besides Philip Forsberg? Like, at all. I look at the Nashville pool, it has some great players. I like a few of the guys there. But I look at what Nashville needed. They needed play driving, skill up the middle. And I like Brady Martin. I think he's actually a pretty underrated, skillful player, but that's just kind of in the deking ability. I don't think he's a rush player whatsoever. He's not going to be establishing the play. He's not somebody that can beat many defenders one-on-one with his speed because he just doesn't have that type of game. That's not his game. And that's okay. But he's more of a dump and chase type of playoff style guy, which is valuable, but you need the top line center. You need somebody, you need your Barkov to be able to shelter the Bennett. Nashville kind of forgot about that part. They're kind of catching they're kind of looking at the chicken before it hatches. I just think for Nashville, they missed out on a pretty big swing, a pretty big offensive swing in a section of the rebuild that I don't think they could have afforded to. At 5th overall, Nashville hasn't drafted this high, and I don't think have they ever drafted this high, 5th overall? I just don't know. And I think in the Predators' case, they needed top-end scoring, they needed top-end talent, and as much as I like Brady Martin as a person, as a player even, I think he's going to be a great player. I think he's going to be a very solid and effective guy for a long time. I just don't think you draft him at 5th overall is the problem to me, especially with the talent available. If we were talking about James Hagens being taken and Jake O'Brien being taken, that's one thing, but at 5th overall is where I have my problems. But I'll say this again, at the end of the day, he'll be a very fan favorite in Nashville. He'll be a bang and crash guy. If you get the problem to me is that he's a great playoff player, but when you don't have the skill and the top end offense, you aren't making the playoffs anyways. So to me, I think Nashville needed a bit more juice, a little bit more pop, but they go for the safer pick, which we'll see how it turns out. I think Martin's going to be a very solid player. And a fan favorite again in Nashville. But this leaves the Philadelphia Flyers at the 6th overall position with one heck of an opportunity to select Jake O'Brien, James Hagens, Porter Martone, even Roger McQueen if they want to go crazy with it. We'll see. But let me know in the chat down below, who do you see the Philadelphia Flyers taking? I just, at the end of the day, I just can't see it not being James Hagens. I just can't. At the end of the day, I just think Hagens fits them too perfectly. But we did hear how they might want to go in a different direction after Zegras, so we'll see. Another celebrity has to come out, make the pick, yada, yada, yada. I'll stop ranting about the draft process now, guys. Is what it is. Oh, they got Charles Barkley? Okay, never mind. Peak. Okay, you know what? Draft is peak. Peak cinema. Absolute cinema. That's okay with me. If you got Charles Barkley. Oh my! Why is Charles? That's so funny, man. Why is Gary Bettman asking Charles Barkley what he loves about hockey? Make the thing pick, for goodness. Oh my God, dude, this is unbelievable to me. Why? I love him. I love Chuck. I love Charles Barkley, but I don't need to hear about why he loves hockey. He's already said that on like multiple TNT broadcasts. We know he loves hockey. Make the dang pick. We're going to be like 5 hours in, and we're going to be like a pick 15. Oh, man. Oh, thanks, Charles Barkley, for saying how great of a friend Gary Bettman has been. This is really what we want to hear right now, for sure. Oh, Porter Martone is the pick to the Philadelphia Flyers. That is, oh, baby, that is some spice right there. Oh, man. All right. I mean, hey, that is an electric pick by the Philadelphia Flyers. The big thing that I was kind of interested in was if Philly was still going to go for a center, because we've heard a little bit after the Zegras trade about how they feel like they're a little bit more set at the center position. it's a risk to make because Zegras hasn't been perfect at the center position. But I think this really shows they are valuing Zegras as a center long term. Porter Martone, though, is an awesome player, ranked 4th on my board, even though I would have gone for a center like a James Hagens. I completely understand this pick. Porter Martone, I think, is just kind of like a Beckett Seneca player, where on the rush he is so deadly, so good in one-on-one situations, he can make you pay. The big thing that has been a label on him has been the Matthew Tkachuk comparable. I don't think as of right now he's that player. He has some edge to him, but not quite at that Tkachuk type of moxie, of swagger yet. There is still to learn that, time to learn that, of course. But my goodness, skill level is there. The potential to be a real power forward is there. I think at 6th overall, you're just getting some good value straight up at number 6. So I don't mind it for Philly. I still probably would prefer them going for a center here, but Martone is awesome. I can't sit here and not say that Porter Martone is awesome. Come on. So yeah, that is the thing. James Hagens is still available, and the Boston Bruins are picking next up. Do we see a trade finally here, folks? This is gonna get interesting. Will we finally see the Islanders move up? By the way, thank you so much for the donation, Mike. Right as the pick was going, so some bad timing there on my part, but thank you so much for the 5. Kind of glad the Wild didn't have a pick now. Don't want it to be up until 1 a.m. I mean, dude, that probably... I imagine being a like a Sharks fan, having to wait for that 31st overall pick. Yikes! I would not want to do that. Though they are in the Pacific time zone, so that's a little bit better, slightly. Oh man, we're starting to get spicy now. I'm loving this. I love that spice, baby. I love that spice. So give me more of it. I will say though, Brady Martin, Nashville actually taking Martin is a... I mean, Barry Trotz is a confusing GM so far. I will say that. I loved him as a coach, but that team is weird. That team is going to be weird. The only reason why I could even contemplate Nashville going for Brady Martin now is if they know they're going to suck next year. But I don't really feel like they've given us any indication that they want to suck next year is my problem. Like, they seem like the type of team that's going to want to go for it again in free agency, sign a ton of different guys, and not get a center they actually need to rush up the ice in next year's draft. Which next year's draft is a little bit iffy when it comes to the centerman. But I don't know, man. I don't know, man. By the way, why is Porter Martone's name tag like almost falling off his jersey? Did you guys see that? What are we doing here, guys? Did you guys not get any budget for the dang jerseys that the players are wearing? I already thought this draft was pretty iffy on the on the management side. That's looking a little bit weird. That's looking eek. I still can't stand this draft format. GMs can't public speak. Oh, exactly. Why are we letting GMs speak? They don't, like, they're not going to give you any insight that's so amazing that you need to hear. That's going to be so invigorating. It's just not going to happen. The Doo-Doo-Doo, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the Grav Gang. Thank you to everybody that subscribed so far, by the way. You guys have been killing it. This has been a great draft stream. Thank you guys all for joining me. We've got 1,200 people in the chat. You guys have been awesome. We've had some good surprises so far. I just want to see some more. Give me some more, baby. All right, y'all. Boston is up. The pick, I think, we'll see if it's actually in or not. But let me know down in the chat down below. You know what? We've heard so much about Hagen sliding. You know what? I'm going to say it, guys. I think this is where Roger McQueen goes. It would be unbelievably stupid, especially after drafting Dean Latourneau in the first round last year. They should have learned their lesson about drafting big centers that don't quite deserve to be in those spots, but this is the Boston Bruins. There's no chance they actually learn any lessons. Are we serious? Are we serious? It's going to be Roger McQueen. They're going to pass on James Hagens for Roger McQueen because big boy, big size, big grit, great Canadian kid, loves the game, great Canadian kid. And he's not small like James Hagens. Is Roger McQueen as good as James Hagens? No, but he's not small, so therefore better. You guys know how this works. Come on. I told myself I wasn't going to go on a James Hagens rant today. I already messed that up. Oops. We'll see if they trade it, though. I mean, if they trade it, then everything will be better. Give me that trade. Gary Bettman, speak those trade words to me right now, if you must, please. If you must. Does Seattle get Hagens? If I'm Seattle, I'm like, how do you guys keep letting us get these centermen? I don't understand it. But yes, I think they should take him if he's available. And that's coming from somebody that has been annoyed by Seattle taking all these centermen in the past. You just take the bet. You just take James Hagens. You could put him on the wing if you really want to. I don't think that would be horrible. So there's a chance, man. There's a chance. Grav is too long to have a stroke with how long this is taking. We might see it live on YouTube. Exactly, Rob. Exactly. The NHL is going to have to mess with that. And the lawsuit that's coming. No, I'm kidding. But I mean, I might have to, at this rate, I might have to just pull that out. Get it going. I will do that. I will get destroyed by the NHL lawyers if it makes it go faster for you guys, for the adoring NHL fans. All right, Boston. I gotta say this: don't screw this up. If you're gonna keep this pick, don't screw this up. Like, Lord, man, don't do it. Just don't do it. I know you want to. I know you guys desperately want to take Roger McQueen. Just take James Hagens. Get your future first-line center. And don't overthink it. I know you're the Bruins, and I know you guys want to. Don't do it, even though I'm fully expecting it. All right, y'all, the pick is in. Will we get a trade announcement, or will this pick be made? We'll find out here. All right, the trade is not the trade is not happening. All right. Adam Sandler? Oh, that's cool. He's probably going to take like 15 minutes to make the pick, but that's all right. They got Happy Gilmore out there. All right, fair, you know. Oh! The Bruins did it! The Bruins did it! James Hagens is going to the Boston Bruins. You know what? Everything I said about the Latourneau pick, everything I've ever said about the Bruins, I can throw that out the window right now. My goodness, Boston, are you getting one of the most exciting players of this NHL draft class? Ranked third in my rankings this time around. Hagens is a superstar talent. If you're looking for pace with the puck on his stick, I don't think there's many players, if any, that have the type of skill and hands that Hagens presents. My goodness gracious, Boston needs this type of prospect, and they land him at 7th overall. A la a Matvei Michkov getting selected by Philly all the way down to their selection. This gives me shades of that. Hagens is going to be brilliant for a Bruins team that needs more skill, needs more speed, and transitionally, he's going to give so much to this Bruins team. My goodness, that is a fantastic pick. They didn't overthink it. They kept it simple. They took best player available. You know what? W to the Boston Bruins. Wow. Can we get some hype in the chat for them? That is a fantastic pick. That is a fantastic pick. The W of the draft so far right now, I gotta say. I will say this too, that makes the Noah Dobson trade to me 100% worse now for the New York Islanders. Yeah, they should have traded for that pick and got James Hagens. Wow, he looks really good in that Bruins jersey, by the way. Like that just fits. That just fits. Wow. That is a great pick though by the Bruins. 10 out of 10. No debate. No problem there. And here's the thing. I've talked about it a lot on this channel and in different tweets and everything. I think James Hagens is the most overhated prospect, overlooked prospect of this draft class. He didn't light it up for Boston College. Yes, he didn't do that. But it was a stylistic fit that wasn't quite there with Perreault and Leonard. There was a lot of expectations that he was going to be the perfect guy for that line, and I just don't think it really was. He was, I think, really asked to do so much of the work, and it just didn't quite accumulate. But what I've heard from Hagens specifically is how good of a worker this guy is. You weren't getting a super soft, no defense type of forward. He's not going to win any Selke trophies by any means. But this guy is competitive. This guy, especially with the second half of the NCAA season, put out some pretty decent hits. Nothing that's going to get in the highlight reel like Sean Aitchison or anything, or Brady Martin. But he isn't afraid to get physical. He isn't afraid to get into the middle of the ice, get in front of the net. There's going to be a lot of labels around him as a perimeter player just because he's small. That's not what James Hagens is to me. I think he was a lot better at BC than he was really getting credit for this year because of how good Celebrini and Fantilli were, especially in their draft years. It raised the bar at such a high level and an unsustainable level, in my opinion. But if Hagens was playing in the OHL, I think he would have been a top 5 pick guaranteed in this draft class. The skill is radiant. He was unbelievable at every position he's played at, especially internationally. You look at the U18s last year, one of the best U18 tournaments we've ever seen from a prospect, and he wasn't even in his draft year. You looked at him in the U20s. He was great at the World Juniors. Actually, I thought it looked better with the line of Perreault and Leonard at the World Juniors than he did in the NCAA. Something weird about that, but against big-time competition in his age group and above, he was brilliant. And especially in the first half of that tournament, looked undeniable. So, to me, the talent, the skill, the potential is all there. I'm surprised to see the Bruins actually be the team to do it, but good on them, because they needed more of that in their prospect pool, and they got it. Oh my god, whoa! Tom! Tom, oh my goodness! Tom, I'm a big fan of your NFL content. I'm a Cowboys fan. I'm so sorry to say that to you, but living in Madison, Wisconsin here, in enemy turf. Thank you so much for the raid. Can we get some love to the Grossi Club? My goodness. Appreciate you guys all coming in. We are in a weird part of this NHL draft right now. Thank you so much, Tom, for the love. Really appreciate what you do, especially for charities around the U.S. I mean, my goodness. If there's anybody to aspire to, it's you, my man. Thank you so much for that. Can we get some love for the Grossi raid in the chat? Thank you guys for coming in. If you guys like hockey, it doesn't even matter if you're a casual fan or anything like that. We make content for everybody here on this channel, especially for this NHL offseason as we're going through the draft right now. We're going to be breaking down every single trade as it happens, all the news. So thank you guys so much for coming in. And Ashley for the 10, good luck to you. Thank you so much, Ashley. Let's get some love for her in the chat. Oh, I'm just like overjoyed right now. Thank you guys so much. Oh, I don't think I've ever actually been like officially rated before, so this is really fun. Not really easy to do on YouTube, I guess, but thank you guys so much. Thank you so much, Tom, and for everybody here in the chat. Welcome to the Grav Gang. It's good to have you guys. Oh man, man, I'm still on cloud 9 over that James Hagens pick. I'm so glad he didn't drop past 7. You know what I mean? So glad, man. Trap from the Lou, nobody wants to listen to. You'd rather listen to GMs say how good of a fit our player is? I don't know about that, buddy. I'm watching the broadcast right now. I don't think you wanna. I don't think you do. Hey, big thank you to Jet Locket Productions. Thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the Grav Gang. When do you think the Dobson trade will be announced? Has it not been like officially announced yet? I guess not. Weird. Yeah, I feel bad for the. Can we get some Fs in the chat for the Islanders fans? I feel bad for them, man, because even though they get Schaefer, they're still doing pretty well for themselves, better than they would have done if they didn't win the lottery. That was a fun few hours where we thought they could have traded for that top 10 pick. We'll see. But Seattle is on the board. They still haven't made their pick. We got a few seconds to go. Maybe this is a pick that ends up getting traded. Penguins moving up. There's been a lot of chatter about that. The pick is in. Okay. We'll see here. We'll see if it actually gets made. I think it will be Mirka, though, if it ends up happening. Layup with a 5. Thank you so much. Can we get some layup love? In case you're wondering who's to Tom that we right here, it was me. Layup, you beaut. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much, Goats. Appreciate that. All right, we'll see what Seattle does here. This will be an interesting pick, layup. You already know that I predicted Mirka all along, but last time I did go differently, so we'll see. So, that was a different scenario when it came to the top 8, but I think it's going to be Mirka, though. It's going to be Mirka. It's got to happen. All right. Jake? Whoa! Okay. That surprises me. Seattle, you love your centers, don't you? My good dude. Seattle goes for another centerman. Another, and this isn't even like a Frondell case where it's like, okay, he's listed as a center, but he's played wing all year, so maybe he plays wing. No, Jacob Bryant is a center, y'all. Jacob Bryant is a center with a capital C. What is I'm pretty flabbergasted by that still, guys. You guys know how much I was on the train of Ratty Murka to the Seattle Kraken. And that still, even with all of that, even with Seattle taking all the centers they've had, I wouldn't have guessed that they would do it again. I wouldn't have guessed. That is shocking to me. Leia, thank you so much for the 2. I need to process that for a second, guys. That is the choice of all time. Thank you, Leia, for the 2, my man. Oh, wow. Okay. Let me plug myself for a second. I will say this. Jacob Bryant is awesome. I love Jacob Bryant. One of the most underrated centers to me in this draft class. I think I ranked him 7th overall in my rankings. This is, to me, the premier playmaker of this draft class. If you're looking for passing ability up the rush, vision, creativity, especially in one-on-one situations, and just in all situations offensively, he is so good. He is so fun. He is such a creator, such a visionary on the ice. I have some concerns over the physical play, how he uses that body, because there are some times where I think he uses his body pretty well, but just doesn't have the weight to be able to escape situations. That will be, I think, the biggest thing for me going forward, that escaping speed, that true separation speed for Seattle. But besides that, I absolutely adore this kid. I love his brain. I love his creativity. I love what he's able to do out on the ice. And the deking ability combined with his passing just brings so much potential. I love O'Brien, but Seattle, you have Beniers, Catton, Shane Wright, who are all, I think, pretty natural centermen. I mean, Catton maybe could play wing, I guess. Beniers is a centerman, though, for sure. Shane Wright, I think, is best at up the middle, too. So at the very most, or at the very least, you're still with 3, I think, pretty balanced centermen, which is not a bad issue to have. But I look at Seattle's defense, and Ratty Murka was so perfect for that pool. They don't have anybody who can defend the way he has, that has the size, the physicality. Why does the Seattle GMs have a bunch of fish? I know that Seattle loves their fish, but, like, why do they have fish on the table? Are you guys seeing that? Why do they have the... Why do they just have, like, 2 fish on the table? anyways. I lost my train of thought when I was looking at that. I'll say that. Man, I love all these players. I love the centers they've drafted. I love Shane Wright. I love Matty Beniers. I love Berkeley Catton. I love Jacob Bryant. But here's the thing too. I am a big proponent of draft the best player available. But there's a limit, man. There's a point that comes where you do have to draft for something else, I think. But you know what? Seattle's going best player available no matter what, and hard to blame him for it that much. I just think Murka would have been such a perfect fit. Plays in their backyard with the Thunderbirds too. I just thought that was like you guys know, I thought that was like the biggest slam dunk of all time. I mocked that probably like 5 different times throughout this year. But it's the draft, baby. Nobody can predict it. I love it. Check Kevin Weeks. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Is that are those he put out a tweet with eyes. Is that Salt Lake City or Denver? It's a city with a bunch of snowy mountains. So maybe Colorado's doing something weird? Potentially? Yeah, Colorado? The Avs? The Avs, potentially? Are they trading into the top tier of the draft? Mina, the songs I'm using in the background are a bunch of remixes of Pokemon. There's a couple Castlevania, I think, in there as well. Right now, this is a Pokemon one. Pretty good, eh? Hagens, baby. Kyle. You can rewind a bit to see my reaction for that pick. Oh, boy. It's a good day to be a Boston Bruin. It's a good day to be a Boston Bruin, I'll say that. All right, the Buffalo Sabres are on the board here, 9th overall. I have gotten so far. These picks have been shocking me so much that I've not even been doing predictions recently. But at 9th overall in Buffalo, who's available? I mean, Mirka's not available. That sucks. It's, you know, yeah, it's Roger McQueen. This is Roger McQueen time. Pretty easily. With the size, I think that's Buffalo already with this off. They want size. They want guys like Michael Kesselring, who are good as well. But I think it's Roger McQueen music tonight. I think it's Roger McQueen music right now for the Buffalo Sabres. I think that's who they're going to end up going for, but I would not be surprised in maybe a Kashan Aitchison or Logan Hensler. Logan Hensler wouldn't surprise me at this spot for Buffalo, getting a right D. Who else? Maybe Victor Eklund? Oh, man. All the top centers are gone, though. James Hagens did not slip to Buffalo, which I am so happy about, man. I'm so happy that James Hagens did not slide. So happy. Oh, right. Mirka is available. What am I talking about? What am I talking? Guys, this is... my brain has already been so scrambled by these last few picks. It was the Brady Martin one. It was the Brady Martin one that got my mind all out of whack. I gotten so scrambled by these last few picks that I didn't realize that Mirka wasn't taken by Seattle. That's how hell-bent I was on the Kraken taking Mirka, that even when they didn't take Mirka, I'm like, yeah, they still took Mirka. They didn't take another center, right? That's what my mind was doing. It was like, there's no chance that I actually took another center. That's not real. What I saw in front of me and what I saw on the list, on the elite prospects, that's not real. Nope. Couldn't have happened. Couldn't have happened. If it is Mirka, what a player to follow to Buffalo. That's exactly what they need more of. I'm sorry for that brain fart, guys. I'm usually a lot better when it comes to that stuff. But thank you so much for the 5 layup. Was Botterill in the Kraken organization this whole time? If so, all those free agency flops make so much more sense now. I think he was like a part of the organization. I don't know how high up he was. I think he might have been like an assistant or something. All right, pick is in. We got the Goo Goo Dolls announcing the Sabres pick. Okay, that's fun. All right, Buffalo. I think now that Mirka is available, though, that's who I think Buffalo ends up taking. That would be just such a perfect fit for what they need more of. I mean, kind of like a Michael Kesselring, honestly. Like, it's kind of up that alley of player. So I wouldn't be shocked. Feel sorry for whoever they pick. Yeah, that's true, Mark. That's very true. All right, 9th overall. We're about to get the pick here. Buffalo Sabres select. Oh! Banger of a pick for the Buffalo Sabres. They get Rowdy Mirka out of the Seattle Thunderbirds. Y'all, I gotta say this. I do feel bad for Mirka, but I think this is the perfect situation for the Buffalo Sabres to go with. The exact player they needed in this spot. Rowdy Mirka is, to me, the second best defenseman of this class. I ranked him 6th overall in my rankings, and that's because he is such a talent, such a potential. 6'6", but a great skater, so smooth on his edges, and defending against the rush, he is simple but effective and uses that skating and big stick to escape that pressure and get that pressure away from the net. I think he brings so much to the game, and a growing offensive game that we saw through the second half of the season got a little bit better, especially with his skating. He was not afraid to just quarterback a rush, go right into the offensive zone, and create a chance just from that. Even though he's not a Matthew Schaefer, I don't see him being up that type of offensive level. I think Mirka brings a lot of potential that hasn't quite been tapped into yet. Very similar to a David Juracek type of pick, which I know might spook some people, but you're betting on potential with this selection. At 9th overall, for a team that needed definitive right defenseman for the future, you got Michael Kesselring now. You also got Adam Kleber in the pool, who I think could be a decent third pair guy, and Rowdy Mirka, who I think could be a fantastic middle pair right shot defenseman. At 9th overall, there is no way to hate that pick. I love it. I think that is exactly what Buffalo needed to make, and the exact type of pick that Buffalo needed to make. And to me, an A+ one for them. That is grade A. Grade A. Now, of course, there's the chance that they just like trade him for like a 2nd rounder and like a 4th rounder in a few years, but we'll see. Yang with the 2. Love the Hagens pick. Glad to watch this with you. Thank you so much for the donation. Appreciate that. And yeah, you man, I feel for Bruins fans, unbelievable. I think that is exactly what the Bruins need more of. So we'll see. Whoa, Logan Stanley 2 point. No, wait. That is disrespectful to Rowdy Mirka, man. Disrespectful. For one, Mirka's a way better skater than skater. Like, not even close. Lay with the 5. All right, Whit and Czech Bottle was the assistant GM of the Kraken this whole time until April 22nd this year. somebody get Leia some help. This man needs some help right now. Oh man, this man needs some help. Oh, I think Mirka is going to be such a good fit for the Sabres. If he does actually feel that potential, you're getting a great one there. Oh, man. Who would you rather have, Anton Slava or Reddy Mirka? So, Mirka, pretty easily. I don't think Mirka's brain is a strength by any means, but in Salayev's case, that dude worries me at different points. There might be like slightly more like aggression in Salayev's game, but Mirka, I just think, brings way more of a simple game, way more of a refined defensive ability, at least right now. We'll see how much runway there is. Does Vancouver keep or trade the pick? It seems like they're keeping it for now, Q Cars. I haven't heard much about the Vancouver pick, and Cam Robinson also said the same there, that they're likely to keep that selection. What's up, brother Grav? Good to see you, bro. Welcome to the stream. Who's a better D-man, Dobson or Anderson? Rasmus Anderson, CD? I mean, Dobson for sure, I would say. Check 3 of my messages up. I don't want to spam. Are they doing commercial breaks? I guess not, Riker? Which is interesting. I guess that makes it a little bit better that they're taking so long for this draft, but... Not sure the screen interview idea will last from next year. Arjun, you are 100% correct. They are never going to do this again, so hopefully you enjoy it, because it's awful. Enjoy it while it lasts, because it ain't happening. Because the GMs are going to be back next year. Everybody's going to be back. This is a horror show. This is just not good. We are not even at pick 10, and we are an hour and a half into the draft program. It's just... You just can't do it, man. You just can't do it. All right, the Anaheim Ducks are up. I mean, is Roger McQueen going to slide, guys? This is where I think... This is the interesting part, because Anaheim and Pittsburgh, I think, both would have a ton of interest in McQueen. But I don't know. He's already slipped quite a bit. I thought Boston could have been in him, even a team as high as Utah. We heard a lot about Nashville. Does the McQueen drop continue with this next one? It has to be McQueen, though. Anaheim, this is like the ideal Anaheim Pat Verbeek player, right? Right? I mean, Andrew could care less about this as a Sabres fan. I don't really like blame you for that mentality. I think Mirka will prove it wrong, but at the end of the day, it all depends on how the Sabres manage him from then on out. Would you rather have Martin or Hagens? If Martin was, I'd rather have Hagens over 2 Brady Martins, if that gives you an idea of that, personally. What's your favorite Pokemon game? Oh man, Pokemon Heart Gold, my first one. Nostalgia, therefore. But I think Pokemon Black and White 2 are the best, personally. I'm an oldie when it comes to the DS. Emerald is the best. I mean, that's a good pick, Benjamin. I mean, in terms of like baseline, like just like raw Pokemon game. I mean, that's one of the better ones for sure. Yeah, I'm thinking McQueen. I think this is the McQueen time, folks. I think this is McQueen time. Something about it, I have a feeling that the Ducks are just going to make it happen. Like we've all probably predicted, it's going to be McQueen at this next selection. But I mean, maybe a team tries to trade up. I don't know. Anaheim is wanting to do some major moves, so maybe we see a trade. I am, man. If there is no trade though here, we all got duped, didn't we? we all got so incredibly duped. If there's no trade in the top 10, because how much, and I believe I drank the Kool-Aid too, guys. I drank the Kool-Aid hard. I thought for sure we were going to see a top 10 trade. Somebody going into the top 10, something crazy happening. If we see 0 trades, I'm gonna be furious. All right, the Ducks are about to select. Let's see. This will be an interesting one. Ducks are also famous for going all over the board too. You got the Mighty Ducks out there. That'll be cool. Oh boy. Oh boy. I think it's got to be McQueen, right? It's got to be McQueen. It's got to be McQueen. It's McQueen or bust, honestly. I think no, there's no chance Anaheim goes a different direction. Okay, they're just explaining the Mighty Ducks plot now. Guys, we're watching the NHL draft. We've seen the Mighty Ducks, okay? We've seen the Mighty Ducks. Come on. Oh boy. Mike, thank you so much for the 5. Why would no trades make you more furious than the Dylan Duke slide? Probably the Dylan Duke slide. Thank you, Mike, for the 5. All right, pick is about to be made here. 10th overall to the Anaheim Ducks. Give it to me. Oh, there we go. There it is. Roger McQueen is your selection at 10th overall. I knew it. I freaking knew it. Pat for Peak, you see a 6'5", brother, and you just start salivating. You just can't stop it, man. You just can't stop. You can't hold back. You see a 6'5" kid, and you just want to select him, no matter what. Leif, thank you so much for the 5. Last super chat for me tonight. Gotta go feed the dogs. Take care, Grav. See ya. See ya, Leif. Thank you so much for all the donations tonight. You absolute goat, man. Hopefully your dogs are doing well, by the way. And hopefully Jake O'Brien kills it for the Kraken. Thank you so much, man, for dropping by. Appreciate you. It's But yeah, Roger McQueen, that does not surprise me one bit, guys. You already knew that wasn't gonna surprise me. But Roger McQueen, we talked about him a bunch at the start of the stream. High-end skill with his deking ability. High-end physical traits and how he uses that strength, I think, is pretty good for his size. I have some concerns over the injuries, over some of the pace of play, over how much he actually is able to be a selfless player, play in a team style, play on the cycle. I have some concerns about that personally. But Anaheim gets themselves just a pure talent. I mean, McQueen among this draft is still a top-tier talent. It's just about that progression. For a super old player in this draft, I have my concerns about that actually coming up to pass, him actually being an effective NHLer. But my goodness, I mean, Anaheim's in a position where they can afford to do this. Like, it does not matter for Anaheim. They already got Leo Carlson. They already got Mason McTavish. They're fine, you know? Okay. For some reason, my stream tab, like, completely destroyed itself. But I think we're still live, by the way. You guys can still hear me? Testing. But Anaheim is in the exact position where they can afford to take a risk like this, so I don't mind it. If it was like a team like Nashville, which they still took Brady Martin, but yeah, you know, is what it is. Anaheim is in a position where they're able to take this risk and feel okay with it. And honestly, I don't even blame them for that. Why not? I mean, you already have your top 2 centers locked. If Roger McQueen pops, he pops. If he doesn't, you can still get a third-line center at some point. So I don't think it's the end of the world no matter what. But for Anaheim, I love them taking that type of risk still, even if it's not the pick I would have made. I think he fits the Anaheim system pretty well. Neil, my favorite team is the Dallas Stars. Good to see you in the chat, by the way. Thank you guys all for sticking with us, by the way. 1,000 people in the chat. Next up, we got the Pittsburgh Penguins at 11 and 12 overall. Now, you guys know my predictions was Victor Eklund at 11 and Jackson Smith at 12. I think that's still what we're going to see here today. I'm still locking that in. Really, even though it happened a little bit differently, a decent amount of my picks actually turned out pretty close. Let me look at my final mock draft. I had Schaefer 1, Misa 2, Frondell 3, Desnoyers 4. Then I had O'Brien going to Nashville. That didn't happen. Hagens going to Philly. That didn't happen. Barton going to Boston. That didn't happen. Martone going to Seattle. That didn't happen. I did have Ratty Murka, though, going to Buffalo at 9. And I had Roger McQueen going to Anaheim at number 10. So, all things considered, I'll take 6 out of 10. Especially in this draft where things are weird. I will take 6 out of 10 all day, every day. That's not bad. That's not bad. I feel good about that. And I feel good about having Eklund at 11 and Smith at 12. And I think that's what's going to happen here. So we'll see. Knock on wood, though. Knock on wood. Oh, boy. Man. Of course it was Anaheim, though. They're the one to take that type of risk. I love it, though. Yes, I think Duke was 2022, I believe. Yeah, Epic Gamer, I'm locking it in. I think it's going to be Eklund, and I think it's going to be Smith, especially with Roger McQueen out. I think Roger McQueen is something the Penguins would go for. But, of course, going to Anaheim, that erases that possibility. I would not be surprised, if it's Aitchison instead of Smith. That could be an option. Who's the best LD on the board? The Wings could really use one. Kashawn Aitchison to me right now, Zachary. High in physical play, such a character, such a great goal scorer. That's who I think would be the best, though you also have Jackson Smith in the race, Cameron Reed around that range. I think if available, though, Kashawn Aitchison is the pick from the Red Wings at 13. If he's not there, though, I could see like a Carter Bear. Carter Bear could be also a possibility for Pittsburgh. They could go all over the board right here, folks. All over the board. Pittsburgh's a weird one. Yeah, Eklund and Aitchison wouldn't surprise me either, Ginge. Not at all. Would not surprise me at all. I mean, I would like those two picks, honestly. I'd rather Eklund and Aitchison over Eklund and Smith. But that's just me. Oh, man. I'm just staring at this top 10, guys. This is so weird. I'm just staring at this top 10 wondering... I mean, it's not even that surprising. It's just actually seeing all this happen is pretty surreal, you know? Actually seeing, like, James Hagens drop. Actually seeing... you know, like Brady Martin at 5. I out of all the craziness that would have happened, Nashville taking Martin is just so, it's just so weird. It's just really strange, but we'll see if it works out for them. I'm not gonna say it won't yet, but if it doesn't work out for them, I will be one of the first to tell them. Never seen so much smoke in an NHL draft. Exactly. But okay, you know what? I want to do this right now because they deserve this. Can we get some L's in the chat for the NHL GMs today? Not only have they taken forever to make their picks, there's been no trades. So why haven't they even taken so long? You've had all these months of prep and meetings and everything. And you're going to take this whole 3 minutes to drag it out. You already know who you're selecting. Come on, guys. I get it if it's like the 20s, sure. But when you're like Anaheim at 10th overall, come on. You already know you're taking Roger McQueen. And you're not even going to make any trades either? So we're going to wait all this time for nothing? Even though we were told so much how crazy this draft was going to be. And it has been crazy in terms of the picks. And that's what really I come for. I'm one of those sickos, though. And I'm only one of the few sickos out there that actually can survive off that. I know a lot of you guys want to see trades. That's why you're here for the draft. And rightfully so. I'm a freak. I've watched these guys. I've watched like hundreds of games on these guys. I know I'm weird. Okay? And I know that's what I'm here for. I get that. But I'm like one of the only people that can do that and can actually get satisfaction from just the weird picks that get made. I know that's not everybody. And there's going to be a big chunk of people who were sold on this draft being wild when it came to the trades. It was great in the last couple of days. The Paterka deal, the Dobson deal, even earlier with Charlie Coyle getting dealt. Give us just like... Did you guys could have waited? Maybe you guys could have waited to get the Justin Sordiff trade? I don't know. Give us something. Give me like Klim Kostin for a 7th round pick. Just something, man. Like anything. I'm dying here, guys. When was the last big trade in the first round of the draft? Feels like it's been a few years. I don't know, actually. I know like when the Islanders had back-to-back picks in the first round, in 2018, but that's been a while, obviously. All right, the Penguins pick is in. We will see who they draft at 11th overall. All right. I think it's either Eklund or Smith here. Aitchison could also be the pick. We'll see. But this should get interesting. All right, Dubas, what's it going to be? What's it going to be, baby? Oh, Crystal Tank comes out. That's fun. At least they're there so they can actually do it, and it's actually cool that way. My goodness. Aw. His son looks like identical to him. Oh. Whoa, Ben Kindle? Holy crap. Oh my gosh. The Penguins and the balls on Kyle Dubas. Wow. Okay. Not a lot of people are going to like that pick. I actually don't hate that pick. That screams Kyle Dubas selection to me. Benjamin Kindle, I thought was going to draft like a rock in this year's draft. I thought he was going to be available late first round, potentially. I thought he was going to the Caps at 27. That was my mock draft prediction. He goes here to number 11 in the Pittsburgh Penguins. I think they could have traded down if they wanted Kindle that badly. That's might be my only issue with this. But Benjamin Kindle, I adore. I ranked him 14th overall on my board. He is, like Colin Potter, one of the more impressive puck carriers in this draft. When he gets some speed in transition, he's effective, especially when he gets that little bit of space. He's able to make you pay. Great handles, great stick work. He's somebody that has one of the higher ceilings, I would say, of this draft. Is, I think, a better center than he was a wing, so that maybe factors into his projection. My big problem is the weight, is how he's able to use his body, because there are times where he can kind of get a little bit manhandled, even if I think he has the right intentions and his brain is there to get out of the situations. He just, at this stage, isn't really great at doing that yet. That's my big issue. But if you're looking for high-end offense, if you're looking for high-end potential, I mean, my goodness, the Penguins, that's a swing. We were looking for swings. That is a swing and a half. And you know what? That doesn't surprise me the Penguins did that. I will say though, over Victor Eklund is a bit of a I don't know about that. Victor Eklund looking like a little bit of a faller, could go to Detroit at 13, but wow, Benjamin Kindle, that is fun. That, I mean, at the very least, that is a fun pick. That is a weird pick, and I'm all there for it. I'm all there for it, baby. Oh, we got a trade? Do we actually, ladies and gentlemen, do we actually have a trade? Kevin Weeks has tweeted the New York Islanders logo. What is happening? What is happening here? Pittsburgh is moving down from number 12, according to Elliot Freeman. We got a trade. GMs woke up. The GMs woke up. Holy crap. It actually happened. It actually happened. It actually happened. We have a trade. Pittsburgh is trading down for 12. That is weird to me, because I thought they would have maybe prioritized a defenseman in this draft. But they trade down from number 12. We don't know who. I guess it is the Islanders moving up in this draft. Going up to number 12. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What is happening? What is happening? Are the Islanders moving up to pick 12? That would not surprise me. That might be a good move for them. I mean, they got Victor Eklund available. Trying to think of other. I mean, maybe they like a Brandon Coots, maybe. I'm trying to think of who they could go for. Because Sean Aitchison would be fun, even if they already got their left wing and left D and Matthew Schaefer. Oh boy, this got interesting. Guys, this got interesting. Oh, wow. I am going to be, especially for the Islanders, I'm very curious who they're going after here if they trade. I'd be very curious. I'm trying to, oh, Philadelphia? That was a voice crack of all time. Philadelphia is trading to 12 overall for the 22nd and 31st overall selection. We got a Pennsylvania trade? The Flyers and the Penguins made up? I will say this. I actually like this a lot for the Penguins. Getting 2 first-round picks. It's not a massive, massive jump. Wow. Philly going for quality. Who are the Flyers? Who are the Logan Hensler? Logan Hens. I think that's who they might want on their defense. Sean Aitchison? I think they got to go D, right? I mean, they did just go after... Oh, man. Oh, man. I am like... I'm fascinated. They went after Porter Martone. Let me know in the chat down below. Who are the Flyers taking here? This is going to be fast. Maybe Victor Eklund. Eklund would be a really good fit. I wouldn't hate that. I don't know if they would go for 2 wingers though, is the thing. I mean, if you're going best player available, Victor Eklund is absolutely that. But I think maybe they just go for a D. I'm confuzzled right now. I think it will. I mean, it's either gonna be Eklund or Aitchison to me. Like those two make the most sense, just because I think both of those guys the Flyers would like. And also Eklund is a big dropper, so I could see the Flyers trying to snag that. I will say, though, I like the Kindle pick a little bit less now that the Penguins go down to the draft, because I think there was a great opportunity to just draft Aitchison or Victor Eklund at 11 and get Benjamin Kindle at, what, 22nd overall? I think there was like a fantastic chance of him being available. Maybe not like 100%. Maybe like the Flames would have taken him, but I think they would personally like a player like Cole Reshney more. So I don't really get that from the Penguins' perspective, honestly. Because I think you could have gotten like a simpler player like a Colin Potter as well, especially in that spot. I got to see who the Flyers pick with this trade, because that'll really make things interesting. But I don't know. I like Kindle. I like Kindle a lot more than probably a lot of people will, seeing that pick. But because they traded it for picks going down to the draft, I'm like, why didn't you just do that and select somebody that was going to be picked no matter what in the top 15? That was a player like Aitchison, who I think would have been a really interesting pitch for Penguin. I don't hate trading down to this draft. I think in a lot of ways it's beneficial, but I just think the way the Penguins did it is just kind of strange to me. Like, it would have been one thing if the Penguins, again, selected an Aitchison or somebody that was like a Justin Carbonneau, somebody that you know is not going to be available 22nd overall. But I had Ben Kindle going 27th. I thought there was a real chance that he would slip in this year's draft. So not only do I think they could have gotten him at 22nd, I think they could have gotten him, what, at the 31st overall selection. There was a chance of that too. Maybe I'm misreading it. Maybe there was a ton of teams in that range right ahead of them that would have loved a Benjamin Kindle if the Penguins really wanted him. But I don't know. That is strange. I gotta say that kind of confuses me a bit. But the official trade is the Flyers getting the 12th overall pick for the Penguins getting 22nd and 31st overall. Sorry if I didn't explain that before, y'all. I'm trying to process all of this the same time as you guys. I don't know. That's just that kind of sours me on the Benjamin Kindle pick. I still think he'll be a good player. I think he has a lot of potential, but really it now all depends on who the Penguins get next. This is actually taking a long time. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Shadow Star. This is awful. We aren't even halfway through the draft. Sens will get Logan Hensler. That would be a great pick. That would be a really good one. Do the Flyers even have their pick in yet? Guys, if you trade it up, don't you know who you want to select? Guys, come on, lock it in already. I love that you made a trade, but come on. There we go. The pick is in. We got him. We're good. Jeez. That Kindle pick. Strange. All right. They got some Eagles player, by the way, making this selection. Commercials in Canada probably winning on that. Yes. Good thing. Imagine if they didn't make any trade and they had no commercial break the whole time. The Philadelphia Flyers have selected Jack Nesbitt from the Windsor Spitfires. I knew this time was coming. I just didn't think it would be this early. I thought Jack Nesbitt was going to be a riser. So, if you guys have been watching the coverage of all my draft content, Jack Nesbitt has kind of been a perplexing one to me. So the Philadelphia Flyers select him 12th overall. I had Jack Nesbitt ranked 46th. So here's the thing. I just, to me, see Jack Nesbitt as like a Brady Martin light. I see a really competent, really physical, fourth line center for the future. I don't see the offense. I don't see the the speed in his game with his decision making. I don't see the consistency in his offense with his skill set, especially to make it against high-end pressure defensemen, to be anything more than a fourth-line center. To me. Maybe he's able to prove me wrong. I hope he does, because I think this Philly rebuild really depends on that. Trading up 2 first-rounders to go to 12th overall to select him. And here's the thing. I had Nesbitt actually mocked to the Flyers. I had them selecting him with one of their later first-round picks, I believe. Yeah, I had them selecting him at 22nd overall, the pick they actually traded to get up to 12th overall. So it's not a surprise to me that Philly went after Nesbitt. My big concern, though, is that in my mock draft, I had the Flyers taking Hagens at 6th overall so that they could take a Nesbitt and feel a little bit more comfortable about it because of the physical game he provides. I think Nesbitt's going to be a decent NHLer. I think he'll make it. I think he has the pedigree to do that. But I just don't see even first-round upside. I got to be honest. And I got to call how it is, how I've seen it. Maybe I've watched bad games from him. But I just don't. I think you're getting yourself set up for disappointment here, in my opinion. You're putting a player in a position that I don't think he quite can be. I think, again, he's going to play NHL games, but I would be shocked if he lives up to that reputation. But we'll see. We'll see. That is a shocker to me. Don't really know how to say it. That is probably, and I'm not gonna come out and say he's a bust or anything like that, like what stupid people might say. I don't think he's going to be that. I think he will be a big part of that Flyers future because he has to be, obviously. But not at the level that I think he's drafted at. And chat, should I say it? I don't know if I should say it. This is just gut reaction. It could prove to be wrong. This gives me serious Tyler Boucher 10th overall to the Ottawa Senators vibes. Like, eerily similar. And I don't want to label Nesbitt as that because we've obviously seen how Tyler Boucher has turned out to be. But we'll have to wait and see. It just reminds me of this uber physical player who has good physical traits and can pop in the rush at decent times. I think he's a decent goal scorer at points. But I'm failing to see the long-term potential with it, with the speed that he has and the lack thereof, in my opinion. So we'll see. We'll see. I think that makes it maybe a little bit better than for the Penguins that they traded the pick, but I don't know. I think the Flyers still left a lot of talent on the board, personally. I mean, I'm looking at Victor Eklund, man. I mean, my goodness. Like, yes, he's not as big, but like the difference in terms of dog is not even close to me, at least. I don't know. I don't know, man. Did the Flyers make a trade? Yes, they did. They traded for the 12th overall pick for 22nd and 31st overall. I would not have done that if I'm Philly. I wouldn't have traded up if that's who you're going to trade. I mean, I think a player like Jack Nesbitt is really easy to acquire for me. Maybe they see so much more skill than I do. Maybe he was told in Windsor for some reason to hold back his skill or something, because I was not seeing it in the games he was playing. So maybe Philly can show me something I haven't been seeing, but we'll see. Someone is going to hit on Eklund in the lottery. Yeah, Eklund, man. Eklund is... I mean, I thought that he would be available for Detroit potentially in a lot of mock drafts we've done this year. So we'll see. I think he should be the pick here by the Red Wings. I think he should be. This is exactly what they need more of on the wing. Just a dog-on-a-bone type of guy with a lot of skill around the net too. So we'll see. See, that's what I'm saying, right? I mean, it's not... Boucher was kind of... It's not... I don't think it's as much of a reach as Boucher was, thinking back. But, again, it gives me, like, shades of that. It's not, again, completely comparable, because I think Boucher's more like a third-round player to me. Whereas Nesbitt, I think, is a top 50 guy, to me. Like, absolutely. I think he deserves to be in that range. But not top 15 range, to me, at least. As of right now. I have to say all these things to cover myself if it ends up looking bad in the future. But I hope Jack Nesbitt proves me wrong. He has opportunistic play to him. We'll just wait and see. I'm not going to say it's the worst thing of all time yet. But as of right now, I'm a bit confused. Wings better draft Eklund. It's so perfect, right? It's good. It's such a perfect fit. Did you see the pic of the Buffalo pick sitting looking stunned at the table? It's hilarious. Oh, like after he was drafted, Pepe? I mean, I would not be surprised. Poor Mirka. All right, let's see here. Next up, we have the Red Wings. Their pick is in. So let's see what the Red Wings do. I hope it's Eklund, though, because that would be such a fun player for them. At the time, I wanted Boucher to prove us wrong a little bit. He was just selected way too high, so no chance. That's what I'm saying, right? If he was like a third-round pick, I don't think, like, there would have been no problem with that selection. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. It's just, you know, I think it sets a player like Jack up, I think, for disappointment, which I just kind of feel bad for. Yeah, Eric, especially. I mean, after the top 4, it's been wild, as we predicted. Andrew, what's going on? Yeah, that is weird, eh? Why has the Dobson trade not happened? All right, Red Wings, give us the pick. All right. It's got to be Eklund. That just makes too much sense. Come on. Oh, gosh. We got to get the life story about how he loves the Red Wings. All right, Dave, we get it, buddy. See, this is the problem, is that we just need the pick to be made, put it to the celebrity, people know the nostalgia, whatever it is, and just make the pick. We don't need the life story, man. All right, Red Wings, give it to us. The Oscar goes to. Oh, Carter Bear. Okay. You know what? That's pretty fun. That's pretty fun. Carter Bear's going to be a good Red Wing, y'all. Carter Bear's going to be a good Red Wing. I mean, I think Eklund is the better player, but Carter Bear is going to be a good one, too. Great goal scorer, good tenacity along the boards, is a bit of a smaller forward, and, of course, at the end of the season, got a awful Achilles injury, which set him back. Doesn't seem to be affecting him, though, too much long-term. So that's great to hear. Bear is one of the more intense forwards of this draft, though. I love the way he works out there, how good his brain is around the net, too. Just such a simple player, but knows his strengths, knows what he needs to get done. And it's not going to make people forget about the allegations of Detroit always taking their middle 6 forwards inside the top 15. But at 13th overall, I can't really complain about this pick for Detroit. Eklund is, yes, a bit of a bummer to not go to the Red Wings, but Bear is an awesome player and will be a good, very good Red Wing. I just see him as just like this perfect third line forward. Like exactly who you want as a third line forward on your Stanley Cup winner. All right. Columbus is next up. This is where I want Hensler to go. This is where I want Hensler to go, baby. Come on, make it happen. Ratty Merck already looks defeated at the press table. Poor guy. Poor guy. Actually, yeah, when does because San Jose has 31st overall. I don't see Eklund falling that far, right? 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 I mean, maybe San Jose trades up. That could always be the case, eh? Yeah, I can see Bear in the Red Wings, good pick, but the skill of Eklund just sitting there, yikes, someone is getting another steal pretty soon. Yep, Rob, I agree. I mean, Bear is a good pick. Eklund at this point is a steal wherever he goes. Apparently the announcers were also like really surprised that the Red Wings didn't take a Swede. I kind of am too, to be honest. I kind of am. Also, guys, I think we're forgetting somebody. I am shocked that Kashan Aitchison has not been selected so far. Like, pretty flabbergasted. I got to be honest. Having Pittsburgh not really like him enough that they want to trade down with their 12th overall pick. Detroit not taking him. Those are the two teams that I really saw as Aitchison fits. So Columbus now? I mean, Columbus, they take a defenseman here. I don't think it's going to be Eklund. I think it's going to be between Hensler and Kashawn Aitchison. Maybe Blake Fiddler, potentially. But I don't think Blake Fiddler goes this high. But Aitchison is a surprise to me. I'm surprised. What about Coots? I think Coots goes 15 to Vancouver. I just think it's just too perfect. Man, I would be shocked, though, if Columbus doesn't take a D here, though. I would be shocked. It's situational, it's dependent, but you have too much talent defensively available in Kashawn Aitchison and Logan Hensler. I gotta say this, too. For how much teams been wanting to replicate the Florida model and everything, I'm kind of shocked there's been a lack, like, genuinely, there's been a lack of defensemen drafted. You only have Matthew Schaefer, and like, Ratty Murka went 9th overall. It's been D, then forward, D, then 4 forwards after that. That's what surprised me the most, honestly, about this draft, is that you had a team like Philly going up, trading up, not taking a D, taking Jack Nesbitt. Detroit, not the biggest surprise to take a forward, but still, taking the forward they did. It's just curious to me. It's very curious. I mean, obviously, I don't think this is the greatest defensive draft in the world by any means. So teams, I think, are kind of realizing that as well. But I don't know. Very, very interesting. Jackson Smith still available as well, Richard, of course. He was somebody I was expecting the Penguins to draft at 12. So this is going to be a fascinating one. Yeah, Eric, I agree. I think it's between Aitchison or Hensler. I think Hensler makes a ton of sense for Columbus. I just don't know if it's 14. Aitchison, I think, makes more sense if they're going to go for a defenseman first things first. I will say, I will be shocked if Jackson's... Here's the thing. We talked about it earlier, too. I was talking to you guys about this. I think Jackson Smith is going to be falling quite a bit now. I thought he was a great fit for both Pittsburgh and Pittsburgh and Detroit. But after that wave, I don't think Columbus takes the lefty like Smith, because they already have Matejchuk, they already have Werenski as the lefty there. They're not going to want a third offensive defenseman as the lefty. That's just not happening. Aitchison is likely because of his physical play. Hensler is a right D. That doesn't matter to him. Columbus, I don't think takes Smith. Vancouver, I don't think takes Smith. I think they take a centerman. Then you get into 16 and 17. Maybe he goes to the Islanders, potentially. But I think, again, they would prefer a right defenseman after getting Matthew Schaefer. So that leads to a player like a Hensler or a Blake Fiddler. Maybe even, I mean, I don't know. Maybe a Henry Brustevitz. We've seen weirder things in this draft so far. Then it leads on to 18. And again, I think Calgary takes a forward. I think they take a centerman. Then it leads to St. Louis. And I don't know. I think they still prefer a wing rather than going D, even though I think St. Louis is likely to take a defenseman too. I think they prefer a guy like a Malcolm Spence or, I don't know, Lyndon Lakovich. We haven't talked about Lyndon Lakovich at all. He was somebody that was also a pretty big factor, somebody that Pittsburgh supposedly loved. That's, okay, that is strange. We heard after the Combine, Pittsburgh loved Eklund, they loved Smith, they loved Lakovich. I didn't even hear about the Penguins even meeting with Benjamin Kindle. Oh man. Man, that just shows how weird this draft has been, eh? They take all these guys out for dinner, and maybe they did for Kindle. We just didn't hear about it. Which leads me to believe that they, like, maybe that was the smokescreen. Maybe they wanted teams to know that they really liked Jackson Smith, Victor Eklund, Kashawn Aitchison, and then they take Benjamin Kindle instead. I don't know. We'll see. All right, Columbus the pick is in 14th overall. We will see what happens here. Oh man. Oh, Meredith Goudreau's coming out. That's fantastic. Love to see that. Please Eklund to the Isles to redeem this trade. I mean, David, that would be, oh boy, that would be an awesome, awesome fit for them. Potter to St. Louis. That would be pretty sick. Jack Nesbitt is going to be bad, but no, I mean, yeah, I think Nesbitt will play NHL games consistently. All right, this is going to be interesting. Here's the thing. If Kindle was selected, who's to say Potter won't go selected sooner? That is true, Eric. Though I feel like Pittsburgh is a bit of an exception. They kind of operate, I feel like, in a different way than most teams right now. So we'll have to see if Pittsburgh's more of the exception or if it's more of the standard going forward here. I mean, the standard has been forwards in this draft, so we'll see. This is crazy how long this draft is taking, John. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Like 2 hours in, and we are not even 14 picks in. It's unbelievable. We're going to take like 6 hours. Like this, at this rate. I don't know, man. We'll see. Great to see Meredith Goudreau out there. Absolutely. Columbus, man, this pick is going to be weird. It's going to be interesting. Columbus takes. Okay, I just got absolutely served, eh? 2 minutes ago, I was like, there's no way Columbus takes Jackson Smith. That really, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. I just, you have Zach Werenski and Denton Matejchuk. Where is he playing? I get, again, best player available. There are teams that do that, but like, what? That's just, I don't know. Okay, here's the thing. Jackson Smith, the reason why I'm so confused by that pick is that Jackson Smith is the highest offense, one of the lowest defensive floors of this draft. Smith, when he is at his best, one of the best playmakers, one of the best passers, the high octane offense he has, that is some of the plays and passes he's able to make are just wizard-like. But when he gets in his defensive zone, there are some struggles with his decision-making. There are some big-time struggles with his pace. And I worry about how that's going to translate to the NHL. What that's going to look like against unbelievable forecheckers that are constantly going about you, especially in the Metro Division. I mean, my goodness. I just think Jackson Smith is going to have a really tough road ahead of him, especially with the lack of runway. He's not going to get all the power play time because Zach Werenski's going to gobble that all up. And I think Jackson Smith needs power play opportunity. He needs to be insulated for him to really work out. So I just don't really know. Scroll down. What happened? Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought you guys meant the chat. That's what I was. When I saw a couple people say that, I'm like, scroll down in the chat. What's going on? Wow. That just confuses the heck out of me. Yeah, Carmack, what the hell, man? I'm trying to watch the dang draft, man. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. I just don't know from Jackson Smith's perspective how good of a fit that is. I don't know. That'll be interesting. We'll see how it works out. I think in terms of the potential, there's absolutely potential. I just don't think like Columbus as a team fits Jackson Smith all that well, unless Denton Matejchuk just doesn't work out. If Matejchuk just doesn't work out, then I think there's a pretty big spot open for a player like Smith, but we'll see. That leads us on to 15th overall in the Vancouver Canucks. Now, what I've been thinking for a lot of these teams, and I will say this, there's been a lot of teams so far that have actually seemingly gone for a best player available, or what I would expect as best player available. For Columbus, I mean, left D is certainly not the position they need. So in Vancouver's case, I've always said center, center, center. That's what Vancouver needs in the system. That's what they need on the team. But at this point, at this rate, I don't even know. I don't even know. Rent, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the Grav Gang. Oh. Eklund at this spot to the Canucks. They love their Swedes. I mean, I don't think he's a center, but at that point, who cares? It's Victor Eklund. You get a top 5 talent in this draft to me. If I'm Boston, I'm moving everything for Eklund. I mean, that would be a great. Though I don't know, because I feel like Boston, they're weird with their Swedish players. They've Then with Liesel, I don't know if I trust them with my Swedes. Mike with a 5. At this rate, the draft will finish right as free agency opens. pretty much true, Mike. Pretty much true. I mean, at this rate, it might be August by the time the draft is over. Jeez Louise. It has to be Eklund. That's what we've been saying for a long time, right? Man, this is going to make things interesting, though. Fair. I'm a Habs fan, and I'm afraid of who the Islanders are going to pick. I mean, it obviously depends on the Canucks, what they do here, but I think it will be forward to defense. Kashan Aitchison, I'm shocked. I am shocked that Jackson Smith went before Kashan Aitchison. Not like, maybe not in that respect, because I did mock Pittsburgh getting Smith at 12 and Aitchison at 13, but in this way, you know what I mean? That both of them fell just that little bit, that Aitchison is available at 15. I would have never guessed that, ever in my life. It could be Coots. Yeah, that's what I've been predicting for a while is Brandon Coots. I think he'd be a solid fit for the Canucks. But at this rate, I can't predict anything at this rate, guys. I can't predict anything at this rate. This has just been all across the board. Absolutely insane. So I can't even do it. I think Eklund would be a great fit. Coots would be a great fit. So we'll just have to wait and see here. Does a trade with Bowen Byram get you back in the first round? I would assume so, John, but apparently the offers out there were a little bit lackluster for Byram, so not a guarantee by any means. Mike speaking facts, true. Islanders taking Hensler and Eklund? That would be, oh my God. That would be insane. That would be, wow. I mean, talk about what you need. Jeez Louise. I love that for the Islanders. Red Wings, please draft Cameron Schmidt. Hockey Lounge, you want somebody that can play in the NHL. No, I'm kidding. That's me, no Cameron Schmidt. I'm not the biggest Cameron Schmidt guy, but in Detroit, it could be an interesting fit. Eklund will light a fire under Pettersson. Oh, those two together. Oh, man. I love those two together. That's a great point, Alan. Eklund doing all the dirty work, but having that soft skill, that play around the net. Oh, and Pettersson just being able to bang in goals. I would really like that duo together. You know what? I'm convinced. I'm convinced. You didn't need to convince me. I love that Victor Eklund. I want Coots in Calgary. Coots would be such a good Calgary Flame, man. Such a good Calgary Flame. But yes, I do think Cole Reshny is probably the pick they go after, just because I see Reshny having a little bit more potential, but that also, I think Coots is probably a lot more safely protectable. So for a team like Calgary that's taken like Samuel Honzix before, I don't know. They're kind of a weird team to predict in that way. I'm scared of that Nesbitt pick for the Flyers. It's a wait and seer for sure. It's a weird one, I'll say that. All right, the Canucks pick is in, y'all. Eddie, welcome to the stream. Long time no see, absolutely. Welcome. The Canucks also are a team that likes to go wild. This is also where we could see like Daniil Prokhorov range. So I don't know. I've been asked to talk about how much Penn State sucks on how much Penn State sucks apparently for the stream. All right, let's see. Do we need to congratulate the Panthers? Come on, guys. Come on. It's taking too long. You're taking too long. All right, 15 overall, Vancouver. Who are they going to go for? Hey, there you go. Brandon Coots is the selection. That is a great fit. That is a great fit for the Canucks. Wow, that's going to be good. That's a good one. That's a good one. I think for Vancouver, that is the exact type of pick they need to be making. Here's the thing. There is some concerns, and I think a little bit valid, of Brandon Coots and his long-term offensive upside. But I think people don't realize how inept Seattle was offensively this year. They didn't have a lot of puck movers on that team. Coots is an absolute dog. And I don't say this lightly. He is one of my favorite prospects in this draft by a country mile. He's somebody that I ranked personally 11th on my board. I absolutely adore this guy. If you're looking for somebody to win pucks, to get physical, to get absolutely nasty, Coots is going to do all this work for you and then some. He's so good in front of the net, so good at anticipating play, and so good at creating turnovers. This guy is going to do all those hard things you want more on your lineup, especially down the middle, and do them effectively. There's been a lot of comparisons to a Bo Horvat, and I see that quite a bit. Maybe not as big as a Bo Horvat, but I think he is so smart with the way he plays himself, so good at detecting weaknesses on a team and exposing them. I think Coots is going to be an excellent Canuck. I think it's exactly what they needed up the middle, exactly who they needed to grab. I think he's going to be awesome for that team. Awesome. So we'll see. I think for Vancouver, it's not the highest selection they could have made. Victor Eklund, I probably would have preferred. But you're looking for team need up the middle. Brayden Coots, I think, was, the best player available in that spot. Yeah. Maybe Colin Potter, but, there's the argument to be made that he's more of a wing, so is what it is. Victor Eklund, y'all, is available at 16th overall. Y'all, Victor Eklund is still available, which is wild to me. At 16th overall. Could the Islanders, I think the Islanders are going to do it. I think it's going to be Eklund and Henser. But because Sean Aitchison is available, that could be the pick as well. I think the Islanders have gotten actually to a pretty good spot here. So I'm going to be really fascinated by this, what the Islanders do. I think it will be Eklund. I think this is where he stops falling. But will it be a Henser or an Aitchison? That, I think, it will be the big question. I think I lean Henser more likely just because he is a right D compared to Schaefer's lefty. But I think at the same time, the Islanders aren't in a position where they have a plethora of defensive prospects. Though I will say they are a lot more stacked on the left side with players like Calle Odieleus, Isaiah George. So Sean Aitchison, I don't think is like gargantuanly better than an Isaiah George. I think it'll be Henser. It's what I'm thinking. And Henser is the best right-handed shot available, for sure. If there's a shocking trade, who you'd want to see moved? I mean, anybody and everybody. I mean, the teams that I could see moving up right now, maybe Montreal trying to get a first-round pick potentially. I'm just shocked, man. The Islanders didn't trade up at all. That's sad. I really enjoy your vids, bud. What do you feel about the chance of the Sharks signing Marner? Sorry, no problem at all being off topic. I love that. I think it's a bit less likely just because it seems like the more we learn about Marner and this upcoming free agency, the more he wants to be on a team that's more of a contender now. But, I mean, I think he'd be great at fit in San Jose for what they need. It just depends on what he wants. If he wants that long-term deal, then I could see San Jose being up there. But it seems like he's more willing to take like a 5-year contract to get on the right team. So that's kind of why I see it being more of a less of an option for them. Plot twist, Eklund purposely tanked the interviews to hopefully fall to 30 and play with his brother. He's like, I will only be drafted to the San Jose Sharks. You know what? Great for him. This is working out as an Islanders fan as long as they don't do something stupid here. I don't mind losing Dobson as much now, especially saving the money. I will say this, David. If they get Eklund and Henser, I don't mind it nearly as much. I still would have liked them to get Hagens if they could have traded up, but obviously easier said than done. I understand that. But very fascinating here. Very, very fascinating. Let's see. I'm very curious about, obviously, the Islanders, but man, Aitchison's just a wild card to me. I am shocked that he dropped. Shocked. Teams wanted physicality. They wanted a big personality. Aitchison getting past the top 15, not what I would have guessed. I'll tell you that. Are they waiting to? By the way, are they waiting to announce the Noah Dobson trade for now? Is that what they're doing? You talk too fast? Well, I'm excited, Michael. Sue me. I like the draft. Montreal trades. D-Man Noah Dobson to the Islanders for Carbonneau and Eklund. I mean, Carbonneau could be an interesting fit on the Isles. They do like their QMJHLers, so there's a chance. Carbonneau, I'm also surprised, hasn't gone a little bit higher. I would have expected him to be also around this range. Aitchison to the bus. Dang. I'm glad you have the crystal ball, Hockey Lounge. Do you think Aitchison is a good pick or a bust? I mean, I don't think he's a bust, guys. I personally like him. I had him in my top 15. I like the swagger. I like the moxie he plays with. I don't think he's like as big of a ceiling as maybe was led on. That's maybe the biggest criticism towards him. But again, you have You have Jack Nesbitt going 12th overall. Why are GMs talking about potential? Come on. Guy, let me look this up, by the way, because I might be going crazy. Let me look up Kashawn Aitchison and Jack Nesbitt real quick. Guys, Kashawn Aitchison scored more goals as a defenseman this year than Jack Nesbitt did as a forward. And had almost as many points, too. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Okay, so we do get the official confirmation on the Noah Dobson deal. So the official word on that. But Jack plays like a warrior. I mean, kinda. I don't think he's, that's the thing too, is I don't think he's like nearly as much of a dog either as like a Brady Martin. I just don't quite see that. He's physical and I think he uses his body well, but he's not like a burner. You know what I mean? He's not somebody that'll just like overpower you with his skating ability. I know you're kidding, Eric, but I just want to play devil's advocate. Nesbitt 12 and no Eklund in that top 15 that draft is turning out. Yeah, I mean, it always happens, right? It always happens, but I'm here for it. Give me the craziness. It'd be so lame if all of our predictions just came true. I agree. Misa will be the best prospect. True. You know ball, my man. Do you think Tampa moves up for Howard or moves Howard to go up in the draft at him? I mean, it's a good chance. He seems to be in play. I'm kind of surprised he hasn't gotten traded yet, but we'll see. Lakovich, Dan does mention Lakovich. I'm also curious about him. I'm not surprised he's after the top 15 selection. He's somebody that kind of all over the place in terms of his intensity, but he's also a big name to watch, especially for teams like the Blues at 19. I would not be surprised about that. The Blue Jackets at 20, I could see liking Lakovich. Man, I'm just flabbergasted at I'm still like, I have not gotten over the Brady Martin pick. I've not gotten over James Higgins falling to 7. I've not gotten over Benjamin Kindle 11. I'm not gotten over Jack Nesbitt at 12. Jackson Smith going to Columbus after like that was like my least likely option for Jackson Smith behind like Anaheim. Wild. I'll just say that. Very wild. Wait, was Mashara part of the trade? Am I missing? Let me see if I can refresh real quick. Okay, so Mashara isn't a part of the like confirmed Noah Dobson trade, at least from what I can tell right now. I wonder why Nashville didn't trade down. I would have like 100% traded down if you're going to take Brady Martin at 5. Like, I'll say, okay, this might be a hot take. Even though I don't even like Jack Nesbitt that much, I would have rather traded down and gotten a couple extra picks and taken Jack Nesbitt at 12 than actually selected Brady Martin at 5. If I had to take one or the other at those positions, I'd take Jack Nesbitt and get the extra assets because it's just like, okay, interesting. All right, Isles, make the pick. Make the pick. Make it happen. I think it's going to be Eklund and Hensler if I had to bet here, but I'm not a betting man when it comes to this draft. You guys know that already. Eesh. Eesh. All right. Who is it going to be? I got to be honest, this celebrity thing is an absolute dud. Like, there's been a couple great stories. Obviously, Meredith Goudreau, I love to see her announce that pick. But, like, this draft is just too long. You're taking too long. You're taking too long. Shout out to my Deltarune fans out there. All right, Isles. Come on, you have the opportunity to make this trade a good one. You're taking too long is taking too long. True. All right. Come on. 16th overall. Yay! finally, Victor Eklund is off the board. Shades of Cole Caulfield going to the Montreal Canadiens, by the way, with their mid-round first-round pick in 2019. Victor Eklund is one of the best prospects in this year's NHL draft. Yes, there's questions about the game he plays because he's a smaller forward, but I'd rather a smaller forward be so good at winning board battles and so good against physical pressure like Victor Eklund is. I gotta say this. I gotta get this off my chest. I'm waiting to say it for a long time, but I'm gonna say it here. Anton Frondell has gotten a lot of credit for being a 6'1" center forward who is big, who's strong, who's physical, plays well against physical competition. I think Victor Eklund this last year was better against physical competition than Anton Frondell was. If you're looking for a player that's slippery, that can get off pressure, get off that space, and make things work, Eklund is so good at processing physical opposition and getting that little bit of extra space off it. In the Allsvenskan this year, unreal goal scoring, unreal consistency. This guy was a dog. Out of everybody in this prospect class, I think he was the best in terms of winning board battles, getting the puck out of dangerous areas, or into dangerous areas, I should say, from the boards. Eklund is just such a pro-style player already, and I know he's 5'11". He's not the biggest player in the world. He's a little bit thin for his size, but my goodness, if Eklund puts on 15 pounds, he's already this good at handling physical pressure. How good is he going to be when he gets those pounds on him, gets some more muscle, and actually enters the NHL? I think he could be marvelous. I don't think there's top-tier talent here. I don't think he's going to be as skilled as his brother in William, but my goodness, you're getting like a Brian Rust, Seth Jarvis type of presence. Somebody that is just going to be so good in those big moments, so good against the physical pressure. Even though he is thinner, I mean, the Allsvenskan is a massive league. Those are some big boys playing there. And I think the Islanders got themselves a fantastic pick at number 16. I love that. I adore that for the New York Islanders. That makes that Noah Dobson trade so much better. So much better. I love that. Oh, man. Oh, man. Eklund is small right now. If he weighed 10 more pounds, he would have been gone top 12 for sure. But that's the thing, Rob. Like, from everything I can tell, it seems like Eklund is going to get there. He's going to be able to gain that type of momentum. I don't know, man. I understand the reservation if he doesn't. I will say this. If he stays the exact same size, then yes, I do think he might be a little bit more limited at the NHL level. Obviously, big tier difference between the Allsvenskan and the NHL. But this is an 18-year-old kid. I mean, like, I think there's like zero chance he doesn't get stronger. That will be the big thing for him going forward. That will be the big focus for him going forward. Oh, they got the shot of the Eklunds and William back at home. That's so fun. That's so fun. Oh, man. Isles. Woo! Schaefer and Eklund. You just got, by the way, Islanders fans, 2 top 5 prospects in this draft. I hope you're happy. At first overall and 16th overall. And you're getting another one here at 17. Not another top 5 pick, but you know what I'm talking about. It would make the most sense to draft Hensler, preferable, or Fiddler since they traded Dobson. Yeah, I think Hensler, though, just makes so much more sense, though, because I think he has a lot more offense to bring than to play like Fiddler. But we'll see. Eklund already played against big players and did awesome. Exactly, T-Back. That's what I'm saying, is that, like, I don't really understand the reservation. It's like, he's already been so perfected. Maybe that is the reservation, that, like, there might not be a ton of room to grow from here, but I don't know. I don't worry about that. I just take the best player. And Victor Eklund is the best player. I don't give a dang about the reservations and what he could. You take the best talent and you try to figure it out after that. I don't know. That's why Victor Eklund ran aside. You guys got a steal there in the island. I love it. That is true, JL. I mean, the Islanders are certainly in a good position right now to win it. Yeah, obviously, like, I'm not going to debate about the actual trade itself. It's still, time will tell, of course, inflation. But if you're going to try to get anybody, I mean, I like the Victor Eklund bet. My career should have traded up, man. I mean, I would have if I was him. But then again, it could have been the same factor the Islanders were dealing with the Bruins. Let's say that even though the Bruins would have looked like a great trade partner for the Isles at 7th overall, maybe they liked James Higgins just as much as the Islanders did and wanted to select him at 7. That could have been the same situation as the Islanders with Eklund. They might have just been like, yeah, we could trade this pick, but we just like Victor Eklund a ton. Sorry, San Jose. It might be a great fit, but we just love him too, and we're going to select him. So you never really know. Yeah, Richard, what was Weeks posting about that Islanders logo? Like, brother. Weeks, I love the dude, but my goodness, he's like the worst when it comes to posting eyeball emojis on the most random stuff and then not doing anything after that. The record for longest first round ever, it's up there, man. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. What about Carbonell? I would not be surprised if it's Carbonell. Though, again, I feel like the Islanders don't pick 2 wingers, but we'll have to wait and see. I think Carbonell would be a fine player in this range, that's for sure. All right. Islanders are on the clock yet again. I don't know why it took like 15 minutes to make their second pick. Come the frick on, New York. My goodness. 17. Give it to me. Oh, Kushan Aitchison. Oh, man. Wow, I feel bad for Henny now. That is a interesting one. I am fascinated to see Aitchison drop this much. I'm still fascinated by that. 17th overall is great value for Aitchison, though. Great value. I think the Islanders, dude, Islanders fans are going to love this duo of Eklund and Aitchison. I got to tell you right now. Aitchison is going to be a fan favorite on the island. If you're looking for electricity, big fights, big goals in overtime, big physicality, big hits, Aitchison just brings so much pop to the game. I have some concerns over how much offense is going to actually be able to translate. His shot is great, but goal scoring from a defenseman is hard to project. It's hard to predict, especially going to the next level. So I think Aitchison will have to prove that especially. But I like how involved he is in the rush. I like how much his skating has improved, even if it is still a bit of an iffy point. I think there's not a ton of potential, but my goodness, at 17th overall, I mean, he's the best defenseman, in my opinion, available. And the Islanders just got him at number 17. So the Islanders got a top 5 talent at number 16 and a top 15 talent at number 17. And of course, a first overall talent at first overall. The Islanders are doing quite well for themselves. Quite well. I am fascinated. You guys know I've watched Logan Hensler all year. I'm here in Madison, Wisconsin. The Kohl Center, where the Badgers play, is like 5 minutes away from me. So I've got a lot of intel on Hensler. I'm shocked to see him drop this low, honestly. I think Montreal trading their picks made it where Hensler could drop a little bit more. But we'll see. Should be interesting. Is Colin Potter a possibility for Calgary? I think they prefer a set like somebody that played more of a, even though Potter played center all year for Arizona State, I think they probably prefer more of like a Cole Reshny type. I will say a lot of talent opening up, and as Rich talks about, a lot of talent opening up here for Ottawa potentially. So we'll see. Please, Conrad took a player of upside. Calgary is going to be an interesting one here, folks, for sure. For sure. I'm pretty fascinated to see what this pick ends up being. I predicted Cole Reshny to them at this selection. So I'm going to stick with that, but it should get interesting. Hensler to the Blues, please. That would be such a good fit. Such a good fit. In an interview, Hughes just said with a big smile, nothing is impossible. We might pick first round. Okay. I mean, maybe. Who knows? Montreal making a big splash, I would like to see, though. I wouldn't mind that. Calgary takes Lakovich. I wouldn't mind that, actually. I feel like Calgary could give a lot of development runway to him. I want Lakovich to go to a place that doesn't rush him, because he needs to work on a lot of his defensive engagement, his consistency. Like, he is a project of projects. But I feel like a team like Calgary would be a pretty good destination for that to happen. So I wouldn't mind it. What's with the pink pants, Tanner? Well, he got a pink suit, so he's got to have the pink pants. Asian's got the aura, man. Daniil Prokhorov to Ottawa? Oh my gosh, that would be that would be hilarious. Man. Oh, I'm just really shocked that Eklund dropped this hard. Just really shocked. Praying for Reshny or Carbonell. Ooh, Carbonell would be a good fit in St. Louis. They love their QMJ tellers. The Blues do. So, W streamer, thank you, Will. Appreciate the love. M-Bomb's faulty equipment sent us here. What happened? Is he okay? Is Mike okay? Thanks, Scar. Welcome to the stream. Love the channel. You're killing it. Dogman does his homework. Appreciate it, B. Appreciate it. Welcome. It's great to have you tonight. And hey, this is where all my homework comes into play. So I appreciate you guys all dropping by. This is so strange, man. The way this draft has gone by. But at the same time, it's not even that surprising. Not even that surprising. Scroll up the draft tracker. Joe, it's already scrolled up. 17th was the last pick. I think, yeah. I was like, wait a second, what? Who is the best available, Benjamin? Actually, that's a really great question. On my board, as of right now, a lot of the guys that were best available to me just got taken by the New York Islanders. But the best available to me as of right now is Colin Potter, ranked 10th on my board. Thought he was super underrated for Arizona State this year. If you're looking for another Benjamin Kindle type of player, guys that can just be a wizard with the puck on their sticks, with the speed, especially Potter, best skater of the draft in my opinion, especially among forwards. He would be the best in my opinion. Linda Lakovich, ranked 15th. Logan Hensler, ranked 16th for me. Cole Reshny, ranked 17th. Then Cameron Reed in the late teens. Malcolm Spence, Justin Carbonell, Milton Gastrine, Blake Fiddler, Cole McKinney, Shane Van Sacke. Those are the next crop of guys that are still on the board, at least for me. And Bomb's camera kept blacking out. Oh my goodness. Can we get some pray emojis for Mike? Jeez, my goat is washed. No. Or my goat's camera, I guess, is washed. Jeez. Sending good luck his way, though, man. That sucks. I still like this better than trying to watch the NBA draft where every other team was trading their first-round selections. It was honestly so annoying. Yeah, I mean, I guess that factors in. But I just wanted this. I love the draft, and now it happened. I just wanted to go faster. Like, if it was just, like, 30% faster, I'd be like, okay, it's fine. It works. It works. What do you think the Islanders plan to do with the LD position? Romanov out soon? I mean, I don't think Aitchison is, like, confirmed amazing enough to be like your bona fide middle pair defenseman. I think he can be up to that level, but I don't think he's like confirmed by any means. So I don't think Romanov being traded is a must necessarily. So I would wait for him. He seems to be fitting pretty well with the Islanders already. So I don't know. I don't think it's guaranteed that they deal him. Everyone else until Ottawa, you don't want Potter. Oh man, Riker, don't give me hype that Potter could be the choice by Ottawa, man. Don't do it because it's not gonna. We know it's not gonna happen. But I want it to happen. That would be so cool. But it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Hockey Kid, I'm a Sharks fan. Well, welcome to the stream, Hockey Kid. It's good to have you. Great pick by the Sharks. 2nd overall. Can you make the funny voice like you did during the trade deadline? What did I do? You guys remember? What did I? What? Oh, was it Hanky the Christmas poo? Guys, the 4th ring, I'm gonna be honest, my voice is destroyed right now. I don't think I could handle that. I don't think I could. All right, Larry McDonald's coming out here for the Flames pick. I think it will be Reshny, but I'm reserved about that. Maybe the Flames could go for Hensler too. Maybe they go for Blake Fiddler. If they want to go for D, Cameron Reed, maybe could be fun. Just got here. Thoughts on the draft so far? Insane. A lot of interesting picks. I think the Islanders did well so far. Bruins do pretty well at 7th overall, Zora. My big thought, though, it's gone way too slow. Way too slow. All right. Liverpool, the draft order's right here. Right here. I mean, there you go. That's the top 17 picks so far. We're at 18 right now with the Calgary Flames. Landon McDonald. There's too many names going through my head right now, guys. Sorry, Rum. Okay. Just make it, my man. Just make it. Calgary are about to select. Ooh, there you go. Cole Reshny is the selection. There you go. Another, hey, I gotta say, another one of my mock draft predictions is in. And I think for the Flames, that just makes a ton of sense. Cole Reshny is somebody that I like a lot. He's somebody that is maybe a little bit of a question mark considering his size, 5'10", but I think he is a true center of the future. In Reshny's case, I adore this kid. He plays the game in such a smart way. His skill level, especially against physical opposition, I think is pretty good, honestly. He has great determination. He's not afraid to go against physical pressure. Of course, commit to University of North Dakota this upcoming season. I think he's going to do great in the NCAA. I think Reshny has just a great balance of the game to him. I'm glad to see him not drop past this point because I think the talent is especially there. It's just about proving that body against physical pressure that will be the big thing. But I like that pick a lot for the Flames. That's somebody that I think is a good baseline of skill, but also projectability with the way he plays. It's just a matter of how much it's able to actually translate. For some reason, Elite Prospects has not updated the draft board. I'll get that to you guys when it does happen. But yeah, Coots good for the Nucks. Reshny good for the Flames. Two pretty good centers. Two pretty good centers off the board. Oh, the upcoming draft order? I could get on the board. I could just tell you it right now. 19 is the St. Louis Blues. 20 is the Columbus Blue Jackets. I'll get that. We'll get that in time, Liverpool. Please, Flames, don't move him to the wing. Yes, don't do it. Don't do it, because I think he's better as a centerman. Hensler's good. Anyone else concerned about Potter's size or no? I mean, it is a question mark, but I think Potter just plays such a smart game. He's not somebody that just gets overwhelmed by the physical pressure. I mean, playing in the NCAA, he was great, especially for an Arizona State team that didn't really play a lot of great guys around him. He was the driver on his line there. So, I mean, I don't think you should. That's the thing to me, is that the NCAA is such a hard league to play against, especially in the division that Potter played in. He played in the NCHC, which is big boy hockey. All right, you're playing against Denver, Western Michigan. You're playing against big boys every night. And I thought Potter did really well considering that. I mean, that's the thing to me, is that I just don't. There's a lot of like players from the CHL that don't get really questioned about that, playing against physical competition, but they're playing against smaller players, younger players especially. The NCAA is a huge jump in terms of age and difficulty and play times. The lineups are so much more balanced. So to me, playing in the NCAA and doing pretty good, a lot more projectable for the future than playing great in the CHL. At least that's how I see it. But especially in the NCHC, it would not be I will say the NCAA, it varies a lot more than the CHL in terms of like divisions, conference, all that. But NCHC, that is the hardest hockey you could play at that age that Potter did, especially as a 17-year-old throughout the entire year. So I think whoever gets him at this stage is a great pick. But 19th overall, we go on to the St. Louis Blues, and I am going to be pretty interested to see where this goes. I think it should be Hensler. That's who I think would fit the best on St. Louis, but it could be all over the board here. I could see St. Louis especially going for a winger, going for Lenny Lakovich, a Malcolm Spence. So there's options. Maybe even they want to go for the hometown kid, Shane Van Saggy. I wouldn't be surprised by that. Man, that's what's so disappointing to me, is that you have a player like Jack Nesbitt, who I just don't see a lot in, going 12, and then Shane Van Saggy could end up being like a second-round pick. I don't understand that, man. I really don't. Sure, Van Saggy also isn't the like biggest scorer in the world, but he's pretty big, pretty physical, much more of a dog in the bone than I think Jack Nesbitt is at this stage. Just not a center. So maybe that's the reason. But yes, Potter is available for the St. Louis Blues. Top defenseman available is Logan Hensler out of the University of Wisconsin. I'll be ringing his name until he gets drafted, man, because I don't think he should be available past 20. If he gets past 20, I am going to be really sad. I'm going to be really, really sad. St. Cloud stayed underappreciated. True. I mean, even though they're not like the greatest team, like that's still a heavy team. Like I got NCHC, man. What a division. What a conference. You don't get any days off in that division. I'll just say that. Or weekends off, I guess. Bill Zana. I mean, Bill Zana could be a pick around this range too. I wouldn't be shocked by that. Dude, I mean, like, if you're going to reach for a more physical centerman, Bill Zanant is a way better bet to me than a Jack Nesbitt. The more time that goes on, the more I'm just like, I don't know what Philly was doing there. We'll have to wait and see, of course. Of course. That Victor Eklund guy was drafted first as 16 is crazy, in my opinion, as a Swede who supports a team that plays against him. He was always the player you were most afraid of facing. Matthias, I mean, you're preaching to the choir right here, man. I thought he was brilliant this year in the Allsvenskan. I am shocked to see him go 16. So, Noah, best players available to me as of right now: Colin Potter, ranked 10th on my board; Lyndon Lakovich, ranked 15; Logan Hensler, ranked 16. And then after that, Cameron Reed, Malcolm Spence, Justin Carbonneau, Milton Gasterine. What do you think of that Dobson trade? Yeah, so now they've got the picks confirmed. Like, it's basically Dobson for Victor Eklund, Kishan Aitchison, and Emil Henneman. I mean, at the end of the day, those are two pretty great prospects. Top 15 prospects to me. It's pretty fair. I would have liked still the Islanders to go after James Hagens, somehow find a way to trade for him, but at the end of the day, I mean, I don't know. At the end of the day, two pretty good prospects to get at that range. Who's the most likely goalie to get drafted next? Most likely Joshua Ravensbergen, but don't be surprised if Semyon Frolov gets drafted first out of the goalies in this class. A big goalie, big Russian, solid stats in the MHL, but just a really big personality. I could see a team getting it as a late first round or potentially him as their draftee. NYI Fisherman, what's good? Welcome to the stream. I see you're an Islanders fan. Pretty good day for them so far, so we'll see how much that's able to continue. Thank you, Core. Thank you for subscribing. All right. All right. St. Louis. Announce Hensler. Come on. Announce Henny. Do it, St. Louis. I think Hensler is such a slam dunk pick here. Such a slam dunk pick. But we'll see. Lakovich would not surprise me either. Yeah. Justin Carbonneau, option 2. Oh. Nikki, we don't care about your prom date in high school. Thank you. Thank you. All right, 19th overall. St. Louis selects. Come on, Eddie. Oh! Wow, okay. Justin Carbonneau. Justin Carbonneau. That is I mean, hey, even though Hensler, I think, is maybe the best fit for St. Louis, Justin Carbonneau is one fun player, dude. I mean, that is a fun selection. Big time goal scorer, one of the best goal scoring instincts of this draft. Very consistent in transition. I think he's great at handling opposing pressure, the little fakes that defensemen make, little movements that happen. Carbonneau is so good at deceiving opponents and rushing up the ice and just using that skill and showing it on display. I am concerned a little bit about the two-way game. Some of the defensive habits are a little bit worrying to me, but at the same time, I mean, with what he is capable of, I mean, we talked about Porter Martone kind of being like a Beckett Seneca. To me, Carbonneau is kind of like a Seneca light. Somebody that is just going to bring a lot of the same characteristics, bigger forward, but somebody that uses that body pretty well. But the skill set, the deking ability, that's what's radiant with Carbonneau. And I think at the end of the day, St. Louis gets a pretty fun player here. And, 19 overall, not really much to hate. Pronunciation of Carbonneau is perfect. I can't say Carbonneau. I just can't. I can say it that way, but why not say it the French way, eh? Carbonneau. I love me some Carbonneau. It's just fun, right? Say it out loud if you guys don't believe me. But let's go on to 20th overall in Columbus. I am pretty interested about this Columbus pick coming up here at 20. They did, of course, already take a D in Jackson Smith, but again, it just confuses me because I think Columbus needs a right D a lot much more. So maybe they still take a Logan Hensler potentially. I don't think it's out of the question they could take 2D in this draft, especially since they traded for, you know, they traded for a Charlie Coyle this today. I don't think they're in need as much of a center as maybe we thought they might have wanted to be. So I think Columbus is kind of all over the board here. We'll see. I'm hoping LA Kings get a good player from the draft. As a Kings fan, I believe Gavritkov is setting the market. Yeah, absolutely, Emperor King. I would expect that. So does Columbus make the right pick and actually select the right D in Hensler? I think they should. I think for Columbus, I mean, their forwards are pretty well set. Maybe they go for a wing. I guess that's a possibility. I mean, I would not be surprised like a Malcolm Spence were to really speak to them. I don't know. Bolt, what's going on? Long time no see. Great to see you tonight. His highlights were nasty. Congrats, Blues fans. I mean, that's the thing, Kieran. The highlights are the big thing. Carbonell is... he's a wizard sometimes, man. He's so much fun to watch. If he pops, that's somebody that is going to be a big part of that Blues franchise. I'll say that. Lower floor, but at this... Again, the Blues are at a point where they have a pretty underrated prospect pool, I would say. Pretty solid. They have some really great pieces there. So, I don't really fret too much if it doesn't work out, but if it does, I mean, that's some more high pace that St. Louis could really use. Thoughts on Gastorine in Winnipeg? I think Milton would be a great fit for the Jets. I mean, I picked them taking a center and Million more. We'll see if Gastorine's actually available, but if he is, there's a decent chance that they select him. I think he'd be a good pick, though. Oh, Mike with the 10! What a beaut! We've reached pick 20. The Wild traded this pick to Columbus for David Juracek. Drunk Bill only allowing Juracek to play 6 games in the NHL this season. Yeah, that's strange, eh, Mike? Very strange. We'll see what the Blue Jackets end up selecting, though, if they end up making the Wild pay. But you know what? Can we get some Mike Love? Mike Love in the chat down below. He's been absolutely killing it with the donations today. Thank you so much, Goat. I mean, I guess for your sake, I hope it's not a good player that the Blue Jackets take, but I don't know. If it's Hensler, then I think the Wild would have really liked him. We'll see, though. What's your opinion on Kindle for Pittsburgh? It's definitely a swing hunter. I was really shocked to see him go that high. I think they could have still traded down to select a guy like that if they really wanted to, but of course they traded down with Philly after selecting him, so not really an opportunity there. But I think he's a really high skill forward, really good in transition. When he gets that open space, knows how to work off it, and feed his teammates well. There will be some concerns over how he's able to challenge physical pressure, how effective he will be as more of a forward checking forward like he is. But I don't know. He's a curious one to me because I think there's a high ceiling there, and in Pittsburgh, they'll give him a good runway to get after it. Mason West could be top 15. I would not be surprised by that, Sharknade, at all. What's your opinion on Kindle for Pittsburgh? Well, I guess I just said it. Oh, I just realized we're in commercial break right now. Let me, guys, if you guys will indulge me, I need to quickly get some water. I am like all out after talking for a bunch of hours right now. So please forgive me. I'll be back in like 30 seconds, and then we'll get right back into the drill. I need to get my jerseys out of the way right now, man. All right, y'all, we are back. Oh my god, I needed that so bad. I've been yapping so badly today. How do you guys feel about the Flyers draft so far? 6th overall, Porter Martone, solid pick. Jack Nesbitt, 12th overall, not so solid pick to me. So, kind of balances out so far. Who do you think LA picks? I think Malcolm Spence makes a lot of sense. Who did I predict to go from last time? Andreas, 32-month membership. What's up, guys? Good to see you, Goats. Oh, my man. Love to see you. Oh, I'm like, this Columbus pick could change quite a bit for this next tier. But thank you so much, Andreas. Love you, my man. The GOAT himself, True Hockey Arcade. There are a few players who are as good around the boards. Declan may not be the biggest player, but he's incredibly good around the boards and has an eye for the game, good pass, and good finish. Absolutely, Matthias. I mean, why aren't you streaming? Make the scouting reports for me, man. Should Habs trade into the first for Spence or even Ravensburg? I don't know. I don't think they should trade for a goalie. Not this crop of goalies. No. They could pretty easily get a pretty good one in the second round if they really wanted to. So I would not do that personally, but it's a possibility. I think Malcolm Spence could be a pretty good fit for them. Andreas! Oh my goodness! And Andreas and Butthole, my two favorite things. Back-to-back donations. Saying I love drinking, and are you good, Andreas, by the way? Are you good? And then Butthole with the, does Rossi get traded tonight? I mean, I want to see something. I want to see something, so let it happen. I would not, I'm here for it. I don't know why Minnesota, after all the things they've said about him, are even have the potential of keeping him. I just see that as pretty silly, but we'll see. Apparently the Wild have like a super high like asking price for him. Like apparently Vancouver was talking with them 15th overall, and like a prospect wasn't good enough. Which I like Rossi, but I don't know, man. I mean, if you don't like him at all, why the heck would you not trade it for a 15th? I mean, especially if the players available. You could have gotten a Victor Eklund. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. By the way, me and my girlfriend have been talking about it. She works for the Badgers, and we've been like so sad about this fall of Logan Hensler. I'm just still so stunned by that first Columbus pick, but they have the chance to redeem themselves if they pick Hensler with this spot. I'll just say that. They gotta pick my boy Henny. Come on, you can't fall past the top 20. Just can't happen. Mike Matheson, I would be so here for a Mike Matheson trade. You guys already know. As a Flyers fans, I like the picks Martone at 6 and Nesbitt at 12. I mean, Martone's a good pick. Nesbitt, interesting. Nesbitt was we need a big rangy center pick. I mean, yeah, pretty much. He is decent physically. I think he'll be a fourth line center. Decent player. Play NHL games, but I don't think much more than that, personally. Will there be a draft grades video? Yes, there will be, Elhan. Yes, there will be. If this draft ever ends. It might not. It might not. Whoa! No freaking way! Oh my gosh. The Blue Jackets just selected Pyotr Andrianov with the 20th overall selection. Columbus was like, you thought the Igor Chidakov selection was crazy. Okay, here's the thing. A lot of people are going to be very confused by that. I'm also really confused by that. Pyotr Andrianov was my second goaltender ranked this year. I absolutely love this kid. So much speed, so much skating, and with a really good balance of size to boot. I think he has starter potential in the NHL, or at least can get close to it. But he's a big risk. He's signed in the KHL until 2030. It doesn't really affect my rankings too much, since how many goaltenders are great in the NHL before they're 23 years old anyways. But 20th overall is a ask. That is an ask from me. I don't really see why the Blue Jackets needed to make that happen. They have a ton of second rounders. I thought they could have gotten a player similar to Andriana, but teams, I guess, really like him. I mean, I think he is better. I think Ravensburg and not being the first goaltender selected, I think that is the great decision. But that's not who I would have gone for. I like Alexei Medvedev personally. That is weird. that is interesting. I mean, again, goaltenders always unpredictable. So I just don't really 20, 20, 20, 20, 20 is just... I am flabbergasted right now. I am flabbergasted. I will say this, though, again, Andreas is a great goaltender. Do not doubt this guy in terms of the goaltenders of this class. I just don't think any goaltender was worth a first-round pick in this year's class. That's just me. There's forwards that I think are a lot more projectable for me personally, or a defenseman that I think are more projectable, like Logan Hensler especially. It's a big bet to make, though, but I mean, with how good he was in the NHL this year, Russian goaltending, they always are a goaltending factory. So I'll wait to reserve my judgment on that. Still earlier than I would have selected him, though. I'll just say that. I'll just say that. Blue Jackets have 0 second-round picks, but they could always trade up if they wanted to, or trade down. I mean, there's the possibility of that. They didn't really like the options they had. They could have pretty easily just traded down for like 2 seconds if they wanted to. I'm sure a team would do that. Like Montreal right now, I'm sure could potentially make that happen. Come on, Sens. Or not. It'll depend on the team, because some teams have 2 seconds, obviously, but yeah, is what it is. I'll say this, Ottawa, take Logan Hensler. Take Logan Hensler. You have some need on your right side of the defense. I think he'd be awesome. I think he'd be amazing. I am shocked. I am really shocked by this. Hey, Booty Hole, thank you so much for the 2. How bad are the Islanders going to be this year? Pretty bad. I'll say that right now. Them and the Penguins, they're looking to be down in the dumps for sure. What a drag this draft is. It's been bad. It's been bad, man. Not in terms of the picks and the chaos. I love that, but we are 3 hours into this draft, and we are barely outside the top 20. We haven't even had the pick selected for 21st overall. Habs trading in for Hensler or Potter. I mean, those 2 guys I would love. Ottawa is a team I will not even attempt to predict, though, at this spot. Like, they're all over the place. I had Shane Van Saggy at this selection. I just think that that's the type of player. Amar, thank you so much for subscribing. That's the type of guy that I think Ottawa would really like. But at this range, who the heck knows, man? I will say, though, even though there are a few players I think need to be probably picked by this point, it's not like Colin Potter's the only one that I have a lot farther than this, at 10th overall in my ranking, but even then I fully expected him to drop, so it's not that much of a surprise. The only one I'm surprised by is Hensler. I'm shocked he was not a top 20 draft pick. I think the reason, though, was just because Montreal traded both of their first rounders. I thought Hensler, I think, would have been a lock. If they didn't trade for Dobson, I think Hensler was a lock for them. But on different teams, with Aitchison dropping especially, this is the Fire's fault, man. Picking freaking Jack Nesbitt. Unbelievable. Oh, do we have a trade? Oh? We have a trade to announce, ladies and gentlemen. Ottawa moving down, it looks like. I mean, I don't blame them too much. I think that actually might be a good move for their pool. They don't have a ton of depth. Nashville. So they trade... Nashville trades 23 and 70, what was it, 77 for 21. Or no, 23 and 67 for 21. I mean, Henny in Nashville. Like Izzy says, I think Henny in Nashville could be a good fit. Blake Fiddler, I would not be surprised. Nashville-born kid. I think they're going right D here, though. It's gonna be either Hensler or Fiddler. I'm booking it right now. Booking it right now. It's got to be between those 2 guys. No doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind. Easy. Lock it in. Lock it in. Lucas, I don't see a forward, especially after they took Brady Martin, though. Again, I still think they need some actual skill, so Lakovich would make up for that. Getting a third round pick to drop 2 spots, good value. 100% agreed, Balloon. Like, that's a no-brainer for the Senators. I mean, I like some of the fits that could be here, but like, do I like let's say they were to take Malcolm Spence, Nashville takes Malcolm Spence or something, right? Do I like Malcolm Spence that much more than if Logan Hensler would be available or Colin Potter at 23. No, actually, I like both those players more. So, like, when you think about it that way, getting a 3rd-round pick just for that, I don't mind it. I don't mind it one bit. I will say, Lefebvre, I wouldn't surprise me to be around this range. I was, where did I pick Lefebvre to go in my mock draft? Because he was somebody that I kind of expected to drop a little bit. Yeah, I had Lefebvre going 19th to Seattle in my final mock draft. I thought he was going to drop a little bit, though I'm kind of surprised to see him drop this much. You know what I mean? Save those D for the Sharks. Sharks got to trade up, though, man. They got to trade up. I mean, I'd be surprised if both Hensler and Fiddler were there, but I don't know. Fiddler seems nepotism pick, as Vernon did play for the Preds. That's true, but Fiddler's still a good player. I mean, like a couple of spots higher than I would draft him, but like not by much, personally. It's time for your boy. I'm hoping so, Alan. Give me the heady pick. Give it to me. We gotta get a dang commercial break, of course. Unbelievable. Lakovic has really skill, but has compete issues. Yeah, that's the really big thing. I mean, you summed it up pretty well, Zora. You summed it up pretty well. That in Lakovic's case, it's the concerns about the pace when the game gets harder to play against. Yeah, but my goodness, the high-end moments. I mean, he's pretty similar to Carbonell, I would say, in like the strengths and weaknesses. So I think Lakovic brings kind of a more... He's obviously a little bit bigger, so I think there's potential more physically. But I think he also has even higher end moments than Carbonell. But we'll have to wait and see here. Imagine Nashville takes a goalie at this spot. I mean, crazier things have happened in this draft. So, with Nashville, them taking freaking Brady Martin, man. We'll see, though. The pick is on... Or the pick is on the clock. I think the pick is now in. Yep, it is. What do you think about Cameron Reed? I think he's one of the best defensemen available at this point. After Hensler, for sure. But yeah, I like Cameron Reed a lot. A little bit more of a boomer bust type of pick because he's somebody that is a smaller D and doesn't have elite traits, but I think he's a great skater. It's very balanced in his smarts. Oh, they got George. Is it George Kittle selecting here? All right. Lock it in. Lock it in. Oh, interesting. Well, we were literally just talked about Cameron Reed, and he goes to the Nashville Predators at 21st overall. I mean, I don't quite think he's better than Logan Hensler, but Cameron Reed was my second best defenseman available. I'm kind of shocked to see him taken as high as he was because I think he has a lot of traits that GM's kind of spooked about when it comes to defensemen, but Reed's a great puck mover in transition. I think he's kind of like a Matthew Schaefer light where he's so smart with the space he has in transition. He's so fast, so skillful. This guy can do a lot of different fun stuff when he does get the puck on his stick. There is a lot to work on when it comes to his physical play, how he plays against pressure, especially coming at him in the defensive zone. But I like the bet here. I like the bet for Nashville. Solid offensive D. I would have preferred Hensler, but that's interesting. Nashville with Yossi, now Reed and Molendyke. Pretty decent offensive left side. I'm just surprised they didn't go for a right D. Really surprised they didn't go for Fiddler or Hensler. This is fascinating. I'm shocked to see Hensler available at 22. I thought he was just going to be such a simple one. Man, I will say, though, I think Cameron Reed is just a very under-the-radar name defensively in this class. No, Hensler has not gone yet, Roxy Just. This is starting to get to Dylan Duke levels, all right? This is starting to get to Dylan Duke levels, man. The stream is always blacking out. Is it blacking out for you guys? Is there some problems on my end? Pens moved down for a reason. I mean, Henny, I will say, if the Pens trade down and land themselves a Henny, I will praise Kyle Dubas till the sun comes down. Hensler's being slept on hard. Absolutely. There was somebody earlier. Sorry, I can't remember your name now. Not at all. It's good. Now it's fine. No blackouts here. Okay, good to hear. Sorry if there was earlier, y'all. Avery Burgess, welcome to the stream. Somebody mentioned earlier that Hensler hasn't really shown much offense. I completely disagree with that. If you watched Hensler throughout this year, yes, the point totals aren't Z Buem type of levels. You got to realize, though, Wisconsin is not a offensive team. One of the worst offensive teams, especially from the back end. They do not get offense from the back end. They do not play that style. So Hensler has a very uphill battle trying to play in transition, trying to use that skating. He's not really in a system that allows that to really thrive, which is why I think the point totals were lower than some people were expecting. But throughout the course of that second half, he got a lot more confident, actually was able to establish himself a lot more, use that skating to, I think especially in transition, be able to rush up the ice quite well, among one of the better defenders in this class. And you look at the habits, the skating ability, the defensive posture he has. I just think he's such a rock solid D, such a slam dunk to be a middle pair defenseman, a right shot, second pair D. Just so much of it is translatable to me. And for how much it got better in the second half as well, that's something I'm willing to bet on. But I mean, again, the problem is it's like it's not like a crazy amount where Hensler was ranked 16, you know, like 6 draft difference isn't the most insane thing in the world yet, but we'll just have to wait and see. Would it be a good move for the Habs to trade in the first for Spence, Hensler, or even Spence? I mean, Hensler and Spence. I would say yes, if the Habs were able to get Hensler. But at the same time, probably not, though, because they already have Dobson. They already have Reinbacher. Hensler, I think, would still be pretty good in that system, but would have to be downgraded probably to a third pair D, which I think is probably underestimating him a little bit. So I don't know if it's quite worth it with the assets. Going for a center most likely would be a little bit more advantageous for them, but still. Greer should trade up for Hensler. Yes! Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh my goodness. That would be like the perfect fit, man. Oh my gosh. You're speaking my language right now. That's exactly what the Sharks need more of. Come on, man. Come on. Brady, I think Chicago's locked into Vaclav Nestrasil. Locked in right now. I would be shocked. I have heard so much from my good friend Gabe Foley, locked into the Blackhawks especially, about Nestrasil and how much the Blackhawks love him. I would be shocked if the Blackhawks didn't end up selecting him. Big check, right wing, unbelievable. Like, this dude is like Lakovic, but taller. A little bit more inconsistent, which already Lakovic is a little bit inconsistent. But those big moments, I mean, for his size, it's insane. King's Take. Benjamin, I think most likely it'll be Malcolm Spence at this rate. Earlier in my last mock draft, I had them taking Bill Zana. So I wouldn't be surprised at that either. I think it's between Spence or Zana at that selection. All right, Pittsburgh's pick is in. You know what? I think this is where Hensler goes. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Let me know. Lock your predictions down in the chat for Pittsburgh. What is going to happen here? I mean, it could go all over the place. I mean, they already went Kindle at 11, so who knows? All right, Penguins, give it to me. Oh, Bill Zanon! Well, that's a swing. Oh, my goodness. That's fun. That's fun, man. Bill Zanon goes to the Pittsburgh Penguins at 22nd overall. I mean, I think pretty fair range for Zanon. I would have gone a little bit lower on him personally, more in the late 20s, but I think Zanon's a very fun player. This guy is very driven, very hardworking. On the forecheck is relentless. He's somebody that I liked quite a bit. Pretty under the radar name in the QMJHL this year. My big concern is just the skating ability, how much he's able to actually generate, and especially up the rush, how much it's going to be able to fuel his offense, if any. I think Zanon just fits in pretty well, though, as a third line center in the future. Somebody that fills that role pretty well, versatile, especially with the penalty kill. I think he's just a very well-rounded prospect. And I think for the Penguins, will play quite a bit of games for them. So we'll see. I think it's a pretty interesting swing to take. But but also a pretty high floor one as well, which they got Kindle at 11. High upside. They go for a little bit more of a guaranteed bet. So you get the best of both worlds there. This draft is such a Dubas, right? Oh my goodness. Most Dubas draft of all time. Very true there. All right. Zonal goes to the Pittsburgh Penguins at 22. Guys, there's been so many. Can you guys remind me who has the 23rd overall pick? Am I going crazy right now? Oh, it's Ottawa. It's Ottawa. What am I talking about? Of course it's Ottawa. I mean, again, like they go down a couple spots. They could get Henser at the same position, right? Right? Colin Potter still, right? Right? Honestly, if I'm Ottawa, I might trade down again. It worked so well last time. Got a 3rd round pick. And like, who were the players selected? Like Cameron Reed and Bill Zanot. I mean, I like them, but like, why not? Get another 3rd round pick, Ottawa. Make it happen. I have a grabs. I'm selecting. Oh, my goat, Kachuk. Good to see you in the chat. Thank you so much for selecting me. I appreciate that. I'm ready to either hate or love this pick. That's usually how it goes for Ottawa, eh? I'm like, in the same draft, they take Carter Yakimchuk top 10, but in the same draft, they take Blake Montgomery in like the 3rd round or whatever it was, which I love. Look, it should be Henser, but we'll take a trash player. Like, whoa! Disrespectful, man. Zana is very solid. He'll be a great player for the Pens. Did you respond to my chat? I'm sorry, I apologize. Patrick, good to see you. I don't think I did. Was it earlier? Let me see. Grav, Dallas GM Jim Gregory won GM of the War. Was that announced today? Should have been Bill Zito, to be honest, but Brad, my favorite team is the Dallas Stars, so I don't get to participate much in the first round, but that's okay. I don't have to stress about the Stars and their draft picks, though. They usually turn out pretty okay, so there's that. I don't like that this is the first year where some of the people being picked are younger than me. Oh, Golich. It's you get used to it. You get used to it. 2021 draft was mine. That's rough. I actually like the Yakimchuk pick, to be honest. He looked good in preseason. Good Shabbat replacement in the future. I mean, he'll be okay. Over Bjorn, though. I shut off the NHL draft to watch The Lion King. I mean, dude, you might be able to finish that by the time this draft is over. So that wouldn't surprise me. All right, Ottawa is on the board at 23rd overall. We shall see what their staff has in store for us today. I'm still kind of going with my gut, though, and saying that they select Van Sage, just because I'm, like, kind of expecting it to happen. But Ottawa could go all over the board. All over the board with this, so wouldn't surprise me one way or the other. Thus, in the Caps possibly getting Boumediene. I mean, he'd be a decent pick at 27. I'm trying to figure out like who they have on the left side right now on their defense, but decent puck mover, great skating ability. My concerns over the hockey IQ, the processing speed. Those are things I think the Caps usually don't mind as much. It seems to go for like very high skill, very high talent. So I could see it. I'm getting nervous, man. There's so many choices Ottawa could go for here. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the beauty of trading back, eh? It gets kind of weird in this range. But I don't think it'll be as bad as Nev's been at 12, so you'll get that at least. When I see the birth years on these kids, I have to do a double take because what do you mean you were born in like 2007? Dude, my brother is born in 2007. Granted, he's in October, so I think he's next year's draft class, but geez, man. Maxime, I am 22 years old. 03s represent. I won't be restricting tomorrow's draft stuff, but I will be making a ton of videos tomorrow, so don't worry about that. Hens are to fall till tomorrow. Don't you say that, Brad. Don't you say that. Oh, don't you put that evil. That would be horrific, man. I'm watching Star Wars this and listening to Spotify at the same time. Call it multitasking. I mean, hey, I'm a pretty good multitasker. I don't know if I can do it that well. Shout out to you, YouTube Gaming Center. Do you think that Montreal likes enough one of the available prospects and to send Matheson to LA? It seems like a win-win situation. I mean, Colin Potter would be fun. Milton Gastrine, I think, would be a pretty good option for the Habs. Okay, this pick is in by the Ottawa Senators. Let's see here. Come on. Don't let Henny fall farther than this, Ottawa. I think he'd be a great fit in the Sens. Hey, Mike! Yes, I'll be doing an FA stream on Bleacher Report, which will be a ton of fun. Thank you so much for the 2, Mike. Appreciate that a ton. All right. Let's go, Ottawa. You guys are going to do something crazy, aren't you? Oh! Ottawa! Oh! Ottawa does it! Ottawa makes a W pick for the first time in franchise history. Oh my God. Henny! Let's go, baby! Send him home. Oh, I'm so happy about that. I'm so happy about it. Ottawa, you are getting a top-tier dude, top-tier kid. Logan Hensler is one of my favorite prospects of this draft. Obviously, I've watched him every single game, home game here in Wisconsin. If you're looking for puck-moving ability, if you're looking for skating, high-end skill, Hensler brings that. I don't think he's quite going to be putting up massive point totals, but I see Hensler as just this very dependable, like I talked about before, right shot defenseman. I think he's going to be perfect. You have Carter Yakimchuk, who's going to be doing all the power play quarterbacking. Hensler's going to be a good transition defenseman, good at getting the puck out of the zone, really good at using that body, even though it has come a long ways throughout the course of the season, using that physicality, using that confidence to get out of the zone. I think Hensler is just a super high upside, but also pretty decent floor. I think at the very least, he's somebody that can go at least a third pair role, get the puck out efficiently, use that skating in a good direction, and use that body well. I think this is a great pick for Ottawa. They traded down as well, got an extra third-round pick. Have the Ottawa Senators won the draft? I'm not going to call it yet. But I really like what they did here. They traded down a couple picks. They got a third rounder and selected, to me, the 16th best prospect in this 2025 NHL draft. That is great. I think that was a great selection by the Senators. Oh, I'm happy for him. So happy for him. Great kid. And I know how much the Senators love to get like great people in their system. I mean, Logan Hensler, my goodness, you're getting a great kid there. So that's a good one. I'm glad he didn't slip any farther than that. Oh, man. Oh, I love that. GG Sens fans, by the way. I love that pick for y'all. Love that pick for y'all. And the thing to me, too, that I love so much about Hensler is that you can bring him in so many different directions. I think he's somebody that, again, like I said before, I think brings at least like a third pair floor. I think he's somebody that with his skating, with his talents, has so much to build off of. It's just about that assertion, that confidence. And throughout the course of the second half of the season, he was able to bring that more and more in transition. They're showing the clips here. Like, a lot of these were in the second half of this year for Wisconsin because he was finally starting to get more of an opportunity. He was actually getting trusted by the coaches that are very reluctant to trust younger players. Mike Hastings, the coach in Wisconsin, like, there were a lot of younger players that left the team after last year because it's not a high-octane offensive system. But I think for Hensler, that might be a good thing for him long-term, honing in that defensive ability while still having the skill to boot. So to me, that's a home run. That's a home run, man. Love that for the Sens. Love that for you guys, for Eric and everybody that's the Sens fan in the chat. Riker, that's a good one. I can't believe Riker. All the Sens fans that have been on this channel for a long time. Can you guys believe as much as I can that I actually love a first round selection by the Ottawa Senators? I don't think this has happened since like 2020 and Tim Stützle. I'm like, is this real life? Did the Ottawa Senators actually make a good decision in the first round? That's crazy. That's amazing. All right, now we get into the LA Kings at 24th overall. Oh, man. Oh, man. Henny! Oh! I'm so happy for him. So happy for him. And I think Ottawa's just a good fit for them too. I mean, you're going to have Kari Yakimchuk again, rushing up the ice like he does. But Hensler, I think it's good too, because Yakimchuk is more of like, okay, the offense is established. The cycle is going. Yakimchuk will bomb in goals. Hensler's more of a, let's get the puck out of the defensive zone. Let's start the transition. Let's start this rush. And then using that, his body, using that skating ability to quarterback a rush with his stick. So you get a lot more balance, I think, from your back end offensively because of this selection. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm calling it a draft ends at 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern. I would not be surprised by that. Grab the same scouting staff book. They took, yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. Wow. I love that. I'm kind of over the moon. I think it'll be a great fit for him. I'm just so happy he didn't fall further than this. That would have been so bad. That would have been so brutal. Hey, eLiaminator 53-month membership. Will the Sens ever draft a forward? Don't like it. Well, ever draft a forward? I mean, I don't know how much. I mean, I think they could have used maybe a wing, but I mean, I think Ottawa still needed some dependability from the back end. They needed somebody that can move the puck. I like it quite a bit for them. Maybe like a right wing would have fit better, but there's not a lot of right wings in this range right now that I think are substantially better than a Hensler anyways. So to me, it's kind of a wash in terms of that aspect, but. All right, the LA Kings pick is in. I'm sure this is going to take like a billion hours to announce because the draft is in LA and they're going to be like, wow, we love the LA fans and all that, yada, yada, yada. So it'll take a while. He didn't screw it up this time. Lowell got a third. Exactly. That's what I love about it too. They dropped down to the draft and still got to me a top 20 talent. They'll take that every day. Every day. Trade alert. Oh, wait. Pittsburgh. So the Penguins trade 24, or the Kings trade 24, and the Penguins trade 31st and 59th overall. So the Pittsburgh Penguins trading up in the draft after trading down before, trading up again. That's pretty interesting, eh? I mean, they just acquired the Flyers pick, and now, of course, they get this one right here. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, Pittsburgh. Okay. What do you got? What do you got for me, Penguins? You've already gotten a little bit interesting so far with this draft class. By the way, y'all, we are 5 likes away from 500. Let's freaking destroy that, shall we? If you guys are enjoying the content, enjoying the analysis, enjoying the reactions, make sure you guys hit that like button. It helps the stream quite a bit. And just appreciate you guys all being here. This has been an awesome stream so far. It's been a ton of fun with you guys. So we'll see. I'm curious for this Penguin selection. Do they go D? Do they go Blake Fiddler maybe? Like, because they've already gone 2 centers, so it's definitely, I mean, maybe they go for another center, who knows, but I don't think that's very likely. Malcolm Spence feels like a Dubas type of ad. Hold that thought. I feel like Malcolm Spence, he feels like a Dubas type of guy. I just had another thought. Colin Potter, folks. Colin Potter. Getting Benjamin Kindle and Colin Potter in the same draft, in the same first round, would be such a Kyle Dubas move, but would also be extremely fun. So I got my eyes on Spence Potter, and if they go D, Blake Fiddler. Though maybe Sasha Boumedienne? Potentially. I don't know. I mean, we're at the draft where we're just like throwing blanks. I mean, shooting blanks. Like who the heck knows? No, Zanon plays center this year. SCR. I know there's a lot of like talk around him being like a right wing. I don't really understand that. He's been in the center the whole, like, he started out the year as a wing, like in the first month, but then transitioned on to center. Same. When you have Cole Potter get drafted, you're probably going to hear him as a left wing. He played center the entire year for Arizona State, the entire season. So there's that. I don't know what it is that we're on draft day and people still don't know I'm not trying to be offensive to you, Zora. I'm just talking about the people that are probably putting the players up there that have not watched these guys at all. But it is what it is. Horkoff would not surprise me. Horkoff seems like a guy that somebody's going to reach on a lot too. Could be a goalie. I don't know if I would do that. Again, Columbus is, I think you made a mistake not taking Hensler personally, but is what it is. Pick is in, by the way, for the Pittsburgh Penguins here, so we'll get the official confirmation. I think it's going to be Spence, though. I just have a feeling about Spence. Something about it. Okay, Gary Member made a pretty good joke there. I will say that. All right, Mini Letang, announce the pick. Oh, Horkoff! Who called it in the chats? Wow. Okay. Well, that is a interesting one, eh? Who called it in the chat? Yo. I need to look this back up. ACC 2084 with the craziest prediction of all time. Putting that out there. Oh my goodness. Wow. What an interesting one, eh? So Horkoff is all over as a player to me because I think he projects extremely well. 6'4", of course, son of an NHLer. You got that. But I think Horkoff is going to be an incredibly good fourth line center. Like I see a very like Casey Cizikas type of guy out of this, where he's just so good with his physicality, knows exactly how to manhandle opponents, exactly how to use it to create defensive positioning and to make life chaotic for the other team. I just see Horkoff is just such a simple player, but my goodness, he knows how to play the game well. Really struggled in the NTDP to start out this year, but then transitioned over to the University of Michigan. Looked a lot better there once he fully transitioned over, which isn't really a great indication of the NTDP this year. But I thought he looked solid for Michigan. I thought he was raw, but still used his body in such a mature way. The big question will be how much offense is there to glean from him. But I think he plays a heads-up game. Very smart. I'm kind of surprised that he's like a Dubas pick personally, but because of how smart he is and how much he knows what he needs to be, maybe he's kind of like the Fraser Minton of what Dubas tried to pull off in Toronto, right? So maybe that's kind of the angle they're going from it. I don't think Horkoff is like as gifted when it comes to the IQ as Minton is. Like with Minton, that's the thing. That's the big thing that drives his game. With Horkoff, I think it's the physical body and how he uses it, but not where I would have picked him at 24. I think he's a little bit lower potential than a 24th overall pick, but I don't think it's the end of the world in a draft that has so much uncertainty. I was not surprised to see Will Horkoff go in the first round. With so many players that you just don't really know what you're getting out of them. Horkoff, I think, is a future NHLer. This draft for the Pens is mid. Yeah, they went. Okay, so here's the weird thing. So because Zona played so much as a center this year. Now here's the thing. Zana and Kindle, they both played center this year. There's questions over in Kindle's case if he'll actually be a center long term. But if they actually do that, if they do actually play center long term, you pick Kindle as who's a center, Zanon who's a center, and then William Horkoff, who is going to be a center. He can play wing, but I think his value is a center. Out of all the three guys, I'm confident in him the most being a center long term. So they do get better up the middle, that's for sure. Curious, very, very curious from Pittsburgh. Not what I would have done in general with this draft, but we'll see how it pans out. Is Kindle the only Pens pick who could be top 6? Yes. Pretty confidently, Pepe. He's the only one that I can confidently say has any potential to be a top 6 forward. So now I think will be a very solid third line center. And Horkoff, I think, will be a very solid fourth line center. So if you locked up your bottom 6 Cs, I guess that's fine. I would have liked to go for a couple of shots a little bit higher than that in terms of the potential, but I don't mind. I think you're still getting a solid player. I agree, Eric, that there's a decent ceiling on it, but I'm hesitant towards it. But I will say, like, this year was kind of like a enigma. Like, he has been all over the place. Like, he obviously going from the NCDP where he was not played in the role he needed to be to then Michigan where, you know, you're going to the NCAA at the start of the second half of the season. Obviously not a great position to be in. So I will say that, like, I don't think Horkoff this year was a good, like, environment for him. So we'll see what happens going forward. Should be interesting. And of course, we'll be playing a big role with Michigan next year. Lakovic is giving me Chernyshov flashbacks. Honestly, not the worst comparison. Chernyshov a lot more physical to me, but not the worst comparison there. I mean, Lakovic, I'm not surprised to see dropping this low, guys. I'm really not. I mean, I think a lot of teams were scared about the translation of his game with how hesitant he is to physical pressure for how big of a player he is. I think that spooks people. I really do think that has spooked people. Though I will say, 25 in Chicago, that, even though I think they're locked into Nestrasil, I think Lakovic is just kind of a better version of Nestrasil. So maybe that means that Chicago ends up taking him. But of course, Chicago with their second pick in this first round, going after Anton Frondell before. I think this will be a wing, though. It's going to be like a Lakovic, an Nestrasil. I could see Malcolm Spence in this spot as well. Spence would make a ton of sense to me. So I would not be surprised about that either. We'll have to wait and see, though. We'll have to wait and see. I'm kind of surprised that, like, we haven't seen Danilo Prokhorov drafted either. I was kind of expecting to be like a big surprise for everyone. Like, I was expecting him to be like the Peter Andrianov of like at 20th overall, like be that type of surprise. You know, the Russian that comes out of nowhere. Like it. I think I literally I don't know which video I made so many draft. I made so many draft videos over the past couple weeks. I can't even catch up. But I think in one of the videos I talked about Prokhorov literally being, like, to me, the Chinikov of the draft, of this draft. Which, again, with what Columbus did today, there's shades of that for sure. Yogi, chat, how do we feel about Nesbitt? I really wasn't a big fan, but my Flyers took him, and I'm praying y'all prove me wrong. I'm not going to try to say anything different than that. I'm not a big Nesbitt guy. He was ranked in my late 40s, and the Flyers take him 12th overall. I think he's pretty similar to Will Horkoff, where he knows how to use his body extremely well. Some great physical potential. But I just don't think it's, like, at the level of, like, a Brady Martin in terms of the intensity or speed in his game. And that really worries me, especially with a top 15 pick. You're putting a lot of stake in a guy that I just don't think has the capacity to be that type of player. But I think he'll be an NHLer. I think he'll play a lot of games for the Flyers is the thing. And I think he'll be a fan favorite with his hitting. But I don't think it's going to be at the level necessary, you know? It's like a Tyler Boucher if Tyler Boucher was actually worked out, you know? All right, the pick is in here for the Blackhawks. Let's see here. Dude, right, eLiaminator? We heard so much about Nesbitt being a candidate for the centers, which I never got because they don't really need many centers. Especially guys that are in the bottom 6. And they ended up with Logan Hensler. What a W for the Sens. Hey! I don't know what my handle... I can't even read that whole name. Thank you so much for the 5. As an LA Kings fan, I'm sure what to feel about the trade. What are your thoughts? At this range of the draft, I don't blame the Kings. Just get more capital. I think their prospect pool needs some more depth. So, I like it for them. I like it. Plus, the Penguins selected who? Like, William Moore? I don't think they're... I mean, William Moore to me was a second rounder in this year's draft for me. So, to get 31st overall and another pick on top of that, I'll take it up on the Kings. All right. Chicago, what do you got for us? Let's see. This should be interesting for sure. $25. Let's go. Oh, backlash, Mr. Seal. There it is, boys and girls. What did I say? What did I say? I think this was after the post-combine mock. I just went on a limb, and I thought that Vaclav Nestor would be a great pick for the Blackhawks. And then And then in the final mock draft, we once again predicted Nestor Sill. This was all before Nestor Sill was rumored to go to Chicago, but my goodness, there was smoke to that fire, and Nestor Sill goes to Chicago at 45. Now, for me personally, again, I think Lefebvre is just kind of a better version of Nestor Sill, but my goodness gracious, 6'6" check forward. There's a lot of frame to fill out there. I think the muscle on him is a big question mark. But the high-end shooting ability, the high-end rush quarterbacking, this guy can do so much when just given a little bit of space. And I think is probably maybe the rawest prospect that'll be taken in this first round. But if he pops, I think you're getting a dynamic second liner. And for Chicago, at this point of the rebuild, take those chances. Swing for the fences, go crazy with it. And Vaclav Nestor will go crazy with it. This kid can play. I mean, there was multiple times this season where he was attempting freaking Michigans in the USHL. I don't think he scored on any of them, I don't think. But he was trying them. That's the type of player that Nestor Sill is. He's going to be going for some crazy moves out there, using that body in insane ways. And a 6'6" guy that can play the puck like that, that's just fun. I want to see it work out. So we'll see. Oh, boy. That is going to be interesting here for the Blackhawks. I like that pick, though. I like that pick for them. I mean, that was literally my mock was Frondell and Nestor Sill in the first round. And there you go. Both bangers. I got to say, this draft has been crazy, but I'm still actually really happy with how my final mock draft has turned out. Just going through it again. Schaefer won. Then, oh, sorry, I haven't updated the board in a couple picks. That's my bad, guys. Sorry about that. But I was like, I think I did pretty well for myself, honestly. Schaefer won, obviously. Misa 2 happens. Frondell at number 3. Desnoyers at number 4. Then afterwards, Merca at number 9. McQueen at number 10. Going through it after that. Coots at 15 to Vancouver. Slam dunked, but still. Cole Reshny, 18 to Calgary. Got that locked down. And then after that, we got Nestor Sill at 25 to Chicago. For how, again, stupid, crazy this draft has been so far, I will take what let me count what this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I will take like 33% so far. I don't know what that is, but I will take that. I'm not usually very good with my mock drafts when it's all said and done because so much changes in like these last 24 hours, but still pretty nice. Oh yeah, Lefebvre to Nashville would be a really good fit. I mean, Lefebvre falling as much as he is, again, I'm not super surprised, but I'm a little bit disappointed. I want to see Lefebvre taken. He has all the skill in the world. All right, Preds. All right. Lefebvre just makes so much sense that they want to diversify, get a wing. What round will Rehab can go? I think late second, early third. That's my prediction right now. The fact this draft is still going, the NHL needs to speed it up. It's horrible. It's really bad, guys. Please, Lord, let Mason West slip to the second round. Mason West could be the pick right here, folks. I wouldn't be surprised. All right, Preds. Riker Lee. Okay. Nashville, you are so strange to me, man. You are not because I don't like Riker Lee, but because you guys let up so much talent at 5th overall to get Brady Martin just to select Cameron Reed and Riker Lee with the new next 2 picks. Both are extremely capable, skillful transition players. But like, if you're gonna go for talent, why did you waste the opportunity for a James Hagens or a Jake O'Brien or any of those guys? It's just, I don't understand it. I will say though, I really like Riker Lee. He's somebody that has grown on me a ton over the course of this season. Started the year at like 5'9", like super small player, like 5'8", 5'9", grew to 6 foot, and you could tell at the start of the year. I think if you're looking for a Beckett Seneca that kind of grew throughout the course of the season, Riker Lee is kind of that. An undeniable score in the USHL this year. 68 points, 31 goals, 58 games. He was unbelievable. One of the USHL's best players. Obviously should be if he's going to be drafted in the first round, but put up the numbers, put up the talent, put up the speed and the skill in transition. I will say speed-wise, I'm a little bit concerned about those feet. It will take a little bit of getting used to, obviously, because of the growing size that he has. But I would not be surprised if he grows maybe another inch or two, because maybe a 6'1", 6'2" forward. And with the deking ability he has, the raw skill, I mean, again, kind of like a Nestracil, he will deke you out of a phone book. He's just so good when he has that little bit of space to work with and the puck on a stick. A high ceiling pick here for the Preds. And we'll see how it works out. Again, not who I would have selected because, again, Lyndon Lakovich on the board still is a little bit strange, but Riker Lee is still a very fun player to take a bet on.
Why you have to be mad?
See, that's what I'm saying. Lee over Potter. I like Riker Lee, but Potter, I think, was great in a league that is far superior to the USHL. And maybe it's a size difference. Maybe Nashville also, kind of like me, kind of expects Lee to grow a little bit too, so that could also factor in. But it's what it is. Again, I told you guys I was expecting Potter to drop in this draft. I didn't even have... in my final mock draft, I had Colin Potter going 40th. So that's how much I thought Potter would drop in this draft. So... I'm just saying, I'm not surprised one bit by this. Come on, Caps, please take Fiddler. Yeah, Fiddler, I will say, Nashville having the opportunity to take Fiddler twice and not taking him is shocking. Like, he's good in this range, and he was born in Nashville. Like, that's such a PR win for a team that was disastrous last year. And I get it, but, like, at the same time... Again, what I would have done if I was Nashville is I would have taken James Hagens at 5. I would have then taken, if you wanted to get more of a physical presence, taken a Blake Fiddler at the position they had. And, I mean, I don't know. And then taken, if you wanted to get more physicality, you could have taken a Shane Van Sacky potentially. Or Malcolm Spence. Like, imagine how much different I think I would be thinking so much differently about this Preds draft if they went James Hagens 5, then Blake Fiddler with their 21st overall pick, and then Malcolm Spence with his 26th overall pick. I would be like, I would be on the floor. I'd be like, oh my God, Nashville, this was an amazing draft. Great value at every single position, and you also got some physicality in a Blake Fiddler, big body, knows how to use it well from the back end. But instead they go for the talent when it's not necessarily there in the draft to warrant it. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's just kind of how I see it. Where they skipped up on talent when they had the opportunity and a massive opportunity for it, and then took the talent when it wasn't as necessary. It's just that's kind of how I see it at this point. Who is the next best right-handed deep left behind Fiddler? As of right now, it's got to be Henry Brustevitz, right? Looking through my list. Yeah, that is it. I think that is Henry. I think it would be Henry Brustevitz. I'm trying to make sure here. After Fiddler, right? Yeah, it would be Henry Brustevitz, who I think is shaping up to be potentially a San Jose Shark, especially since the Preds aren't picking any D, or right D. I will say this. You know what and I mentioned this before, defense in general has dropped a lot in this draft. Shot defensemen have dropped a lot in this draft. Murka went 9, which I think was a little bit lower than some people were expecting. Seattle, of course, being the main candidate. But Hensler dropping like he did. Blake Fiddler hasn't been selected. Nobody's, jumped up in the draft to get, a Henry Brustevitz, which I thought was a possibility, right? So, just right D in general. I don't think besides Murka and Hensler is all that. I mean, Fiddler's fine, and Brustevitz is fine. So it's not like the end of the world. It's not the most surprising thing, but it's just kind of like where Murka went, where Hensler went, now where Blake Fiddler's going to end up. It's just kind of these dominoes in concession, or you know what I mean. So I'm kind of going to be interested to see what happens here. But the Caps are on the board here at 27th overall. We always know that they are not a team to predict. They always go all over the board when it comes to their drafting. But Lyndon Lakovich would be a heck of a Washington Capital. My goodness. Caps don't need a forward right now. That is true, but you never know. Caps don't really seem to be a team that drafts much on need anyways, so it is what it is. But Fiddler, I think, would be a good fit, right? Get a little bit bigger. All right, Washington. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Lyndon Lakovich has finally been drafted, and wow, Washington. I mean, this Caps scouting staff, all they do is freaking win, man. This is just unbelievable sauce at 27th overall. If you're looking for sauce, if you're looking for style, if you're looking for moxie from a player, there's far few players than that Lily Lakovich that can give you what you want in that department. This guy is just Hollywood. This guy can make so many moves you can just do not expect. Up the ice in transition, this guy can dazzle you. There is problems with the motor, there's problems with the consistency, and defensively, there are times where I want a little bit more out of him, absolutely. But Lyndon Lakovich is a home run at 27 overall. Absolutely a home run. And to me, I mean, yes, the Caps might not need a forward, but you go best player available at this range if you're Washington, like they always seem to do, and you get yourself, I think, a top 6 piece of the future. At least that's how I see it. If Lakovich pops, you'll be hearing his name a lot. A lot. Potter wouldn't surprise me in Carolina. That's true. Not at all. Man, freaking Washington, dude. Unbelievable. Save some for the rest of us, will you? My gosh. Right, Gooseman? I mean, Cole Hudson is like enough of a draft steal to go for a couple of years, but my goodness. My goodness. Does Chevy go for a winger or D? I think they go center. I mean, I still, William Moore is still on the board, so that would not surprise me. Colin Potter in Winnipeg? Though I don't see that after how, like, unwilling they have been to play a guy like Brad Lambert, who's pretty similar, I would say. Great, like, best skater of their drafts, but has to figure out some of the other issues of the game. Winnipeg drafted one of those guys and doesn't seem to want to play them, so I don't think that's quite going to be the case there, but still. Yeah, I was also calling this a little bit. I thought Spence wasn't going to go nearly as high as people were expecting. It seems like he kind of has gotten a little bit of a slip just because that's again just the thing to me. Like, I keep saying these rationale in my head, like Malcolm Spence is going to go lower because he doesn't quite have the potential. But Jack Nesbitt is just the thing that ruins this entire draft for me, because, like, as much as I don't think Spence has, like, long-term upside, Spence has so much more skill on display than a Jack Nesbitt to me. But one isn't a center, and one isn't a center, and that person that's not a center isn't 6'4", I guess. You can't teach 6'4", I guess. But I thought Spence would drop a little bit, but not this much. I had him 23rd to Nashville, for example. So we'll see. But Winnipeg on the clock here at 28th overall. Only a couple picks left to go. I'm going to stop the stream at 10 p.m. or at 11 p.m. Eastern. Got to get my draft grades video going for you guys in a little bit. But my goodness, this is shaping up to be a strange back half of the first. Did LA pick? Yes, they did. Or no, they didn't, because they traded their 24th overall selection for 31st, and I think an extra second round pick. Nashville might be banking on Fiddler falling to the second. That wouldn't be. Does he get the problem to me with that though? Is that San Jose has third? Do they have? Wait a second. Hold the phone. Did San Jose have? Yeah, so San Jose has 30th overall and I believe 34th overall. I just don't see a scenario where the Sharks pass up on Fiddler twice like that. You know what I mean? With how much they need right D. I could see them going for literally Blake Fiddler and Henry Brustevitz back to, like, not back to back, but pretty much back to back, getting 2 right D there. Which I don't think would be a bad idea whatsoever. That's the position that they need the most, right? So, especially now with Michael Misa. I mean, this fact the Sharks took Michael Misa just makes everything so much easier. So much easier for them. Grav, is this pick a turning point for Ottawa's scouting staff for you? It puts them on my good side. I will say that, Riker. I will say that. It means I won't be as mean to them anymore. They're turning a page, dang it. Everybody has their good spots, but they're getting on my good side. Washington getting yet another W pick year after year. Of course. It's just how it happens. We have to live with this reality. My PC crashed at pick 23. Sorry, Noah. Welcome back, buddy. Absolutely. Fiddler's a solid defenseman. I get that there might be some, like, upside concerns. I don't think he's going to be much of a scorer, but I think he's going to be a dependable guy. Islanders had a great draft. They did, Luka. They absolutely did. As a Caps fan, what can I expect from Lefebvre in a round when he could he be making an NHL impact? He's a project, Ethan. Absolutely. I would not expect him to be in an NHL lineup for at least another 3 seasons. But like if he's able to round out that defensive play, you're getting one of the highest octane offense players in this class with how dynamic he is. Like that's how I would describe Lyndon Lefebvre, is dynamic. This guy can do so much with the moves he creates. So I think for Washington, it makes so much sense. All right, Winnipeg's pick is in. Let's see what happens here for the Jets. The Jets have been kind of up and down when it comes to like my consensus on their pick. So we'll see if it's a good one here today. Oh, they got Eric Comrie? That's so fun. I love Eric. Eric Comrie is like one of the best personalities in the NHL, and it was only like recently people have started to find it out. But all right, Jets. Oh, okay. Well, that's around the range where I expect him to go. Sacha Boudin is off the board from BU. Oh yeah, around the range I was expecting him to go. I think I had him 32 to Calgary, I believe was. I think that was what my mock draft had, but 28th overall. I think that's a decent range for him. The Jets are really this is kind of a strange one to me though, because it seems like the Jets really want to play bigger physical guys. And to me, Boudin in style actually reminds me a lot of Ville Heinola, who they did not want to play at all. Boudin's biggest trait to me is his skating and how agile he is as a D. He has some decent puck moving ability, but not amazing. But he's decent he's decent getting out of the zone. I think the biggest problem to me, though, is just the processing speed, how he plays against bigger competition. When he really gets pressured, things can kind of get a little bit iffy in his own zone. So I think having a partner to insulate him a little bit is going to be necessary. It's just a little bit of a confusing one of the Jets, because, again, these type of defensemen, they don't regularly play European, smaller. Everybody's not small, but he plays, I think, a little bit smaller than he is. So that one kind of makes me a little bit more curious. But hey, if the Jets actually want to start playing their younger, better, great skating defensemen, I'm all here for it. I'm all here for it. But like their history of doing so isn't quite there. You know what I mean? But still, I think a decent pick around this range. I think I had him ranked 32 as well, on top of mocking him to 32. So not that much of a reach at all. Solid pick by the Jets. If they play him, of course. All right, y'all, I have about one pick in me before I have to head out from the live stream. We'll be making a big grading of all the first round picks after this video, or after this live stream. Sorry, my voice it's going to be dead by the end of the day, y'all. It's going to be absolutely destroyed. See ya, Jasmine. Thank you so much for coming by. Great live stream of a boring draft. I appreciate that a ton. And for everybody, if I could have made this unbelievably slow and boring draft that just a little bit better, I am honored to be able to do so. This has been just a crazy one in terms of the draft picks made. Not as many trades as I'd want, but still a decent amount of action, at least in terms of like the trading back. So I guess that's something. But still, I gotta say, if there's not some massive deals on day 2, I'm going to be furious. I'm gonna be furious. But yeah, we're gonna go one more pick here. One more pick and see what happens. This next one is the Carolina Hurricanes, which is a good one to end off on because they always go crazy. They always go insane with it. I mean, I had Daniil Prokhorov at their selection, so I wouldn't exactly surprise me. But what are your thoughts on Lassie Boylis? I think he's a good puck handler. That's pretty much it. He's probably the best Finnish player in this draft, but that's not really saying too much this year, unfortunately. Next year should be a lot better, but I don't think he projects extremely well to the NHL, but I think he'll be like a fantastic Liga defenseman. But likely something that I think is drafted more into like the late 3rd, early 4th. So for the final pick that we'll be streaming today, let me know what the Carolina Hurricanes end up doing. Do they end up taking Colin Potter? There's been a lot of people speculating about that. But yeah, I kind of, at this point, I'm kind of expecting Colin Potter to be a day 2 pick. Your commentary was way more interesting than the formal draft podcast. Appreciate that, Bob. Thank you so much for coming in today. And it's always a blast when it comes to the draft, so I love it so much. Great info. Sharks get Spence and Fiddler. Those would be 2 pretty good picks. 2 very good picks inside the first and second round if that were to happen. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all, actually. That'd be really, really good for them. Again, I'm really surprised to see the right, again, this is what I'm saying, though, the right D continue to get a little bit shafted to me, because you got Boumediene coming, which isn't really much. I mean, 28th overall, that's around the range you would go. But again, it seems like teams are like really going after left defensemen rather than right D, which again, isn't typically how it's done. Again, I'm shocked that both Blake Fiddler and Henry Brustovitz have the chance to be day 2 picks. Really shocks me. But we'll see what happens, of course. We'll see what happens. Steal the draft so far, it's got to be James Higgins at 7. Victor Eklund at 16 is up there for sure. Heck, I put Logan Hensler at 23 as a pretty good one. Linda Lakovic at 27 to Washington is just unbelievable. That's just insane. Yeah, those would be the top ones for me. Do you like the Wings picking Bear because we have Casper and Larkin? Bear's going to be a solid pick for the Red Wings. Absolutely. I think he'll fit pretty well. The goal scoring especially, major factor there. So he's going to be a good one. He's going to be a good one. Spencer Potter. I personally lean Potter, but Spence is kind of more of a balanced, more of a two-way wing. Good in transition too, has some physical edge to him, which makes me, again, pretty surprised he hasn't been drafted, especially with his pedigree, with how like much his name has been brought up time and time again over the past few years. I'm shocked, honestly. But the Canes are on the board. Last pick we'll be streaming here today. But we're going to be having a ton of content over the next couple of days, guys. A lot on after day 2, especially since we'll be able to grade all of the teams. So basically what's going to happen is that, so later tonight, we'll be releasing a grade of every single draft pick inside this first round. Then after the rounds 2 for 7 are done tomorrow, I'll be grading every single team's draft from all the picks from round 1 to 7. So a lot to talk about when it comes to the prospects today, or really in the next couple of days. So if you guys want to see any of that, make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit those notifications as well, so you guys don't miss any of it, because we're going to be putting out a ton between now and free agency, and of course a ton after free agency, because it's going to be absolutely nuts. So we'll see what happens. As a Flyers fan, the Nesbitt pick has me seeing red. Brutal. Yeah, I am not the biggest fan of it, Tony, as people probably know from watching the stream so far. But I think the Porto Martone pick is good. I think it's pretty solid there. Well, I'll get into that more in my grade video. I'm sure that'll go over well. Thanks for the stream, of course, SCR. Great to have you tonight. Thoughts on the Canucks on Coots? Just what I expected, and very solid pick by them. Nothing too fancy, but they needed a center down the middle. They needed some dependability. Coots is going to bring a lot of great anticipation. He's going to be great on the forecheck defensively. I think he's going to be just fine. Just fine there. Greer sucks. He's trading all the good veterans that could have helped develop younger players. I mean, there's not a ton of guys left, but I don't know. The Sharks didn't really have a lot of good veterans was the problem. Like, I think you can't just keep veterans just because they're old. You need to also keep them if they're valuable parts of the team. And the Sharks just didn't really have many that were even at that level. They still have guys like Tyler Toffoli. I like him quite a bit. They like bring back Barclay Goodrow, and we're just hallucinating that. So it's not like devoid of older players, but yes, it is a lot younger. We'll see just how it works out, though. I mean, I don't think it'll be too much of a problem for San Jose long term, because I just love that core so much. But there's a situation where they focus on that this offseason. You never know, right? I mean, they have a ton of cap space. They need to use that somehow. Free agency is a good way to do that. Thank you, 1G Gauge. Appreciate you being in here. All right, Carolina, give us your pick, eh? Give us your pick. Make it happen. Thanks for the stream, Grav. Of course, 4-3. Great to have you today. Okay, Carolina, come on. Like, guys, this pick is... It has been 8 minutes. 8 minutes since the Boumediene pick. Do we see the problem here? We're at 29. You should not be taking your entire life to make this pick, Carolina, and to announce it and actually make it happen. It should be way faster than it is in the top 10. I get if you want to go for the theatrics, in the top 10, you want to put out your celebrity, you want to make it a big deal. Why are you taking this long, Carolina? What's the come on? What's the hold up? Like seriously, this is ridiculous. Unless they trade it, that's the only excuse. But even then, why does it take 8 minutes for you to make a trade? Come on, let's get it going. Odds on Grant listing in Dallas, I would probably say 0 right now for him. Just not enough cap space, unfortunately. He got Misa. My gosh, spoiled much. Maybe you couldn't think of that. Maybe, I mean, I think San Jose should get him. Drafted in 5 hours. Brutal. Brutal. I want Graviteh to trade up for Eklund too, but it's not like Graviteh's really made any bad moves other than the only questionable one. I mean, yeah, Söderlund was a loss for sure. Oh, yeah. We got to have a Daytona guy, a NASCAR guy, announcing the 29th overall pick. This is just so... this is just so... I'm just so over this, man. I love the draft. I like this is the best day of my life every single year. I'm over this. Come on. Let's get this through. Let's get this through, shall we? Oh, trade? Trade? Hey, yo, name a better duo than Carolina and trading down in the draft. Who trades for it, though? Chicago! In exchange for picks 34, 62. And a 5th round pick in 2027. Okay. Sure, why not? Guys, please, like Chicago, can you just send this through the like an email and make this sharp, please? Okay, so at least Carolina has a bit of an excuse for taking like 10 minutes to make this deal because it was a trade, but even so, man, come on, let's be real. Just join Grav. Who are the biggest deals in the draft for you? We'll get into that in my grading video later, but Hagens at 7 is just the big one that stands out to me. Colin Potter to Chicago would be really interesting. I would love that if I'm the Blackhawks. Hawks are trading up to Fiddler for revenge on San Jose taking Misa. That'd be kind of fun. I subbed to Grav tonight. Thank you, cool guy. Welcome to the Grav gang. Yeah, Reagan, stop with the bait, buddy. Sid has not been traded. No, it's okay, man. It's okay. Ooh. Fiddler is still on the board. That is true. That is very true. And now we got a commercial break. Okay. Okay, you know what, guys? I need to go and make this video. I'm not going through a commercial break and that Chicago has another celebrity, and then they have to take another 15 minutes about how they love the Blackhawks, how they love the community, they love the LA fans. They thank Gary Bettman for allowing them to make the pick. I gotta go. I need to make this video at some point, y'all. I need to get it out. I appreciate you guys so much for joining me today. I am kind of pissed off at how this NHL draft was made. I hope that the NHL never does this again, learns from this situation, because this was an awful experience. I love it. I love you guys. I love the NHL draft. This was awful from a broadcasting standpoint. Awful TV. Awful having to wait here for pretty much every single pick that gets made. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. You guys will know my thoughts on these next few picks in the first round in probably an hour or so. So we'll get there when we get there. Thank you guys so much for joining me though tonight. I appreciate all you guys. We got 527 in the chat. If you guys haven't hit that like button, haven't hit that subscribe button, make sure you do so. Join us for all the draft content that's coming out soon. Thank you guys so much for that. And I hope you have a fantastic hockey day. See you guys in just a little bit, and goodbye.